Introduction. The practitioners of demonic arts need not deliberately pursue virtue, nor must they intentionally seek malevolence. The true path lies in following one's innate intentions. Ling Zhu, a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, in his quest for enlightenment, boldly chooses to destroy his own corporeal form, allowing his soul to traverse through time and space, only to be reborn as Nezha from the classic tale of the investiture of the gods. Instantly, chaos ensues, upending the entire realm of gods and demons. Why has the spiritual energy of heaven and earth become so scarce? What secrets lie within the divine list? Is the Emperor Attain truly the tyrannical ruler he is portrayed to be? In this tumultuous era, what motives do the celestial beings, monsters, valiant warriors, and enchanting maidens harbor? Chapter 1. The Blood of the Heavenly Demon. In the ghost city of Fengdu, within an ancient residence, there exists a concealed chamber. The room is devoid of furnishings, illuminated only by 4 flickering ghostly lamps that cast a spectral glow, saturating the space with an eerie atmosphere. In the center of this chamber sits a youthful figure, a strikingly handsome boy who is deliberately slicing his wrist to let his blood flow, which he uses to inscribe a complex magical array on the ground. The intricate symbols and characters of the array are exceedingly elaborate, and despite the significant loss of blood, the boy's face pales, yet he grits his teeth in determination, showing no signs of halting his endeavor. The boy is named Ling Zhu. As he continues to draw the magical array, he murmurs to himself, "The grand formation left by my master, the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Array, is truly remarkable. It demands the sacrifice of one's own flesh and life. It possesses the power to reverse time and facilitate rebirth in a bygone era. Though the risk of losing my soul is perilous, the current world is devoid of spiritual essence, rendering cultivation impossible. Only in those bygone days, replete with abundant spiritual energy, can one hope for immortality. It is laughable that countless predecessors of my sect failed to employ this marvelous technique in pursuit of a glimmer of longevity, instead clinging to this tainted world, relying on mere spells to wield power for a fleeting century, only to face the inevitability of death when the time comes. Is this not foolishness beyond comprehension? Though young, Ling Zhu possesses an exceptional wisdom, his vision extending far beyond that of ordinary mortals. He comprehends that life is but a fleeting dew, a dreamlike illusion that vanishes in an instant. Should he fail to seize this slender hope for immortality, regret will come too late. My Heavenly Demon Sect, unrestrained and unapologetically vengeful, is capable of slaying mortals and deities alike. If I can take the lives of others, why should I not take my own? Whether in the pursuit of demonic or divine paths, one must not betray their true essence. If one claims to kill indiscriminately, yet hesitates to sacrifice their own life for the path to immortality, such indecision is a barrier to success. Thus, I shall first extinguish my own existence to seek that singular chance for eternal life. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a glimmer of determination ignited in Ling Zhu's eyes. With the final stroke of the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Array complete, the bloodied patterns on the ground seemed to come alive, swirling with a life of their own. Heavenly Demon, consume the body, and let the soul return to the beyond. With Ling Zhu's powerful proclamation, dark mist erupted from the array, enveloping his form entirely. This mist morphed into a multitude of skeletal figures, their razor-sharp teeth glinting ominously as they voraciously tore at Ling Zhu's flesh. Though he had prepared himself for this agony, he could not suppress his cries of torment. Yet, the skeletal apparitions remained indifferent, and in a matter of moments, they had devoured his corporeal form, leaving behind only a faint trace of his soul. The dark, gaseous skeleton, having consumed its fill of flesh and blood, seemed to possess a tangible form as it intertwined and ascended higher and higher. With a thunderous roar, it broke through the ground and several layers of roofs, soaring into the sky. At that moment, a deafening crack echoed as a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, striking the dark essence and obliterating the skeletal figure into a wisp of black smoke. The purple lightning showed no sign of hesitation, following the path of the dark energy directly downwards, crashing into Ling Zhu's soul. With a resounding explosion, the entire chamber was turned upside down, bricks and tiles flying, dust swirling in the air. When calm returned, both the magic circle and Ling Zhu's soul had vanished without a trace. As the stars shifted and time flowed backward, Ling Zhu's soul drifted aimlessly in the void, lost to the passage of countless years. One day, a brilliant light suddenly illuminated his surroundings, revealing a woman in ancient attire reclining on a couch. Compelled by an irresistible force, Ling Zhu plunged downwards, entering the woman's womb. How fortunate indeed, Ling Zhu thought, his consciousness intact. Discovering himself within the woman's belly, he felt no fear of disintegration. Instead, he secretly rejoiced. Just moments before, he had sensed the abundant spiritual energy of this world, far exceeding that of his previous life. Clearly, having utilized the Heavenly Demon Dissolution Array, he had successfully reincarnated into a realm conducive to cultivation. As Ling Zhu reveled in his fortune, his soul merged with the fetus developing within the woman. Inside the womb, it was dark and silent, yet Ling Zhu, being a practitioner with a solid foundation, turned his attention inward. To his astonishment, he found not the amorphous blob typical of an early fetus, but rather a fully formed embryo with distinct limbs and facial features, resembling an infant ready to be born after 10 months of gestation. Even more perplexing was the sight of the infant, wide-eyed and sucking vigorously at the maternal essence. Within his dantian, there were 81 blood-red runes, forming a small array that refined the absorbed blood energy and channeled it into his limbs and bones. Was this a heavenly demon blood fetus? Have I truly been reborn as a heavenly demon? Could this be related to the heavenly demon techniques I practiced? Ling Zhu was taken aback. Yet, when my soul entered the womb, I clearly saw a human woman. How could there be a heavenly demon blood fetus within her? Even if a heavenly demon had united with her, the union should have resulted in a fetus bearing a soul. But now, it appears merely as a mass of flesh and blood, devoid of spirit. What could this mean? Ling Zhu pondered for a moment, grappling with the complexity of his thoughts. Yet a new layer of anxiety emerged. He had once read that the celestial demons were descendants of the Shura clan from the upper realms, bearing a striking resemblance to humans. However, they possessed significantly longer lifespans, more robust physiques, and an innate proclivity for cultivation. Their offspring, however, were notoriously malevolent and insatiable, feasting on life essence. Should a female celestial demon become pregnant, to prevent her blood essence from being entirely consumed by the fetus, she would be compelled to descend to the mortal realm and hunt humans for their vital essence otherwise. Her lifespan will be severely diminished. In contrast, if a human woman bore a celestial demon child, even if she resorted to cannibalism, her limited constitution would render her incapable of sustaining the blood essence required, resulting in a significant loss of her lifespan. After giving birth to a celestial demon progeny, she would likely not survive for many years thereafter. Upon reflecting on this, Ling Zhu mused, now that I have been reincarnated into the body of a celestial demon, I am, in essence, the celestial demon fetus. If this fetus were to cause the demise of the woman who carries me, it would be the ultimate transgression of a child killing its mother. The cosmic order is inescapable. Such heinous deeds invite relentless retribution, and to engage in this malevolence would indeed be folly. Even though I, as a disciple of the Celestial Demon Sect, am no stranger to violence, I would not dare commit such a grave sin. Nonetheless, I need not despair, since the celestial demon has become my corporeal form. If I can prevent it from voraciously consuming life essence, I would be saving my mother's life, thus rendering myself faultless and even virtuous. With a faint smile, Ling Zhu closed his eyes and sealed his lips, severing the path through which the demon fetus could siphon blood essence. Although the demon fetus had merged with his soul, its physical form still possessed primal instincts. As the source of nourishment was cut off, Ling Zhu immediately felt discomfort wash over him, akin to an addict yearning for a fix, almost compelled to open his mouth and feed. It appears that the demon fetus requires vital energy for sustenance. However, there is no necessity to rely solely on maternal blood essence. In this world, where spiritual energy abounds, I can certainly harness it through my cultivation to satisfy the needs of the demon fetus. As the Tao Te Ching states, concentrating the vital energy leads to softness. Can one achieve the state of an infant? Infants, being of primordial essence, are adept at absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth, presenting a splendid opportunity for cultivation that must not be squandered. With this realization, Ling Zhu began to channel the profound techniques of his sect, gathering the spiritual energy of the cosmos. To his astonishment, as he initiated his cultivation, he felt the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surge forth uncontrollably, akin to a tidal wave. In his previous life, the spiritual energy in the world had been exceedingly sparse, and he had grown accustomed to meticulously searching for even the slightest whiff of it when practicing. Yet now, it was as if he had been cast into an ocean of spiritual energy, where there was no need to search. Simply by cultivating, it would flow into him effortlessly. How peculiar! Although this world brims with spiritual energy, it has not reached such an extraordinary density. Ling Zhu mused, intrigued, as he carefully examined the surroundings. He discovered that the spiritual energy around him flowed in intricate patterns, weaving together to form a complex array. This is the mysterious womb array. This woman, oh my mother, has unwittingly created a primordial formation within her body. I have only encountered such an array in texts before. Never did I imagine it would manifest in my own experience. What a fortuitous place for cultivation this is. Overwhelmed with joy, Ling Zhu hastened to cultivate further, drawing in the celestial spiritual energy directed by his mother into the body of the celestial demon, refining his meridians and fortifying his physique, gradually entering a state of transcendence. The formation of the Sun Pian is remarkably mystical, capable of swiftly absorbing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, thereby creating a diminutive realm rich in spiritual essence within the womb. This formation is not a product of human endeavor, but rather a natural phenomenon that develops within the female body. A woman endowed with such innate gifts, upon conceiving, allows her fetus to sense the abundant spiritual energy, ensuring that upon birth, the child is robust and free from ailments. However, for Ling Zhu, the significance of the Sun Pian extends beyond mere vitality. He is not an oblivious, ordinary fetus, but rather an adept cultivator capable of self-training. Within this realm of intense spiritual energy, Ling Zhu's cultivation progresses at an astonishing rate. A single day of practice here equates to 100 days in his previous life. Indeed, a tremendous fortune. Engaged in cultivation within the womb, untouched by the world, he easily enters a state of deep meditation, oblivious to the passage of time. Yet, in the realm outside, the tumultuous waves of fate have already entwined him in a web of adverse connections. Madam, how have you been feeling these past few days? The speaker is a middle-aged man, tall and imposing, with a handsome countenance accentuated by thick brows and prominent eyes, adorned with a dignified beard that adds to his elegance. His garments are luxurious, radiating a commanding presence, unmistakably the mark of one accustomed to high office. At this moment, he gazes at a delicate young woman in her 20s, his expression softening as he inquires gently. The woman being addressed is Ling Zhu's mother, Yin Heian. Upon hearing her husband's amiable tone, she feels both flattered and anxious, timidly responding, "Thank you, my lord, for your concern. I have been feeling rather heavy and nauseous lately. It seems I may be with child, but..." The middle-aged man bursts in a hearty laughter, saying, "Madam, you are truly a sincere woman, not concealing anything from your husband very well. Indeed, there is no need for concern. Although we have not been intimate for some time, do you not recall that you were quite intoxicated a few days ago? I found you like a blooming begonia, utterly enchanting that day. Haha, the child within you is indeed the product of that encounter. You need not harbor doubts or suspicions." Yin Heian gasps, a blush sweeping across her face as she exhales in relief, lowering her head to say, "So, it is. I thank you for your affection, my lord. I shall take good care of this child, hoping to bring a precious son to the Leaf family." The middle-aged man nods repeatedly, rising to his feet to declare, "That is wonderful. Please take good care of yourself. Dear wife, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, he strides out, while Yin Heian bows in farewell. Once around the corner, the warm smile vanishes from the middle-aged man's face, replaced by a cold smirk as he murmurs to himself, "A precious son? Haha, I fear that opportunity has slipped away. The rare seed of a heavenly demon I have so painstakingly sought shall be nurtured within your Sun Wyan body. Once you bear the demon fetus, I shall use it to forge a magical artifact and perhaps eliminate you, the thorn in my side." His eyes glint with malice. "You consider yourself significant merely because you are the sister of the current merchant emperor, Yin Zixin? Haha, I, Li Jing, may come from humble beginnings, but I am not one to be manipulated by your kind." Li Jing navigated a few turns and arrived at the main hall, gently pushing the door open. Inside, he beheld a noble woman, presumably in her 30s, who promptly rose upon his entrance and exclaimed, "My lord, you have arrived. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Taking a seat by the table, Li Jing poured himself a cup of tea, savoring it slowly while inquiring, "What matters concern you, my lady?" This noblewoman was none other than Li Jing's wife, Huang Yan. At this time in the late Shang dynasty, merchants acted with a certain spontaneity and innocence, unlike their Zhou counterparts who adhered strictly to propriety. The matter of marriage was no exception. Huang Yan and Yin Heian were both wives of Li Jing, without distinctions of primary and secondary consorts. However, Huang Yan had married into the Li family earlier and bore him 2 sons, Jinjia and Muzha, who were both apprenticed under esteemed mentors. In contrast, Yin Heian had yet to bear any children, and thus, despite Huang Yan's less illustrious lineage, her status within the household surpassed that of her counterpart. With a wave of her hand, Huang Yan dismissed the servants from the room and then sat beside Li Jing, speaking softly. "A servant has reported to me that Yin Heian has been frequently experiencing nausea and vomiting these past few days, seemingly indicating a pregnancy. I know you harbor disdain for her and have long ceased to share a bed with her. Where could this pregnancy possibly originate? I fear she may have engaged in some scandalous behavior. My lord, you must investigate this matter thoroughly. If the claims hold true, you must take decisive action against her." Li Jing furrowed his brow and replied, "Which servant speaks such nonsense? I am fully aware of Madame Yin's condition. You need not concern yourself with this, and please instruct the servants to refrain from spreading rumors. I will discern the truth in due time. Do you understand?" Huang Yin was taken aback by Li Jing's response, blinking in surprise before saying, "If my lord has already made up his mind, then I shall not pry further." Ling Zhu, unaware of the complexities unfolding outside her mother's womb, continued her relentless cultivation in tranquility. In her previous life on Earth, spiritual energy had become exceedingly scarce. Throughout the ages, numerous wise masters devised various methods to extract the essence of heaven and earth, aspiring to attain enlightenment and immortality. Although most met their end with regret, the arduous nature of cultivation meant that the intricacies of their techniques far surpassed those of the late Shang dynasty. The celestial demon art that Ling Zhu practiced was a culmination of the wisdom of countless sages, distilled into a profound method. Moreover, the mysterious Xianpin formation proved to be immensely beneficial to her. In less than 6 months of gestation, Ling Zhu had already transcended to the enlightenment stage and entered the realm of qi, refinement, and foundation establishment and accomplishment that would have stymied a significant portion of cultivators in her previous life. Reaching the enlightenment stage signified a clear mind, an awakening to the paths of cultivation, while the physical body was cleansed of impurities, enabling the refinement of essence into qi and qi into spirit, thus laying a solid foundation for the process of foundation establishment. The term foundation, as its name suggests, signifies the establishment of a fundamental base for cultivation. From this point onward, the body and mind become one. The sensations of the body reflect the perceptions of the heart, achieving unity between the internal and external realms, thus becoming less susceptible to the deceptions of illusions and delusions. Above this state of mind, one can truly embark on the path of cultivation. The concept of a foundation encompasses not only the nature of the heart, but also necessitates the physical form to attain a certain level of refinement. In Buddhism, this is described as a body akin to crystal, clear and unblemished both internally and externally. However, Buddhism emphasizes the cultivation of the heart over the body, valuing essence above existence. Therefore, it is only at a significantly elevated state that the physical form can reach such a level. Conversely, the paths of demonic cultivation rely heavily on the physical body as a crucible for enlightenment. Thus, the process of establishing a crystalline form is expedited and becomes particularly crucial at the outset of one's cultivation. Otherwise, in the course of future practices, the physical body may struggle to endure the purifying force of true energy, leading to a collapse of the crucible and rendering the pursuit of immortality as ephemeral as a mirage. Given that foundation implies merely the beginning of the path, in the past life of Ling Zhu, the sparse spiritual energy necessitated that even those with exceptional innate talents would spend decades to reach this realm. The notion of 100 days of foundation is but an illusion. Who has ever attained the state of no-leakage within such a short span? Decades merely grant the qualification for cultivation, and with the limited lifespan of a human, it is no wonder that throughout millennia, there are no accounts of anyone achieving enlightenment solely through cultivation. Ling Zhu harbored doubts regarding the scarcity of spiritual energy in the world. If celestial materials and earthly treasures were indeed rare, That would be understandable. Each used treasure diminishes the count, and over thousands of years, it is not surprising that few remain. However, the heavens and earth have existed since time immemorial, long before humanity's emergence. And if spiritual energy were to dissipate, it should have done so long ago. Why then has this depletion only become apparent in recent millennia? There must be a reason now that he has arrived in an era rich in spiritual energy. He is determined to uncover the truth behind it. Uninformed about worldly matters, Ling Zhu remained unaware of the passage of time while in his mother's womb, diligently practicing daily. With the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him, his physical form had already reached a considerable level of refinement. Yet, the unique cultivation methods of the Heavenly Demon Sect required not only the body, but also a breakthrough in one's nature. Thus, as he engaged in seated meditation, his progress began to slow. Oblivious to the passage of day and night, he focused solely on his practice, ultimately dedicating 3 years and 6 months to his cultivation. While he remained unaware of the peculiarities of his situation, the outside world was rife with commotion and gossip, particularly within the Li family. Many speculated that Lady Yin, pregnant for 3.5 years, must be carrying either a deity or a demon. Neither possibility promised a favorable outcome. Lady Yin herself felt considerable anxiety, while Huang Yin took delight in the gossip, offering scornful remarks. In contrast, Li Jing appeared unperturbed, seemingly confident and unaffected by the rumors, frequently visiting Lady Yin with a demeanor that reflected deep affection. One day, after completing a cycle of spiritual energy circulation, Ling Zhu was suddenly enveloped in brilliant light. He felt as if his body had transformed into crystal, with his internal organs vividly visible, akin to opening a warehouse to reveal treasures. His limbs were infused with abundant vigor, flowing ceaselessly. With a heart filled with peace and joy, he experienced a profound happiness and unparalleled ecstasy that transcended ordinary pleasures. Ling Zhu rejoiced, realizing that his nature had reached fruition and the foundation had indeed been established. Having successfully established a foundation, entering the initial phase of awakening, one finds oneself in a state of unity between body and mind. As Ling Zhu remains a mere fetus, the connection with his mother, Yin Hao-en, is profound, allowing all that she perceives and experiences to be transmitted directly into his consciousness. He observes the surroundings, filled with an ancient charm, an array of objects previously unknown to him, stirring within him a sense of wonder. Yet, upon noticing his mother's haggard appearance, clearly a testament to the arduous burden of carrying him, he cannot help but feel a surge of compassion and guilt. He reflects. The sutras speak of a mother's profound and unparalleled grace. Regardless of whether one follows the path of Buddha, Tao, or even demonic realms, all owe their existence to the trials endured by their mothers during gestation and childbirth. We are born indebted to this immense kindness, a debt that can never truly be repaid in a lifetime. Thus, even the most malevolent practitioners of dark arts dare not forsake the filial piety owed to their mothers, willing to sacrifice themselves in vengeance against those who wronged her. Though I am reborn, my gratitude to my mother has only intensified, compelling me to strive to repay this debt otherwise. The weight of karma will render the path to enlightenment exceedingly arduous. While he contemplates these thoughts, a sudden flash of white light appears before him. An enigmatic figure materializes within the Ruma Taoist priest. Ling Zhu is taken aback, while Yin Hao-en is filled with trepidation, her voice trembling as she demands, "Who are you? This is the inner chamber. How dare you intrude? Leave at once." The Taoist, holding a whisk, exudes an air of elegance. Upon hearing Yin Hao-en's command, he merely smiles softly, sweeps his whisk, and points with authority, declaring, "Why do you not depart swiftly?" A beam of golden light then surges into Yin Hao-en's womb. Startled, she looks up again, only to find the figure has vanished. Bewildered, she rubs her eyes, murmuring, "It seems I have been quite fatigued of late, even dreaming in broad daylight." Meanwhile, Ling Zhu feels a surge of vigilance and quickly withdraws his consciousness into the sea of recognition within the fetus, remaining observant for any changes. Within this sea of recognition, an expansive emptiness prevails, devoid of all but an infinite, dark ocean. As Ling Zhu retracts his awareness, the surface of this sea becomes tranquil, as still as a piece of obsidian crystal. Before long, a youth emerges upon the surface of the sea, standing tall and strikingly handsome, yet clad in a child's red apron, with a golden necklace adorning his neck. Gazing upon this figure, a name suddenly springs to Ling Zhu's mind, causing him to gasp in astonishment. Could this attire belong to Nezha? Chapter 3. The soul-devouring spirit pearl. The spirit of the young lad was none other than the reincarnation of Nezha's spiritual pearl. He looked around anxiously, muttering to himself, "My master foretold that upon the birth of this child, he would bestow upon him the name Nezha. What a peculiar name it is." He also mentioned that this woman is the celestial maiden of the profound Een, and the child she bears is a heavenly demon, naturally possessing an exquisite furnace of a body. Therefore, he calculated the moment of the child's maturity and sent me here to seize the soul. But where is the soul of the child? I must find it swiftly and eradicate it completely. Ling Zhu, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of indignation. When he first read the investiture of the gods, he had found Nezha and his master to be nothing but tyrants and rogues. Today, witnessing this for himself, he realized the truth. They would slaughter his soul merely for the sake of a furnace? Humph, a grudge has been formed. As a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, I shall repay this enmity. Otherwise, my heart will be entangled, and my cultivation shall not advance an inch. What of Nezha? I shall use him as the first to make an example. With his heart ablaze with fury, Ling Zhu's consciousness began to resonate, and suddenly a tempest arose, waves crashing violently. Nezha's eyes lit up with excitement, and he exclaimed, "Found it!" Stretching out his hand, he plunged into the sea of consciousness and seized Ling Zhu's soul. At that moment, Ling Zhu's body and spirit were one. As a fetus, his soul also took the form of an infant. As he was captured by Nezha and prepared to resist, a sudden realization struck him. It is said that Nezha is a reincarnation of a celestial being, and his powers are likely formidable. Although my foundation has been established, if we were to engage in combat, I might not be his match. He perceives me merely as an ordinary fetus, unguarded. Perhaps I should feign weakness and seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. These thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant. Ling Zhu closed his eyes tightly, offering no resistance as he was held in Nezha's grasp. Nezha, upon observing this, was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled and said, "The soul of a heavenly demon blood fetus appears to look like this? It bears no difference from that of a mortal. But how could a mere mortal bear a demon child? No matter, with a demon fetus, she cannot live for long. It would be better for her to perish swiftly, sparing me the trouble of feigning servitude later. How bothersome." Ling Zhu, hearing Nezha's foolishness and ignorance of the cyclic nature of heavenly laws and the principles of retribution, felt even more disdain. Seeing Nezha absorbed in examining the fetus and letting down his guard, he thought, if not now, then when? He immediately shouted, "Prepare yourself, soul-devouring heavenly demon." With that proclamation, Ling Zhu's soul suddenly expanded exponentially. His face turned blue, hair blazed like flames, eyes resembled copper bells, and his teeth were sharp like daggers. His form became grand, with 3 heads and 6 arms, revealing the true likeness of a heavenly demon. This soul-devouring technique transforms one's own spirit into that of a heavenly demon, infiltrating the opponent's sea of consciousness to devour their essence, thus augmenting one's own malevolent power. It is an exceptionally potent strike of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Though Ling Zhu's cultivation level might not have allowed him to execute such a formidable form, within his own sea of consciousness, he had the advantage of terrain, making the spell much easier to cast. At this moment, Ling Zhu embodied the heavenly demon itself, wielding the heavenly demon against the heavenly demon with effortless mastery, unleashing boundless might. Nezha, despite his exceptional insight, had not anticipated that a fetus with unawakened consciousness could wield such a technique. Caught off guard, he was seized by the limbs of the heavenly demon and lifted high. Nezha, caught off guard, found himself immobilized. At that moment, devoid of physical form, his spirit, when it came to sheer strength, was no match for the colossal demon. He bellowed, "Who dares to provoke me? I am the son of the Grand General of Chintang Pass, the Lord of a town. You have offended me. I would not hesitate to slay you." Ling Zhu, recalling the tale from Investiture of the Gods, thought to himself that when the Dragon King's 3rd prince questioned Nezha, he spoke with the same bravado, reminiscent of the corrupt official's offspring from his previous life. Unable to suppress his laughter, he remarked, "The Grand General of Chintang Pass. A grand title indeed. Yet here in my sea of consciousness, I have severed your soul. What can your title do to me?" With that, he swiftly bit off one of Nezha's arms. Blood gushing forth, the sound of crunching echoing in the air. In excruciating pain, Nezha's fury escalated, and he roared, "You dare to harm me? I am a disciple of the Jade Void Palace, descended from heaven to restore the Zhou dynasty and annihilate the Shang. This is destiny. Who dares oppose it?" Slaying your entire family would be but a trifle. How dare you harm me? Ling Zhu, finding the exchange tedious, sneered. You regurgitate the same few phrases, truly a foolish beast. What do you mean by destiny? The path of heaven is constant, yet unpredictable. What does the Jade Void Palace amount to, that you dare to speak of fate? Instead, heed my 7-word mantra. The joy of contending with heaven is boundless. This is the true path for cultivators like us. Your notions of complying with heavenly decree are mere nonsense. Upon hearing this, Nezha was taken aback, his confidence waning. The joy of contending with heaven is boundless? What a grand heresy! Who dares to be so audacious? Are you not afraid of heavenly retribution? Audacious? Heavenly retribution? Huh, a jest indeed. This is the true saying of His Majesty, the great emperor of the Red Dynasty. He turned the world upside down. Those who revered him were honored as gods, while those who despised him trembled like demons. Who could ever challenge him? What you perceive as arrogance is simply a matter of course to him. You, a petty tyrant who uses heavenly decree as a guise, are utterly unqualified to judge. With that, he bit off Nezha's other arm with a crunch, the sound echoing once more. Nezha cried out in agony, realizing the demon's ferocity signified his inevitable demise. He yelled, Today you have harmed me, but my master, Tai Jinren, will not let you go. You shall reap what you sow, do not regret it later. Ling Zhu spat disdainfully. Here I am, diligently cultivating in my mother's womb, and you, a mere wretch, come to slay my soul. Should I simply close my eyes and await death to appease your worthless master? Your master's arrival is a matter for another day. Today, I shall consume you. Before he could finish, the demon's third head lunged forward, biting off half of Nezha's head with a crack, the sound of gnashing echoing in the air. The head, the pinnacle of the 6 yangs, held immense significance. Although Nezha possessed divine powers, with his skull consumed, even the arrival of the primordial supreme being would be futile. The treasured items, the universe circle and the mysterious sky silk, lost their master and fell, only to be snatched up by the demon transformed from Ling Zhu. In a flurry of bites, the demon devoured Nezha's remains, finally satisfied, and reverted to Ling Zhu's original form. Ling Zhu wiped his mouth and smiled, saying, In my previous life, I consumed human souls, but they were merely the remnants of mortals. I have never feasted upon such divine souls. Indeed, they are exquisitely nourishing and significantly enhance my cultivation. However, I must remain wary of Nezha and his master, Tai Jinren. Having just devoured this fellow's soul, I shall transform it into Nezha's likeness. After all, Tai Jinren may not recognize it. Thus, drawing upon the essence of Nezha that I have ingested, Ling Zhu refined his entire soul, and he became a perfect replica of Nezha. Chapter 4. A chaotic era is ideal for cultivation. The fundamental tenet of the Heavenly Demon Sect, which Ling Zhu practiced, can ultimately be distilled into 8 words. Follow your heart's desire, seek vengeance and gratitude with fervor. The phrase follow your heart's desire does not refer to the reckless behavior of street ruffians who seize what they wish. Rather, it signifies that whether one engages in virtuous or malevolent deeds, once a thought arises, there exists a heartfelt intention, and such intentions must be acted upon without hesitation. Regardless of the hardships faced, one must persist. Achieving success brings peace to the heart, creating an opportunity for growth and cultivation. Should one's resolve waver or falter midway, no amount of effort will yield progress. This path of following one's heart allows one to embody both the Buddha when doing good and the demon when committing evil, wholly reliant on the individual's true nature. Therefore, despite being known as the Heavenly Demon Sect, it has produced several saints of unparalleled virtue, individuals who selflessly engage in good deeds, eclipsing even the esteemed Lei Feng. Their cultivation is commendable, a testament to their alignment with pure-hearted goodness. Naturally, there are also numerous villains, committing heinous acts too numerous to recount, who, while not betraying their true nature, have nonetheless attained considerable heights in their cultivation. Most common, however, are individuals like Ling Zhu, who engage in both virtuous and nefarious deeds, entirely dependent upon the movement of their thoughts. The phrase seek vengeance and gratitude with fervor is even more straightforward to comprehend. When one receives a favor, it must be repaid. Repayment fosters cultivation. To remain ungrateful leads to feelings of guilt when encountering benefactors, creating a blockage in the heart that stifles progress in one's cultivation. The same applies to grudges. Unresolved enmities must be settled, for if one's thoughts remain entangled, further advancement becomes impossible. Nezha's intent to obliterate Ling Zhu's soul represents a deep-seated vendetta. Thus, Ling Zhu retaliated immediately, consuming Nezha's soul. This act of direct retribution brought immeasurable relief to his heart, invigorating his spirit, with subtle signs suggesting he was nearing the latter stages of his emotional journey. The challenges of progressing in cultivation during my past life were formidable. It is not merely the physical body that lags behind, but even the realms of temperament are arduous to attain. While the notion of seeking vengeance and gratitude sounds simple, in this murky world, where can one find such plentiful connections? Even finding a person with whom to forge a mortal enmity is no easy feat. If one were to provoke others and cultivate enmity, could it truly be called satisfaction? Yet here I am, before even leaving the womb, having resolved a life and death grudge. Truly, a chaotic era is indeed advantageous. In my Heavenly Demon Sect, there exists a saying, a chaotic era is ideal for cultivation. Now, I finally grasp its meaning. Feeling inspired, Ling Zhu chuckled and said, since I have entered this chaotic era and become a person of its time, how can I still use the name of my past life? Wouldn't that seem unbecoming? Henceforth, having claimed another's soul and corporeal form, I shall also bestow upon him a lingering thought. From this moment on, I am Nezha, and Nezha is me. As soon as these words were uttered, the world was no longer graced by the presence of Ling Zhu alone. Instead, a new incarnation of the heavenly demon, Nezha, emerged. The realm of Fengshen was thus thrown into chaos, transformed beyond recognition by the arrival of this celestial entity. Having become Nezha, Ling Zhu seized the Hunyuan scarf and the Qianquan circle, adorning himself with these treasures. The magical artifacts surfaced from his sea of consciousness, revealing their extraordinary nature. As Nezha's soul donned the artifacts, his physical form followed suit, radiating an ethereal glow and auspicious energy, confirming their status as unparalleled celestial treasures. The Qianquan circle and Hunyuan scarf were indeed extraordinary relics, their emergence disrupting the primordial energies of the universe, while others remained oblivious. Yin Heian suddenly felt excruciating pain in her abdomen, clutching her belly and unable to suppress her cries of anguish. This commotion caused a flurry of activity among the servants, some rushing to summon a midwife, while others hurried to inform the master of the household. Inside the residence, Li Jing was reclining leisurely when a servant burst in, exclaiming, "Master, Madam is about to give birth." Unfazed, Li Jing nodded slightly, took a sip of tea, and then rose, retrieving the sword hanging on the wall as he strolled toward Madame Yin's chamber. Before he could reach the door, another servant rushed in, breathless with alarm. "Master, it's terrible. Madam has given birth to a monster." With a disdainful grunt, Li Jing kicked the chatterer aside and, wearing a cold smile, strode into the room. There lay Yin Heian on the bed, her hair matted with sweat, her expression one of extreme weakness. Surrounding her were a few maidservants and midwives, their faces etched with fear. On the floor before the bed, a peculiar fleshy sphere rolled about, an extraordinary sight indeed. This sphere was none other than Nezha, transformed. The demonic fetus bore a resemblance to a human infant, the only distinction being that while a human embryo is encased within the placenta, the heavenly demon's placenta manifested as a fleshy orb. Upon acquiring the artifacts, Nezha had stirred his mother's prenatal energy, becoming enveloped within this sphere upon his birth. Such a unique arrival was not an everyday occurrence, and Nezha found himself perplexed, unsure whether to burst forth from the sphere or remain curled up like a typical infant. Li Jing, seemingly prepared for this moment, bellowed angrily, "Which demon dares to disrupt my household? Do you think I cannot defeat you?" With that, he drew his sword. Nezha, observing from within the fleshy orb, could not help but let out a cold laugh, thinking to himself, this Li Jing, known for his cold-heartedness and cruelty in the investiture of the gods, is indeed no virtuous man. This scene unfolds just as it does in the tales. You wish to strike me down? The Qianquan circle I possess is not without its power. Do try if you dare. Yin Heian, startled, struggled to sit up from the bed, hoarsely imploring, "Master, you must not. That is your flesh and blood." "Silence," Li Jing shouted, pointing a finger at Yin Heian and rebuking. "How dare you speak out, wretched woman? I, Li Jing, am a man of integrity. How could I father such a monster? Clearly, you have strayed from your marital duties and consorted with demons, giving rise to this abomination." Having just given birth and feeling extremely weak, Yin Heian, overwhelmed by Li Jing's harsh words, felt a surge of anger grip her heart, and darkness clouded her vision as she fainted. Seeing his mother lose consciousness, Nezha's fury ignited. He could no longer feign innocence and, with resolve, prepared to break free from the orb. At this moment, Li Jing chanted incantations, pointing his finger as a stream of white mist flew from it, encircling the flesh sphere several times. Nezha immediately felt as though the sphere was bound by iron rings, unable to expand any further. To his surprise, Li Jing possessed a modicum of mystical arts. Nezha scoffed inwardly, thinking, how could such a trivial constraint possibly hinder me? He reached out towards the Qianquan circle. Before he could act, he saw Li Jing approach, cradling the flesh sphere in both hands, and uttering, "This monstrosity is likely no ordinary creature. A mere sword may not suffice to harm it. Allow me to take it to a secret chamber and refine it using the techniques of my sect." With that, he parted the crowd and strode directly into the secret chamber, holding the sphere carefully. Nezha, perplexed, murmured in surprise, "What is this twist of fate? This is not how it was depicted in the investiture of the gods." Curiosity piqued. He refrained from intervening, choosing instead to observe how Li Jing would handle the situation. Li Jing entered the chamber, locking the door behind him, and proceeded to another inner room, which he also secured. Inside, a chilling wind swept through, and 9 banners fluttered autonomously despite the absence of wind, accompanied by the eerie sounds of a woman's weeping, sending shivers down one's spine. Li Jing placed the flesh sphere upon a stone pedestal in the room and took a few steps back, suddenly breaking into a sinister laugh. He exclaimed, "After years of scheming, I have finally achieved my desire. I never anticipated that wretched woman, upon whom I secretly planted the heavenly demon seed, would endure for so long. Truly, she is worthy of her title as the celestial Maiden. But this is fortuitous. After 3.5 years of gestation, the heavenly demon seed has matured into a robust demonic fetus, ripe for the crafting of my 99 demon banner, its efficacy unparalleled." Upon hearing this, Nezha suddenly comprehended the truth. It was all Li Jing's machinations. No wonder the demonic fetus lacked a spirit. It was not conceived in the traditional sense, but rather implanted by this villain into the womb of Haonyang. His aim was to utilize the demonic fetus to forge a sinister artifact. Initially filled with rage upon learning of Li Jing's betrayal of his mother, Nezha was momentarily taken aback and nearly laughed aloud upon hearing the name of the 99 demon banner. Why choose to forge this banner? If it were another artifact, I might not even recognize it. This particular artifact aligns perfectly with the cultivation methods of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Having perused the sect's texts in a previous life, I am now both amused and exasperated. This schemer has labored tirelessly, yet all to create a garment for me. How unworthy of such a gift. Yet I cannot refuse it. Indeed, the 99 demon banner, though named a banner, has its true essence not in the 9 flags, but in the soulless heavenly demon fetus. The master of the banner inserts a fragment of their primordial spirit into the demonic fetus, using it as a conduit to command the 81 demons residing on the banner. When unleashed, it can seize souls and obliterate one's primordial spirit, making it an extraordinarily potent artifact, difficult to withstand even for those of considerable cultivation. Despite its formidable power, the crafting of this banner is exceedingly arduous, requiring the collection of the souls of 81 innocent young women who have met untimely deaths. These souls must be ruthlessly tempered for 81 days, combined with countless rare materials, to forge the banners and infuse them with the captured souls. Only then can the first step be completed, with the soulless heavenly demon fetus being the most crucial element in the process. This instrument is inherently malevolent, should it be wielded by a human. The innocent and tragic spirits of the underworld would surely retaliate, leading to the practitioner's agonizing demise. Thus, some devised a method to manipulate the body of the celestial demon to deploy the magical banner. Within the celestial demon's dantian, there exist naturally 99 blood seals, a unique ability to control the spirits of the underworld. When utilizing the celestial demon's body, the spirits would not retaliate, thereby unleashing the immense power of the magical banner. Given the formidable nature of this banner, one may wonder why Nezha chose to mock Li Jing. The crux lies in the fact that the celestial demon fetus, although possessing a robust physical form, lacks a soul. This allows it to be manipulated by one's primordial spirit. However, as Nezha's soul now resides within the demon fetus, how could a mere fragment of a primordial spirit hope to exert control? The 81 underworld spirits thus became Nezha's subordinates. Had the practitioner of the banner been exceptionally powerful, they could forcibly seize the celestial demon's soul and implant it within their own primordial spirit. Yet Li Jing, lacking such formidable prowess and unaware that the demon fetus already harbored a dominant soul, made a grave misstep, ultimately benefiting Nezha. It is no wonder that Nezha harbored secret amusement. On the day Li Jing drugged Heian and clandestinely introduced the celestial demon fetus, he naturally assumed that a soul could not possibly exist. Little did he anticipate the extraordinary event of Nezha's soul transcending into another body. Without further contemplation, he placed the fleshy orb at the center of the formation and invoked secret techniques, dividing a fragment of his primordial spirit to implant within the demon fetus's sea of consciousness. Nezha's soul, already concealed within that sea, offered no resistance to Li Jing's invasion, allowing him to control its physical form while secretly observing. Li Jing easily seized the corporeal form of the celestial demon fetus, elated within. He promptly recited incantations and gestures to command the spirits of the underworld with the essence of the celestial demon. From the 9 banners emerged 81 female souls transformed into underworld spirits, lamenting and wailing, yet bound by Li Jing's talismans, they could not resist, and thus entered the demon fetus's body, each binding themselves to a blood seal, becoming eternal servants of the celestial demon, unable to harbor any thoughts of rebellion. After sealing their blood contracts, the underworld spirits returned to the banners, their cries still echoing, haunting and dreadful. Seeing his artifact successfully refined, Li Jing felt himself elevated to the status of a formidable figure and, overwhelmed with joy, could not help but laugh uproariously, exclaiming, "Consider my humble beginnings. Trembling as I ascended to this point, enduring countless humiliations and exercising utmost caution, I, a robust man, had to offer my physical form to curry favor with the likes of Yin Heian and other nobility merely to attain this position of general. Yet, I still must heed another's countenance. How I despise this. But those days are behind me. From this moment forth, with this artifact in hand, I stand as a master in my own right. Should any oppose me, I will vanquish them. Should any immortals obstruct me, I shall obliterate them. No longer shall I rely on women to climb the ranks. I shall undoubtedly carve out a great enterprise, bringing glory to my ancestors and enjoying everlasting honor." Ha! Nezha, upon hearing Li Jing's outburst, began to grasp the struggles of this opportunistic father of his, realizing the depths of his tribulations had birthed a demonic obsession, leading him to resort to unscrupulous means. Amused yet bemused, Nezha, while cultivating within the demon gate, was no saint himself. The more arduous Li Jing's path became, the more intrigued Nezha grew in thwarting his endeavors, waiting until Li Jing laughed to the point of tears before revealing himself from the sea of consciousness. Striking gently with the Qianquan circle, shattering Li Jing's fragment of primordial spirit into oblivion. Li Jing was laughing maniacally when suddenly he felt a jolt of shock, sensing that the thread of his primordial spirit within the celestial demon fetus had abruptly vanished. His spirit was damaged, and his physical body could not escape unscathed. It felt as though a knife was carving into his heart, causing him to cry out in agony, spitting out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Nezha's primordial spirit emerged from the sea of consciousness, effortlessly reclaiming his physical form. With a grin, he observed Li Jing, who was now spitting blood and lying unconscious, filling him with a sense of triumph. He mused to himself, "These 81 shadow demons have come rather easily." Although the 99 shadow demon banner may not be classified as a divine artifact, its power is indeed considerable. To have gained such a fortune effortlessly is akin to winning the lottery while reclining. It seems my luck in this lifetime is quite favorable, indeed worthy of celebration. Having seized the 99 shadow demon banner, Nezha felt a surge of elation, his cultivation evidently advancing. In his joy, he wielded the universe circle, delivering a single strike that shattered the restrictions imposed by Li Jing with a resounding explosion. The fleshy orb ruptured, filling the room with a delightful fragrance. After 3 years and 6 months, Nezha finally emerged into the world. Initially appearing as a mere fetus, he quickly grew as he greeted the light, his body expanding rapidly to a height of 6 feet before coming to a halt, now resembling a youthful boy of 12 or 13 years. The universe circle and the mystic heaven silk, precious artifacts, grew alongside him, still resembling a collar and a belly band. Nezha examined himself with amusement, chuckling. Who would have thought I would find myself in such a state, clad only in a belly band? How amusing. Unperturbed by his nakedness, he glanced around, momentarily taken aback by the formation Li Jing had set. While not exceptionally sophisticated, the formation nevertheless utilized many valuable treasures to enhance its efficacy. The red dragon gold essence, brocade cloud mica, and yellow sky wood blossom. Such an abundance of fine items could easily forge several flying swords. In his previous life, acquiring even a single item was fraught with difficulty. Yet, Li Jing managed to gather so many. It seems that in this era, treasures are indeed undervalued. Nezha misunderstood the situation. While these treasures were not as precious as those of later generations, they were certainly not worthless, remaining rare and sought after. Li Jing had spent many years collecting these treasures for the purpose of forging the 99 Shadow Demon banner, and despite being a town lord, it took him considerable time to amass such a collection. However, with such a plethora of treasures and his current naked state, Nezha pondered how he might gather them. Just as he was at a loss, he felt a stir within his consciousness, and the universe circle floated up, gathering the scattered treasures and the 99 Shadow Demon banner in a single sweep. So the universe circle possesses such remarkable capabilities. Nezha rejoiced and extended his awareness into the circle, discovering that it contained boundless space, forming a world of its own. Not only were there mountains and rivers, but also sun, moon, and stars, indistinguishable from the external realm. Nezha nodded in acknowledgement, reflecting, I had always thought the universe circle was merely a tool for striking down foes, with its power being rather ordinary. The Golden Light Cave Master, Tai Jinren, possesses immense magical prowess. How could this circle rightfully bear the title of the cave's treasure? But now it appears that within lies a vast universe, truly deserving of the name Universe Circle. There is likely more to discover, and I shall explore it further in due time. As the treasures were thoroughly scavenged, Nezha raised the Qinquan circle and shattered the door to emerge with great strides, hastening towards his mother's chamber. Chapter 6. A ruthless hand in bloom at this moment. In the birthing room, Lady Yin reclined on her couch, her delicate beauty marred by exhaustion, with traces of tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes, clearly indicating she had recently wept. Before her stood a young woman, the personal maid of Lady Huang, named Rian. Petite and graceful, Rian bore a charming smile, embodying the role of a clever and considerate servant. With a teasing tone, Rian said, Lady Yin, it has come to light that you have consorted with a demon, resulting in the birth of a grotesque creature. This scandal has spread throughout the estate, leaving my lady in utter shock. Thus, I have been sent to inquire about the truth of this matter. Who is the demon? When did you engage with this being? What methods were employed? I humbly request your guidance on these queries. Lady Yin, filled with rage, trembled and stammered, You truly go too far. I have always maintained my virtue, never stepping beyond my threshold. Who in this household does not know this? How could I possibly consort with a demon? That woman, Huang Yin, has always been one to vie for favor and power. I have tolerated her antics, but to hear such baseless accusations today is utterly outrageous. I shall not let this rest. Rian laughed mockingly and replied, Lady Yin, you jest. What does it matter if one has never crossed the threshold? If it is indeed a demon, it can come and go like mist, unbound by doors. Surely, your husband has not graced your chamber in some time, prompting you to summon a demon for solace. Rian, while appearing demure, was a cunning character, the most trusted confidant of Lady Huang. Upon hearing of Lady Yin's peculiar offspring, Lady Huang was elated and promptly sent Rian to humiliate her, hoping to provoke Lady Yin to such a degree that she might perish from anger, or at the very least, bleed from the strain. Having just given birth, Lady Yin was exceedingly frail, and her noble upbringing rendered her delicate. How could she withstand the sharp barbs of Rian's tongue? She felt the world fading to black, a sweetness rising in her throat, and indeed, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Delighted, Rian continued her taunts with a playful laugh. Oh dear lady, you truly are fragile. It is said that demons favor such delicate women, finding a particular delight in their vulnerability. How unsurprising. Lady Yin, having never sought power, found herself with few loyal subordinates, all of whom were now kept in check by Rian's entourage, too afraid to speak out. Rian understood that with the birth of a monstrous child, Lady Yin could no longer remain in the household. Even if she humiliated her thoroughly, what did it matter? The onlookers shared similar thoughts, laughing heartily at Rian's scornful jests directed at Lady Yin. Amidst the commotion, a youthful voice rang out from the doorway. Who dares disturb my mother's rest? It was Nezha. With determined strides, Nezha entered the room, noticing the throng of idle onlookers, and frowned. Why are there so many people here? This is no place for idlers. Begone at once, he commanded, disregarding the crowd as he approached Lady Yin, speaking softly. Mother, you have endured much. Lady Yin rubbed her eyes, and, upon seeing the striking youth before her, his lips red and complexion pale, undeniably handsome, wondered how he could possibly call her mother. Yet, the bond of motherhood transcends mere appearances. After all, she had carried Nezha for 3 years and 6 months. In an instant, he recognized the child as his own. Overwhelmed with a mixture of joy and sorrow, he embraced Nezha tightly and exclaimed, My dear child, is it truly you? Heaven has shown mercy. Indeed, it is a divine blessing. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. Nezha, aware of the necessity for his mother to rest after childbirth, noticed her overwhelming emotions could be detrimental to her health. He gently comforted her and recited a lullaby, placing a hand on the center of Yin Haonu's brow, allowing her to drift into slumber. Ru Yin stood nearby, initially perplexed by the sudden arrival of a young boy who called out to Yin Haonu as mother, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. It was only after Yin Haonu had fallen asleep that she regained her composure and laughed, saying, "Oh dear, is this little brother the spawn of Madame Yin and a demon? Truly, he possesses a handsome visage. One can only imagine that his biological father is equally striking. No wonder Madame Yin was captivated enough to act in such a manner." The accompanying onlookers erupted in laughter. Upon hearing Ru Yan's biting words, Nezha turned to scrutinize her and found her eyes sparkling like autumn waters, her skin as smooth as cream, and her face radiant. Her slender waist and voluptuous form exuded an alluring charm, marking her as an exceptionally beautiful woman. With a slight smile, he remarked, "Dear sister, you are quite lovely as well." Ru Yin covered her mouth, chuckling. "Oh dear, little brother, your words are quite charming. But what does it matter if I am beautiful? Are you perhaps seeking to be like your father?" She cast a flirtatious glance at Nezha, embodying an infinite allure. Nezha responded with a grin, "It's a misunderstanding. Dear sister, I merely have a peculiar inclination. The more beautiful the object, the more exhilarating it is to shatter it." Ru Yan's eyes widened in surprise. "What do you mean by that?" Before she could finish her sentence, Nezha hurled his cosmic circle, striking her head with a resounding crash, obliterating it entirely. Blood and brain matter splattered across the floor and walls. Retrieving his cosmic circle, Nezha pretended to lick the bloodstains, a vice of his demonic nature, almost indulging in the act, and remarked with an unchanged smile, "Ah, the thrill of wielding a deadly sword with precision, and the joy of shattering a beauty's head. Truly, a delightful experience." The crowd, witnessing his merciless act against such a delicate beauty, was initially stunned into silence, but soon erupted into shrieks of horror. Nezha furrowed his brow in annoyance. How bothersome. Moments ago, there was laughter, and now there are screams. Where's your decorum? Fine, I shall bring you some peace. With a swift motion of his cosmic circle, he summoned the 99 Yama banner, brandishing it in the wind, commanding, "Go, devour the souls of these fools." In an instant, the previously sunlit room was engulfed in darkness, as the banner released 81 white phantoms that surged towards the onlookers. The 99 Yama banner, a dreadfully fearsome artifact, was capable of causing great distress even to seasoned practitioners. These mere mortals stood no chance against it. After a cacophony of wails and cries, their souls were violently consumed, leaving their lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. Strangely enough, Nezha discerned an oddity. There were only 7 or 8 onlookers, and one would expect 10 demons to deal with each. Yet out of the 81 demons, 50 or 60 were focused on a single individual, while the rest attended to the remaining few. Unsurprisingly, that unfortunate soul met a particularly tragic fate. Nezha approached the lifeless body, scrutinizing it for a moment. Yet he found nothing particularly handsome or loathsome about the individual, leaving him perplexed. What could be the reason this fellow so adeptly entices the malevolent spirits? The 50 or 60 spectral beings had torn the man's soul apart, yet they emitted laughter, swirling around Nezha, with a few even engaging in affectionate gestures. These specters were the tragic remnants of young maidens, their souls retaining the semblance of their former selves. While not unattractive, their excessive familiarity still sent chills down Nezha's spine, prompting him to sternly intervene. The overwhelming presence of his celestial form rendered the specters powerless, and they murmured in discontent, their words incomprehensible. Before gradually retreating back to their banner, a few casting sorrowful glances as they departed. Nezha noted the stark contrast in the spirit's demeanor compared to before, leaving him utterly bewildered. Chapter 7. The Celestial Master Tai. What on earth is going on with these beings? Regrettably, while I possess knowledge on how to command these specters, I remain ignorant of the art of conversing with them. I shall have to explore this further in due time. Nezha stowed away the banner, shook off the lingering chill, and settled down to pour himself a cup of tea. Taking a sip, he coldly addressed the remaining family members. "You lot, since you did not mock my mother earlier, I shall spare your lives. However, should there be even a hint of disrespect in the future, while the few remaining individuals in the room, all servants of Lady Yin, were already taken aback by Nezha's fierce demeanor, trembling and kneeling on the ground, too fearful to respond. Nezha furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "What? Is there no one here to acknowledge my words?" Among the servants, a maidservant who attended to Lady Yin, typically quiet, seized the opportunity to speak, her voice more refined and responsive. "Naturally, we shall heed the young master's commands." Nezha nodded in satisfaction and inquired, What is your name, dear sister? The maid, flustered, replied, I do not deserve to be called sister. My name is Lan'er. Nezha stepped closer, lifting her chin with a finger, examining her closely before remarking, Sister Lan'er, you are truly quite beautiful. Lan'er, delicate and charming, was indeed a beauty. Recalling how Nezha had previously praised another's beauty before subsequently shattering their skull, she was instantly alarmed, stammering, Please, young master, do not harm me. Having been a part of the demonic sect in his past life, Nezha was undoubtedly disciplined in his pursuits, yet he relished mischief and leisure. He had merely intended to frighten Lan'er, and seeing her reaction, he burst into laughter, declaring, It was just a jest, dear sister Lan'er. No need to take it to heart. Lan'er sighed in relief, yet her heart was heavy with sorrow, with such a callous and malevolent young master. Our future days promised to be exceedingly difficult. Nezha disregarded her further and commanded, Clean this place thoroughly. When my mother awakens, she must not be startled. The servants replied in unison and set to work, dragging the corpses out and cleansing the blood and remnants. Lan'er, gathering her courage, spoke to Nezha. The lady was provoked to the point of spitting blood earlier. I wonder if there will be any lasting consequences? What? Nezha, with his sword-like eyebrows raised, hurriedly sat beside his mother, grasping her wrist to take her pulse. In his previous life, he was a prodigy who devoured knowledge, and his mastery of alchemy and traditional Chinese medicine was profound, intricately linked to his cultivation. After a lengthy examination, he finally spoke, Fortunately, it is merely a case of excessive heat affecting the heart. With some time and proper care, all will be well, Sister Lan'er. I shall compose a prescription for you, and you can procure the necessary herbs from the apothecary. Prescription? Apothecary? Lan'er, bewildered, timidly replied, Forgive me, young master, but I am unfamiliar with such terms. If it pertains to herbal medicine, one must gather the ingredients oneself, yet I dare not consume anything indiscriminately. Nezha paused, suddenly realizing that the classic text of traditional Chinese medicine, the Huangdi Neijing, would not emerge until the spring and autumn period, and at this moment, there was likely no profession dedicated to medicine, let alone apothecaries. As he pondered this, a furious voice erupted from outside. Wretched child, return my treasure. An irate figure stormed into the room. It was Li Jing. Pointing an accusatory finger at Nezha, Li Jing bellowed, You little thief. How dare you seize my treasure and slaughter my kin within my own home? What punishment do you deserve? Hand over the 99 demon banner immediately, or I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Nezha yawned lazily and replied, Commanderly, it seems that your prolonged tenure in office has muddled your mind. The treasure lies in my possession, and with but a thought, you could find yourself utterly obliterated. To dare raise your voice at me is truly a mark of recklessness. Since uncovering Li Jing's treachery, Nezha held him in utter disdain and wasted no time in mocking him. Li Jing, seething with rage, retorted, You are my son. How can a son usurp his father's possessions? Is this not a grave violation of celestial order? Nezha remained nonchalant. Celestial order? What do you, a mere mortal, comprehend of such things? The heavenly way is constant. It neither favors Yao nor punishes Jia. If my mother were to request the treasure, her kindness would merit recompense. Yet you, an unworthy father, offer me no kindness and merely covet my treasure while daring to invoke celestial order? Huh, how laughable. Huh, huh, huh. What a splendid proclamation of the heavenly way. Suddenly, a hearty laughter echoed from outside, and a Taoist priest floated in, exclaiming, to articulate such thoughts, You are indeed a worthy disciple of my Tai Jinren. Both Nezha and Li Jing were taken aback, particularly Nezha, who thought, I have just sent that Ling Zhu into disarray, and now my master has come to my doorstep. I wonder if I can feign ignorance? Though a flicker of anxiety stirred within him, Nezha, possessing a resolute spirit, recognized that fear was futile and chose to embrace his boldness, smiling in silence. Tai Jinren approached, scrutinizing Nezha carefully, and remarked, A body of heavenly demons, quite remarkable. An excellent vessel for cultivation indeed. Are you satisfied with the mortal form I have provided for you? Nezha responded with confidence, This vessel is indeed commendable. I am grateful to my master. Tai Jinren chuckled, Oh, you still remember your master? When I sent you into the womb, your soul and body were momentarily at odds, inevitably leading to the confusion of the prenatal state. Yet, you still recall events from your past life? Nezha's heart raced, but his expression remained composed as he replied with a smile, In truth, I do not recall much, save for my master. Tai Jinren laughed heartily, exclaiming, Excellent. Remember your master well. Other matters are of no consequence. Turning to Li Jing, he continued, This child and I share a fateful connection. I shall take him as my disciple once more. Do you have any objections, generally? Li Jing, observing the arrogance of both master and disciple, felt a surge of indignation. However, upon recognizing Tai Zhenren's esteemed identity as the master of the Golden Light Cave on Mount Qinyuan, a powerful figure among the Golden Immortals, he recalled having heard tales of Tai's prowess during his own studies in the West Kunlun and understood the futility of resistance. Thus, he could only smile and reply, "It is indeed a blessing for the child to receive your favor. How could I possibly refuse?" Tai Zhenren chuckled, "A child indeed? It is best that you have agreed. He is yet to be named, has he not? What do you propose?" Li Jing responded, "I have 2 sons already. The eldest named Jin Jia and the second Mu Jia. For this third one." Tai Zhenren shook his head vigorously. "You possess no talent for naming. The first is Jin Jia, the second Mu Jia, each name worse than the last. Shall the third be called Dun Jia? This is simply absurd." Li Jing's anger flared. "I clearly named them according to the 5 elements. How could it be a matter of status? Who would name a child Dun Jia? It is you who are being unreasonable." Yet, he dared not speak too defiantly and could only force a smile, saying, "Then, what name would you suggest, esteemed master?" Tai Zhenren looked at Nezha and asked, "Do you have a mother and father?" Where do you hail from? Let us simply call you Nezha." Li Jing was taken aback by this remark, realizing its implications, and refrained from further comment. Nezha, however, pondered, "Before I vanquished the spirit orb, it mentioned that my name would be Nezha. It seems this name was predetermined by Tai Zhenren. How curious that he knows my true father is not Li Jing." Since arriving in this world, Nezha had felt that everything diverged from the investiture of the gods, leaving him utterly perplexed. He cautioned himself, the investiture of the gods is merely a narrative. One must not take it as truth, lest a slight deviation lead to dire outcomes and jeopardize my very existence. Chapter 8. Transmission of Teachings. Tai Zhenren, unaware of Nezha's myriad thoughts, patted his head and said, "Good disciple, devote yourself to your training. In a few years, when you have achieved mastery, I shall return to assess your progress. Work diligently and do not become complacent." With that, he touched Nezha's forehead, and Nezha felt a surge of enlightenment. Acquiring numerous cultivation techniques, realizing Tai Zhenren had imparted his teachings, he promptly expressed his gratitude. Tai Zhenren smiled, but then spoke mysteriously, "You were born during the hour of the dog, fated to encounter ominous stars. In this life, you are destined for countless slaughters. At this crucial juncture of your existence, you must exercise utmost caution." Nezha was momentarily stunned, and before he could inquire further, Tai Zhenren waved his sleeve, enveloping the room in golden light. When the light dissipated, he had vanished without a trace. Li Jing had initially come to confront Nezha, but in the blink of an eye, Nezha had become a disciple of a golden immortal, making him far too formidable to offend. As for reclaiming the 919 demon banner, that was a mere fantasy. With gritted teeth, he cast a fierce glare at Nezha before turning to leave. Nezha, disinterested, thought to himself, "Master Tai is exceedingly protective of his own, and if he were to discover that I had slain his disciple, I would surely face dire consequences. This secret must be kept well hidden." As he delved into his consciousness, he began to organize the cultivation techniques left behind by Master Tai. The first he encountered was the method for refining the 919 demon flag. It appeared that this flag possessed far more capabilities than initially perceived. By devouring souls, it could continually evolve, serving as a formidable artifact of the demon sect. Although Master Tai was not a member of the demon sect, he possessed an intricate understanding of various artifact refining techniques within it. Whether concerning magical tools or formations, his knowledge was indeed vast, all of which he imparted to Nezha. While Nezha himself hailed from the authentic lineage of the demon sect and had learned exceptional skills, he recognized the merit in the teachings of others, finding value in those techniques that could enhance his own. However, when he examined the body refining methods transmitted by Master Tai, he was profoundly disappointed. He had anticipated that in this era of the conferred gods, where immortals were plentiful and cultivators abundant, there would be countless supreme techniques available. Being a golden immortal, Master Tai's teachings should surely be of the highest caliber. Yet, upon review, the methods appeared not only uninspired but remarkably rudimentary. The breathing techniques and methods for circulating spiritual energy he encountered were, at best, comparable to the rudimentary exercises prevalent online in his previous life, falling short of the refined techniques created by esteemed figures like Zhang Sanfeng and Qiu Chuji. Upon deeper reflection, Nezha understood the underlying reason. This was not a future era. At present, the atmosphere was saturated with spiritual energy, allowing for effortless absorption and body refinement, rendering such methods less significant. It was akin to the child of a poor family, who must meticulously strategize to earn and save money to thrive. While the offspring of a wealthy family need only learn how to spend wisely, cultivate connections, and forge pathways. Realizing this, Nezha found himself both amused and exasperated, ultimately deciding to continue practicing the techniques from his former life as Heavenly Demon Sect. Although Master Tai's body-refining methods left much to be desired, his teachings on spells were remarkably extensive, supplemented by various other valuable insights, such as the authentic methods of artifact refining and pill concoction from the Taoist tradition. Some of these artifact and alchemical techniques had also survived into later generations, like the 99 Demon Flag. However, due to the scarcity of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, many methods had become unfeasible, gradually falling into obscurity. Among the knowledge imparted by Tai were numerous potions and artifacts that Nezha had never encountered in his previous life, which appeared quite useful. While some techniques for crafting tools may not have been as intricate as those in later eras, they represented the foundational principles of artifact refining, proving effective upon study. In summary, the secret teachings left by Master Tai complemented and enriched Nezha's own knowledge from his past life, elevating his cultivation understanding to a new realm. While Nezha was perusing through his consciousness, he suddenly heard a soft groan. It was his mother, Yin Haonu, awakening. Upon seeing Nezha, she was overwhelmed with a mix of joy and sorrow. In his previous life, Nezha belonged to the demonic sect, harboring a deep disdain for the trivialities and mundane affairs of family life. Yet, now caught in the gentle embrace of Yin Haon, who fussed over him with tender inquiries and warm gestures, he felt no aversion. Upon reflection, he realized that this was the essence of the bond between mother and child. While most individuals spend 10 months in the womb, finding solace and comfort within their mother's embrace, Nezha had cultivated feelings of affection during his remarkable 3 years and 6 months in her care. The profound love between mother and child is not merely a result of nurture, but is an intrinsic nature. Thus, it was no surprise that Nezha, despite his formidable reputation, was patient and affectionate, all the while bringing joy to his mother with a gentle smile. Observing the tender exchange between mother and son, the maid Lanner felt a wave of relief wash over her. She thought to herself, "Thank heavens, this master, known for his cruelty and bloodlust, still shows filial piety towards his mother. At least there is someone who can hold sway over him. Otherwise, our lives as servants would be in peril." After sharing some heartfelt words, Yin Haon, feeling a sense of fulfillment and joy from her son's obedience, soon succumbed to fatigue and drifted into slumber. Nezha, having tucked his mother in, rose to his feet and inquired of Lanner, "You mentioned earlier that if I wished to gather medicinal herbs, I must do so myself. Pray tell, where can I find such herbs? I wish to procure some for my mother." Lanner initially hesitated, intending to caution him against the reckless consumption of herbs. However, recalling Nezha's fierce demeanor when provoked, she quickly retracted her words and replied, "The herbs are located in the mountains beyond the pass, where wild beasts and demonic entities abound. Generally, one would not venture there unless absolutely necessary." This was her subtle way of offering advice. Yet, Nezha, a daring soul undeterred by threats, dismissed her warnings. Having resided in his new life for over 3 years without venturing outside, he felt a yearning to explore the world beyond. The prospect of gathering herbs in the mountains intrigued him, prompting him to seek further directions from Lanner before preparing to set out. Just a few steps from the door, he abruptly turned back, exclaiming with a laugh, "It is one thing to be at home, but my bare form would seem rather peculiar outside. Sister Lanner, do you have any clothing I might wear?" Lanner, casting a glance at his exposed lower half, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She hesitated before responding, "I only have some filthy garments meant for the servants, which were originally intended for you. I did not anticipate that you would grow so quickly and find them unsuitable." Nezha was indifferent to the status of the clothing, yet he disliked the idea of wearing something so unclean. After a moment's thought, he said, "Do I not have 2 brothers? The garments of Jin Zha and Mu Zha would suffice. Simply bring me a set of their old clothes." Lanner hesitated further. "It appears you are aware of the existence of your 2 brothers, yet after a lengthy pause, she mustered her courage to say, "However, those 2 are the offspring of Lady Huang, who has always been at odds with our mistress. The very same Lady Huang's confidant was recently slain by you, and to request clothing from her might invite humiliation." Nezha paused, pondering, "Is this not a fabrication of the investiture of the gods? Originally, Jinsha and Muzo were not my true brothers. Since Li Jing is not my father, there is not even a trace of blood relation, nor are we even cousins. It is no wonder, when observing the investiture of the gods, that Jinsha and Muza have never exhibited any fraternal affection. They have failed to show filial piety towards their mother, instead blindly defending Li Jing, who is merely the offspring of a concubine. It is indeed perplexing. He pays no heed to the fact that Lady Huang is not a mere concubine. With a cold sneer, he remarks, "So, you are the spawn of a wild woman? In that case, you truly cannot go. You would only be humiliated by this wild woman. However, I fear not such disgrace, and will go myself." Lanner was taken aback and dared not dissuade him, merely watching as Nezha, in a daze and without clothing, headed straight towards Lady Huang's residence. Chapter 9. The maid and the bully. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Lady Huang was horrified to learn that her personal maid, Xian, whom she had brought from her family home, had been struck down by Nezha, her head shattered, and her remains barely recoverable. In a state of shock, she felt a mix of anger and fear, pondering, what manner of demon is this little thief, born to kill? This is truly unheard of. I cannot allow this to continue. Li Jing must properly deal with this little rascal. However, Li Jing sent word that Nezha had been taken as a disciple by the esteemed Taiji Jinren, a powerful figure known for his protective nature. Li Jing instructed Lady Huang to restrain herself and avoid provoking Nezha, lest she suffer immediate consequences. While Lady Huang seethed with indignation, she heard a commotion at the door, followed by a loud kick that flung it open. A young boy swaggered in, followed timidly by several family members. Nezha entered the room, casting an appraising glance at Lady Huang, and chuckled, "Ah, Auntie, you are quite beautiful." The family members were terrified, having just witnessed Nezha complimenting Xian before brutally killing her. They were apprehensive of his intentions towards Lady Huang. Lady Huang, unaware of Nezha's dark sense of humor, forced a smile and inquired, "Are you the son born of a good woman? Indeed, you possess striking features, much like your mother. Why are you not with her, but rather here with your aunt?" Nezha replied, "Oh, it's nothing much. My mother prepared clothes that are too small for me, and I do not wish to keep wearing just a belly band. So I came to borrow a few garments from my elder brother." Lady Huang was taken aback, and before she could respond, Nezha had already marched into the inner room, ransacking through her belongings with all the subtlety of a bull in a china shop, leaving chaos in his wake. Even Lady Huang's undergarments were tossed about, as he critiqued, "This one is too small, that one is too big." Lady Huang had never witnessed such audacity and was left trembling with fury, unable to utter a single word as she pointed at Nezha, stammering, You Nezha had come to assert his dominance. The more furious Lady Huang became, the more delighted he was. After rummaging for a while, he finally found a few silk garments suitable for a youth, which fit him perfectly. He chuckled, "Though the fabric is somewhat lacking, the craftsmanship is decent enough. I shall wear these." "Thank you, Auntie." With that, he picked up one of Lady Huang's undergarments, sniffed it, and burst into laughter as he strode out of the door. Seeing him leave, Lady Huang, consumed by rage, let out a scream and collapsed backwards, her family rushing to support her in a flurry of concern. Nezha ventured forth alone, without any companion, and soon found himself in a modest town. Beyond the town lay vast expanses of farmland, flanked by towering mountain ranges to the east and west, their peaks steep and formidable. However, there was but a single narrow pass at the town's entrance, where a fortification had been constructed, inscribed with 3 prominent characters, Chentang Pass. Nezha nodded in acknowledgement, remarking on the strategic value of the terrain, which justified the establishment of such a fort and settlement. Yet, he could not help but criticize the dilapidated state of the fort, which paled in comparison to the grandeur of the Shanhaiguan he had witnessed in his previous life. The Shanhaiguan, built during the Ming and Qing dynasties, was a relic from over 3 millennia hence. Thus, the current Chentang Pass, while impressive for its time, seemed trivial in Nezha's eyes. Guided by Lianer, Nezha did not exit the pass, but instead turned toward the forested hills behind it. Along the way, he observed the townspeople, who appeared ragged and emaciated, their faces drawn and pallid. Occasionally, he spotted a few individuals dressed in tidy garments, but even they wore coarse hemp clothing. Clad in his silk robe, Nezha felt as though he were parading through a slum adorned with diamonds, drawing countless gazes, some filled with envy, others tinged with resentment. With a chuckle, he mused to himself, so this is the state of affairs in the late Shang dynasty. In the dramas of later times, even the common folk were portrayed as pristine scholars. How could such comfort have existed 3,000 years ago? His curiosity piqued, Nezha slowed his pace, taking in the sight of the dilapidated thatched huts, where pigs and dogs roamed freely amidst the overwhelming squalor. After meandering for half a mile, he turned a corner and stumbled upon an open area where a crowd had gathered, vociferously engaged in bargaining. Intrigued, he approached and casually pulled aside a man, inquiring, "Good sir, what transpires here?" The man, noticing Nezha's opulent attire, responded with deference, "Ah, Young master, you are in a human market, a place for the sale of slaves. They are currently auctioning slaves. Realization dawned upon Nezha, and he expressed his gratitude to the man, reflecting, here I am, 3,000 years in the past. Amidst a society still entrenched in slavery. Such ancient history had nearly slipped from my memory. Overshadowed by the abhorrent practices of slavery that persisted in the West merely 2 centuries prior. It appears our ancestors, too, were once savage. How shameful. With no intention of purchasing a slave, Nezha stood by to observe, noting the varying prices of the slaves on display. Some of the more sought-after individuals commanded prices equivalent to 3 young sows, while others were valued at merely 3 castrated pigs, and some even less than 1 or 2. Nezha nodded in understanding. Sows, capable of birthing piglets, were naturally worth more, while the castrated pigs were only good for meat, hence their lesser value. Though the reasoning was rather straightforward, the spectacle intrigued him, reinforcing the adage that one learns both from books and from extensive travels. As novelty and wisdom abound in every corner. As he was lost in admiration, his attention was suddenly drawn to a group of slaves where a young girl caught his eye. She appeared frail and emaciated, her body resembling a worn washboard, and she had been overlooked by onlookers. Yet, Nezha discerned her exquisite features and extraordinary bone structure, surrounded by an ethereal aura. She was indeed a prime candidate for cultivation. A true treasure among the slaves. How remarkable! Such quality amidst the throng of slaves. I must acquire her to examine her closely. Upon encountering a young girl, Nezha felt an unexpected surge of excitement, though he had yet to determine her purpose. The tenets of the Heavenly Demon Sect dictate a philosophy of following one's desires. If one's heart is stirred, then it is imperative to find a way to fulfill that wish. This represents both a hindrance and an opportunity in one's cultivation, dependent upon how one navigates it. With his curiosity piqued, Nezha pointed at the girl and exclaimed, "Good sir, I shall purchase this young maiden." The slave trader, delighted, remarked, "Young master, you possess discerning taste. This girl is well built, ideal for bearing children. Acquire her for breeding, and within a few years, you shall have a multitude of little slaves. A most advantageous deal. It's a fixed price, 2 sows, and she shall be yours." Nezha chuckled to himself, realizing the intended use of the slave was both enlightening and amusing. He carelessly replied, "Very well, prepare this girl for me. As for the pigs, I shall procure them from the general's office, claiming it as payment for the slave." The trader, wary of Nezha's imposing presence, chuckled nervously, "Young sir, I operate on a cash basis, with no credit extended to friends or family. Might you consider providing the pigs first?" Nezha, with a playful scoff, extended his hand, and the mystic silk flew forth, enveloping the girl and drawing her close, assuring, "Would I ever renege on my promise?" Recognizing Nezha's formidable prowess, the trader no longer dared to resist and smiled. "As you wish, young master." Nezha nodded, examining the girl thoroughly, and exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, she possesses the qualities of an external alchemical furnace, a delightful discovery. Though I do not practice dual cultivation, this girl will undoubtedly prove useful." The girl, overwhelmed by his scrutiny, felt a mix of shame and fear, unable to suppress her tears. Nezha, embodying a ruthless spirit, paid her no mind. Suddenly, a low voice broke the tension. "You bully." Nezha turned to see a young boy, clad in tattered garments, glaring at him with fierce intensity. Though the boy's animosity was evident, Nezha chose to disregard him, viewing such individuals as inconsequential, akin to ants, unworthy of concern. As he prepared to depart with the girl, the slave trader hastily called out, "Young master, should you not brand this girl? If she were to escape, you would be at a disadvantage." Nezha, amused, replied, "This girl is already bound with rope and wears a collar. Can she truly flee?" He tugged at the rope around the girl's neck, eliciting a painful sound from her. The trader insisted, "That is not the point. Once you take her home, she will need to work. If you loosen her bonds, she may indeed run away. A brand upon her face would deter her from escaping, and should she attempt it, she would face immediate consequences." Nezha nodded thoughtfully. "I see your reasoning." He gently caressed the young maiden's face and remarked, "What a remarkably smooth visage. I wonder what it would look like with a brand." The girl trembled in fear and stammered, "Please, young master, do not brand my face. I swear I won't run away." Though Nezha belonged to the realm of sorcery, he was not one to derive pleasure from tormenting the innocent. Initially, he sought merely to frighten the girl, but upon witnessing her genuine terror, a sense of compassion welled up within him. He had no need for such crude methods as branding. With a gentle pat on her head, he infused her with a strand of his spiritual awareness. Thus, even if she fled to the ends of the earth, he would remain attuned to her presence. He then said, If you do not wish to be branded, you must heed my words." The girl, overjoyed, expressed her gratitude fervently. Nezha untied her bonds and took her hand, leading her out of the town. Behind them, in the shadowy recesses of an eave, the previously mentioned young man with thick brows ground his teeth and muttered, "Sister Xiaozhu, I will surely rescue you from this tyrant." "Oh, and how do you plan to achieve that?" A voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Startled, the boy quickly jumped back and turned to see a tall figure cloaked in a dark robe, obscuring his features. "Who are you?" the boy exclaimed, his voice quivering. "Why do you eavesdrop on my words?" The man chuckled softly and replied, "Are you not intent on rescuing Sister Xiaozhu? I have always cherished the weak against the strong, and that young tyrant is indeed detestable. Since you wish to save her, I shall assist you." The boy was both surprised and elated. "Sir, do you have a way to save her? That bully seems to be a practitioner of the arcane arts, possessing considerable power. A common person would hardly stand a chance against him." The man nodded. "Indeed, that is the case. Therefore, I shall provide you with a magical artifact. Given your connection to the young lady, you will surely find a way to be near her. When the time comes, activate the artifact. It will undoubtedly aid in your escape from his clutches, and I shall be there to support you from a distance, ensuring your safety." With that, he handed the boy a robe and instructed him on its use. The boy, unfamiliar with the robe's nature, noticed its peculiar design, covering only half of his body while leaving one shoulder exposed. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on such details and accepted it gratefully. The man then presented him with another item, resembling a lifeless mole cricket, known as the heartworm, and explained, "This is a lethal weapon. Your adversary is no ordinary foe. Should a confrontation arise, release this creature to spare yourself from being defenseless." He also instructed the boy on how to utilize the heartworm and bestowed upon him a small pouch of gold for daily expenses. Impressed by the man's generosity, the boy regarded him as a deity and knelt in gratitude, bowing repeatedly. When he finally rose, however, he found that the man had vanished, leaving him in awe. After he departed, the man's figure reappeared, a cold smirk on his lips. Indeed, he is a simpleton. A mere hint was enough to ensnare him. The artifact he received was none other than the mysterious heavenly silk of the Great Unity, and that lad appears to be from the Golden Light sect. Alone in the Central Plains, how could I possibly provoke the formidable Great Unity? Yet, he dared not resort to forceful means. Originally contemplating abandoning the dual cauldron, he was unexpectedly confronted by a foolish youth, eager to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress. Why not seize the opportunity to make use of him? Setting aside the man's ulterior motives, let us focus on Nezha, who was leading the young maiden, Xiaozhu, away from the town. As they approached the edge of the forest, Xiaozhu's fear became palpable, and she exclaimed, "Young master, we must not venture further. Within the mountains ahead, there are often demons and monsters that feast upon the living, even in daylight." Nezha chuckled. "What have I to fear from demons and monsters? The real burden lies in having to find you a safe hiding place." Just as he pondered this, the Qianquan circle, resonating with his intentions, flew forth and encircled Xiaozhu. In a flash of golden light, she vanished from sight. What a remarkable treasure!" Nezha exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and delight flooding over him. Peering into the Qianquan circle with his divine sense, he found Xiaozhu standing on a patch of verdant grass, frightened and crying out, "Young master, where are you?" Nezha smiled gently, realizing that the Qianquan circle could indeed contain living beings. It was no wonder it was regarded as a celestial artifact. He called out from within the circle, "Xiaozhu, rest assured and stay here. Once I have completed my tasks, I shall release you." With that, he paid no heed to Xiaozhu's bewilderment and strode purposefully into the forest. Having once accompanied his master to gather medicinal herbs, Nezha was quite familiar with the ideal environments for their growth. In this uncharted world, wild herbs thrived abundantly, each flourishing remarkably. Within less than 2 hours, Nezha successfully collected several herbs he required, filling his heart with joy. White peony, stone resolute, gentian, and licorice, he counted the herbs in his hands, sufficient to brew numerous potions for his mother. Raising his gaze to the sky, he noted the sun's westward descent and turned to head home. Having taken only a few steps, he suddenly discerned peculiar sounds from afar. Nezha paused, momentarily taken aback. At that moment, his cultivation had reached an extraordinary level. Although his experience was still lacking and his temperament had yet to break through, his physical form, refined by spiritual energy, had already approached the realm of a golden core true being. His keen senses allowed him to identify the sounds as a cacophony of human cries and beastly roars, mingled with shrieks of distress. Nezha, ever the instigator of chaos, felt a surge of curiosity at the strange noises and rushed towards their source. As he dashed through the forest, the scenery suddenly opened up before him, revealing a vast valley dotted with thatched cottages, a modest village with cultivated fields, resembling a pastoral paradise. Yet, within this idyllic setting lay a scene of carnage. Surrounding the village were several monstrous beasts, each brandishing their claws and fangs with ferocity. Many able-bodied men from the village, armed with weapons, were engaged in battle against these ferocious creatures. However, the monsters were truly formidable, frequently breaching their defenses and dragging individuals from their homes, regardless of age or gender, to devour them on the spot. Nezha focused intently and observed that these monstrous creatures shared a singular characteristic. They possessed the body of a tiger with wings, horns akin to those of an ox, and sharp fangs and claws. Yet, apart from this commonality, their forms varied significantly. Some sported manes like horses, others bore scales, and some even had fish tails. He pondered the purpose of such appendages deep within the secluded forest. Suddenly, a revelation struck Nezha, and his eyes sparkled with realization. No wonder they seemed familiar. Could these beasts be the Qiongqi from the classic of mountains and seas? Roar. The lad possesses some knowledge, recognizing my divine beast Qiongqi. At that moment, a colossal creature descended from the heavens, landing directly before Nezha. It, too, bore the body of a tiger with wings, exuding a fearsome majesty. Yet its stature was several times larger than the other monsters. It bellowed, "I take a liking to you, boy, since you have wandered into our pasture. Let us prepare you for dinner." Chapter 11. The Secrets of the Investiture of the God's Father. Father. Upon seeing this gigantic beast, the other creatures astonishingly spoke in human tongues, bounding joyfully around, their roars echoing with delight. Father? Nezha shook his head vigorously, saying, "I must say, dear Qiongqi, your taste is rather eclectic. Look at your progeny, all spawned from various sources. Horses, snakes, and even fish. At least you bear some resemblance. Otherwise, I might mistake them for the offspring of swine." Qiongqi, enraged, roared, "Nonsense. What part of them resembles pigs? I, the noble Qiongqi, possess a character of utmost purity. How could such filthy creatures ever partake in my essence?" However, it then added sheepishly, "It is merely that finding a suitable mate for my kind is indeed challenging. So I have settled for some cattle, snakes, fish, and sheep to alleviate my frustrations. But what could you, a mere child, possibly comprehend?" Nezha clapped his hands in laughter, exclaiming, "Truly a connoisseur of the bizarre. I am impressed. But what, pray tell, is this pasture you mentioned?" Despite its ferocity, Qiongqi was incapable of deceit. It answered Nezha's inquiry earnestly. "You, young one, just claim to possess wisdom, yet now you seem confused. Among all beings, it is the human race that is most delectable. Alas, you are woefully inept at procreation, resulting in a scarcity of flesh. Therefore, I have designated this territory, spanning 100 miles, as my pasture. Each spring and autumn, I shall capture some humans for my feasting." Nezha mused to himself, "Truly, this primordial era is savage beyond compare. In my previous life, should a beast like Qiongqi have been encountered, a single shot would have sufficed to end it. The notion of skinning and dismembering was not beyond imagination. Yet here it was, brazenly designating human villages as pastures, returning every few months for a feast. Such a practice is remarkably eco-friendly and primal. How terrifying." Noticing Nezha's contemplation, Qiongqi bellowed, "Have you nothing more to say? Then prepare to meet your doom. It has been years since I have savored such tender youth." With that, it unfurled its wings and leaped skyward, soaring several dozen feet high, resembling a mountain descending upon Nezha. Nezha scoffed softly and summoned the universe circle, commanding, "Go." A flash of golden light surged toward Qiongqi's forehead. Although airborne, Qiongqi was extraordinarily agile. Sensing the imminent threat of the universe circle, it roared fiercely, flapping its wings and executing a mid-air maneuver to evade the attack, continuing its fierce charge toward Nezha. Ah, what a remarkable creature. Upon witnessing the Qinquan circle strike empty, Nezha found himself unexpectedly surprised. He swiftly pointed his hand, exclaiming, "Huntian Ling." With Nezha's commanding shout, a crimson light filled the heavens. Although the Qiongqi was agile and nimble, it was ensnared by the omnipresent red light. It dashed left and right, yet could not escape the confines of the glowing circle. As the radiance tightened, it ultimately bound the Qiongqi securely, causing it to plummet from the sky, sending dust swirling around. "Father! Father!" cried the horde of mixed-breed Qiongqi, enraged at the sight of their elder being restrained. They charged forward with ferocity, yet Nezha, undeterred by the overwhelming numbers, summoned back the Qinquan circle with a mere gesture. grasping the Jiui Yinma banner in his hand, and bellowed, "Where are the Yinma?" Suddenly, a chilling wind howled, and 81 Yinma emerged from the banner. These spirits, resembling young maidens, exhibited a fierce demeanor as they swiftly subdued a mixed-breed Qiongqi, dragging its beast soul out with brutal force. A frenzied assault ensued, tearing the soul asunder and devouring it. The several mixed-breed Qiongqi, caught unawares, soon found themselves devoid of souls, their lifeless bodies crumpling to the ground in silence. Meanwhile, the Yinma, having consumed the beast's souls, appeared slightly larger, emanating a faint glow. The Qiongqi bound by the Huntian Ling sensed impending doom and roared in fury, struggling against its restraints. Yet, the Huntian Ling was a treasure of celestial origin. The Qiongqi, relying solely on brute strength, stood no chance of escape. Observing the Qiongqi's ferocity, Nezha raised the Qianquan circle and struck it down. A resounding crash echoed, igniting a multitude of sparks from the Qiongqi's nostrils and eyes. Yet, it continued to roar defiantly, its struggles intensifying. Remarkable. This beast possesses some resilience. The Qianquan circle cannot vanquish you? Even the third prince of the Dragon King of the East Sea cannot withstand a blow. Yet you, Qiongqi, are you truly stronger than the Dragon Clan? Nezha was taken aback by the ineffectiveness of his strike. Nonsense. The Dragon Clan reigns as the pinnacle of beasts, and even their offspring surpass the rest of the beast realm. How could my Qiongqi lineage compare to the dragons? The Qiongqi, facing imminent demise, nevertheless felt compelled to respond. However, if you refer to the Dragon King of the East Sea, it is not surprising. He is a deity of rain and clouds, ordained by heaven, tasked with governing a realm. Originally, the Dragon Clan possessed vast powers, far beyond what my Qiongqi clan could rival. Yet, once enshrined as a deity, his powers were sealed, leaving him with the sole advantage of no longer being under the control of the underworld. Is that so? There exists such a notion? That upon being enshrined, one's powers are sealed? Nezha's eyes widened in astonishment as he commanded, "Elaborate on this matter. If your explanation is satisfactory, I shall spare your life." The Qiongqi, struggling in vain, recognized the formidable nature of the youth before him, yet stubbornly retorted, "Humph. Do you think me, Lord Qiongqi, would utter falsehoods? This tale is lengthy. Listen carefully." Although the Qiongqi's abilities were modest, it was indeed a genuine ancient beast, possessing extraordinary knowledge. Thus, it began to recount the tale of events to Nezha. In ancient times, chaos reigned across the land, with malevolent creatures rampant. It was only after the goddess Nuwa vanquished several formidable demon kings that the situation began to change. The ancient immortals, recognizing the necessity of order, established heavenly regulations. They sealed the vast majority of the powers of the various demons and spirits they subdued, confining them to designated roles, known as divine positions. While these divine duties were governed by the immortals, any immortal adept in the art of cultivation inherently surpassed the divine beings. With merely a modicum of magical prowess, they could summon divine entities to perform tasks, which the latter could not contest. The term, Fengshen, meaning to seal the gods, may sound illustrious, yet it is akin to a life of perpetual servitude. Take, for instance, the Dragon King of the East Sea, who was originally a true dragon that had cultivated for millennia, possessing boundless powers and an exceedingly robust physique. However, due to a misunderstanding during his initial encounter with his consort, the two dragons engaged in a fierce battle, resulting in chaos and torrents of blood, thus enriching the land with their essence. Their conflict even reached the heavenly realm, ultimately inciting the ire of the immortals, who subdued and bound them, sealing their powers and relegating them to the role of weather controllers in the East Sea. Though they began as adversaries, the two dragons, united by shared suffering, forged a bond that led to their union. Alas, with their divine powers sealed, they could no longer demonstrate their might, and their physical forms were significantly weakened, rendering them inferior to beasts like Qiongqi. Upon hearing Qiongqi's account, Nezha experienced a sudden revelation. This explained the Dragon King's seemingly rational demeanor in investiture of the gods. Even when his son was slain and his body mutilated, Nezha's audacity in confronting him and returning his son's remains could only be perceived as an utterly intolerable act of cruelty. Anyone would be compelled to retaliate. Yet, the Dragon King merely left in indignation, opting to complain to the heavenly court rather than confront Nezha directly. Even when intercepted by Nezha in the celestial realm, he could only seek recourse from Li Jing, revealing the depths of his humiliation, all due to the constraints of his divine position. The word seal, whether it pertains to positions or territories, may bestow certain advantages, yet it invariably shackles one's freedom. The Fengshen list likely serves as a means of subjugating the divine. To have one's name inscribed upon that list is to receive a life sentence, devoid of hope for liberation. Nezha pondered this, feeling a dawning awareness. What ulterior motives might the three pure ones have in endorsing the Fengshen list? This matter is of great significance. I must remain vigilant. Chapter 12. The stench of a turtle. Qiongqi, noticing Nezha lost in thought once more, bellowed, I have recounted all my past to you. Can you not release me? Nezha glared, retorting, I merely promised to spare your life. Who said anything about releasing you? A beast as ferocious as you, if set free, would surely unleash your wrath again. Must I engage you in battle once more? Qiongqi replied, Then I shall take an oath. If you grant me my freedom, I will no longer trouble this child. Otherwise, let the wrath of heaven and earth be upon me. Nezha rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed. Such an oath is meaningless. There are those who swear oaths before scythes and axes, yet cast them aside without a second thought. What value does your toothache curse hold? Qiongqi, greatly affronted, exclaimed I. Qiongqi, swear by the heavens. How can my vow be compared to mere agricultural tools? They are not worthy of comparison. If you doubt my oath, what then shall you require for my release? Nezha chuckled and said, Unless you are willing to submit to my control and become my steed, I shall release you. Qiongqi, however, was rather blunt, snorting and replying, Now that I have fallen into your hands, should your wrath lead you to consume my soul with dark magic, it would be a death in vain. A steed I shall be. Yet, should you achieve greatness as a practitioner of the Dao, do ensure to elevate me, lest you treat me as the heavenly court did. Nezha responded with a smile, This is only natural. So long as you yield, boundless benefits await you. As he spoke, he produced a piece of talisman paper, bit his fingertip, and inscribed a rune upon it. To his astonishment, the paper ignited instantly yet burned without end. The blood-written symbols shimmering with golden light, floating and flickering in a wondrous manner. Nezha felt a swell of pride within, thinking to himself how, in his previous life, he sought the blood of heavenly demons to create this heart-binding talisman, and now it was so readily at hand. He turned to Qiongqi and commanded, Consume this talisman. From this moment forth, you must not harbor even a shred of defiance against me, not even a thought of rebellion. Otherwise, your primordial spirit shall shatter, leading to a most excruciating demise. Understanding resistance was futile, Qiongqi opened its massive jaws and swallowed the talisman along with the flame, feeling it merge into its blood, permeating every pore and entwining itself firmly, impossible to expel. It could not help but let out a sigh. Seeing that Qiongqi had ingested the talisman, Nezha remarked, This talisman is truly marvelous. If you doubt its power, why not entertain a thought that might be slightly detrimental to me? Qiongqi had already contemplated devouring Nezha, and the notion had crossed its mind long before. However, when it tried to focus earnestly on such a thought, it encountered difficulty. Rolling its eyes, it pondered for a long while before finally conjuring a thought. The moment it did, it felt as if struck by lightning, pain searing through its very bones, and it let out a tremendous roar. Nezha, filled with delight, laughed and said, Now you understand the severity of the situation, do you? The more malicious your thoughts, the more fierce the backlash. What you just experienced was merely a minor reprimand. What thought did you attempt to conjure? Qiongqi snorted twice through its nose and replied, Oh, it was nothing much. I merely wondered why you would use a woman's undergarment as the binding tool for my capture. Surely you must be a lecherous and lustful creature. Even Nezha, with his audacity as a demon, felt a flush of embarrassment and retorted, Nonsense. This is a bellyband I wore in my childhood, known as the Hunyuan silk. How could it be deemed a woman-esque garment? Qiongqi, with a look of disdain, scoffed, Which child wears a bellyband of such length? Spare me your excuses. After saying this, it let out another pained cry, evidently suffering from the backlash once more. Nezha huffed and decided not to dwell further on the bellyband issue, summoning it back into his grasp. Having subdued Qiongqi, he felt immense joy. In his past life, he had longed for a majestic steed, yet in modern society, such wishes were hardly feasible. Would he ride a Siberian tiger or a giant panda? Ultimately, the most flamboyant vehicle he had ever ridden was merely a Harley motorcycle. Who could have anticipated that upon entering this world, he would acquire an ancient beast at the very threshold of his door? Truly, fortune was on his side. Nezha used his Qianquan circle to collect the corpses of various lesser beasts and, accompanied by Qiongqi, approached the village entrance, proclaiming loudly, All is well. I have subdued this creature, so you need not maintain that anxious stance. Open the gates and allow me entry. Recently, Nezha engaged in a fierce battle with Qiongqi, and the villagers witnessed the young man's prowess as he effortlessly slaughtered a multitude of ferocious beasts. They held him in the highest regard. Although the largest demons still trailed behind him, instilling a sense of fear, they dared not defy his words and willingly opened the village gate. Nezha left Xiongqi outside and entered alone, inquiring, "Who is the leader of this village? Step forward to speak with me." From the crowd emerged a middle-aged man, who proclaimed loudly, "I am the leader of this village, named Mu. You may call me a Mu, esteemed young master. What is your command?" Nezha replied, "This place is overrun with ferocious beasts. Having dealt with Xiongqi, who knows when another might appear? You dwell here, and sooner or later, you shall be devoured by these demons. Why not relocate?" Mu sighed, "Where in this world is there no demon? Unless we venture into towns. Yet we are mere denizens of the wild, unworthy of residing in such places." Nezha pondered, recalling that during the Zhou dynasty, there existed distinctions between the people of the state and those of the wild, similar to customs in the Shang era. Feeling inspired, he said, "This is easily resolved. I am a person of standing within Chintang Pass. Our meeting today is fated. I shall lend you a hand. Would you be willing to follow me into the pass and serve as my private soldiers?" Mu was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Why would we refuse? If we can become townsfolk, there lies a chance for us to rise above our station, rather than perpetually battling demons in these wilds. Esteemed young master, our village has 38 able-bodied men, totaling 130 souls, and from this day forth, we shall follow you with unwavering loyalty." The other villagers echoed his sentiments, collectively shouting, "Unwavering loyalty! Unwavering loyalty!" Nezha felt elated, thinking that he had initially intended to recruit some personnel to alleviate the burdens at home. Never anticipating such gratitude from these people, could it be that he truly possessed some royal charisma? In truth, Nezha had completely misinterpreted the situation. There was no royal aura involved. During the Shang dynasty, although the wild folk were free, they held no political rights, bore heavy taxes, and endured countless labor, with their descendants having no opportunity to advance. To become townsfolk would signify a transformative change. Although they would still be at the bottom of society, it would offer hope. If they distinguished themselves in battle, they might even enter the ranks of officials. While the prospect of securing a family and offspring seemed distant, it was not utterly impossible. Moreover, living in a town would at least spare them the torment of demon incursions. Such a boon left no room for hesitation, and they readily acquiesced. Fearing Nezha might renege on his promise, Nezha counted the numbers and instructed everyone to prepare their belongings. He reassured them that they need not panic in the face of the supernatural, then produced the Qiankuan circle and, with a mere sweep, gathered them all. He then mounted Xiongqi and set off towards Chintang Pass. Chapter 13. The girl's grievance. Upon reaching the town, the guards, witnessing the fierce and menacing Xiongqi, were understandably alarmed. Fortunately, the current era is rife with practitioners of the arts, and as Chintang Pass is a vital juncture, the soldiers stationed there had encountered riders of extraordinary beasts before. After a brief explanation, they ultimately permitted Nezha to enter the town without incident. Nezha rode the fierce beast Xiongqi, making his way directly into the house. The subordinates of Lady Huang were taken aback to see this little demon king bringing a ferocious creature home, and they hastily fled, fearing that in a moment of whimsy, he might offer them as sustenance to the beast. Nezha had intended to drive away that group of servants, so their retreat suited him perfectly. He then released the individuals from the Qiankuan circle, arranging for them to occupy the vacated rooms of the fleeing subordinates, effectively encircling the main house where he and his mother resided. He instructed that should anyone disturb them, they were to retaliate without hesitation. Li Jing and Huang Yan were naturally aware of the chaos Nezha was causing at home. One of them, fearful of the might of Tai Junren and the magical artifacts wielded by Nezha, could only swallow his indignation. The other, wary of Nezha's malevolence, was concerned about provoking him and inciting further trouble. As long as Nezha did not come knocking at their door, they chose to remain uninvolved, secretly plotting and scheming. Once Nezha had sorted out all matters, he entered the house to pay his respects to his mother, engaging in a round of inquiries and explanations. He personally assisted her in brewing and consuming her medicine. Once these tasks were completed, night had fallen, and he took his leave of his mother to rest in his own quarters, but summoned Xiao Zhu to attend to him. As a disciple of the demon sect, Nezha was not averse to the company of women. However, this time he called Xiao Zhu into his room not for carnal desires, but rather to study her further, as she was a naturally gifted furnace for cultivation. Xiao Zhu, still young and unacquainted with Nezha's fearsome reputation for violence, was not particularly afraid of her handsome young master. Furthermore, she had something of great importance to share with him, and thus she willingly followed him back to his room. Once seated, Xiao Zhu said, "Young master, I waited for you for a long time in that peculiar realm, and eventually fell asleep. To my surprise, I encountered my twin sister. Nezha was astonished and inquired, "Your twin sister? Which one of the villagers is she?" Xiao Zhu shook her head vigorously, replying, "No, I saw her in my dream. She said you avenged her. And she was very pleased, asking me to serve you well." Nezha, bewildered, responded, "Wait, what are you saying? I don't understand a word. Take your time and explain from the beginning. Avenging your sister? What happened to her? What vengeance did I enact on her behalf?" Xiao Zhu lowered her head and softly spoke. "My sister was killed by wicked men. That day, we were playing at the village entrance when a group of villains appeared, intent on capturing us. My sister fought fiercely to hold them off so that I could escape. But later, when I quietly returned, I saw them using mulberry paper soaked in water to seal her 7 orifices, suffocating her to death. At this point, she could no longer suppress her sobs. Nezha felt a chill run through him and asked, "Suffocated to death? This is a method to prevent the soul from escaping, a most brutal fate. You two are still so young. How could you have garnered such deep enmity?" Through her tears, Xiao Zhu replied, "I do not know. Our parents passed away early, and we relied on each other. We had never caused trouble, but after this incident, I dared not remain in the village and wandered aimlessly, ultimately falling into the hands of slave traders, which led me to you, young master." Nezha furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. As he felt an air of strangeness surrounding the matter, he inquired further, "Pray tell, how is it that I avenged your sister?" Xiao Zhu replied, "My sister said that today, the young master found the villain who caused her demise, and she wished to take vengeance herself, to shatter his very soul. She is elated, but, unable to express her gratitude directly to the young master, asked me to convey her thanks to you." A spark of realization ignited within Nezha, and he clapped his hand upon the edge of the bed, exclaiming, "Now it all makes sense. Your sister is one of the spirits bound to the 99 demon banner. As for her foe, he must surely be one of those wretched subordinates." Timidly, Xiao Zhu inquired, "What is this 99 demon banner?" Nezha explained, "It is an artifact that you, along with me, encountered today within the Cosmos Circle. As twin sisters, your souls are interconnected. Thus, even if the demon remains bound to the banner, communication is still possible." With that, he swept his hand across the Cosmos Circle and produced the 99 demon banner. With a flourish, he called out, "Demons, arise. Let us see if any of you recognize this young lady." With a whoosh, a chilling mist enveloped the room, and 81 demons obediently manifested, swirling around Nezha. Suddenly, one of the demons darted forward, floating beside Xiao Zhu and embracing her tightly. Xiao Zhu felt an icy chill seep through her bones, prompting a startled scream. The demon, taken aback, quickly released her and hovered in front of Xiao Zhu, appearing remorseful. Though the demon had perished, her spirit retained the visage of a youthful girl. Upon closer inspection, Nezha noted that the demon bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Zhu. He sighed, "Indeed, Xiao Zhu. As twin sisters, your souls can communicate. Inquire of your sister which of the fallen subordinates is her enemy." At that moment, Xiao Zhu recognized her sister. Torn between joy and sorrow, she reached out, yearning to touch her, yet hesitated. Following Nezha's instructions, she promptly posed the question to her sister's spirit, who immediately responded. The demon could hear the inquiries posed by her master, but responding was not easy. With Xiao Zhu as a conduit, it was akin to having a translator. Through this exchange, Nezha discerned that the foe was indeed the gentleman who had been besieged and slain by 50 or 60 demons earlier that day. Nezha had previously wondered why this individual had drawn the ire of the demons. Now, it seemed evident that many among those demons were maidens he had wronged, their memories still intact, naturally seeking vengeance. After slaying the man, the demons expressed their affection towards Nezha, even desiring to touch him, which was a gesture of gratitude for enabling them to exact their revenge. Humph, that wretch was merely a subordinate. Surely there was a mastermind behind his actions. As for the identity of this mastermind, it was not difficult to surmise. Nezha squinted, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Whoever is crafting the 99 demon banner is the true orchestrator of this affair. Hehe, Li Jing. You too are a practitioner of the Western Kunlun way, yet you commit such heinous acts against innocent maidens. You bear a striking resemblance to several of my brothers from the Heavenly Demon Sect, though their fates were far from favorable. I find your character rather despicable, having perpetrated evil, yet seeking to conceal it. Your demeanor pales in comparison to my brothers. Will your outcome be any more favorable? That would indeed be a curious turn of events. Nezha, upon realizing that he was not born of Li Jing, naturally harbored no affection for him. Now that he had uncovered this secret, he began to contemplate how to exploit this revelation to bring Li Jing to his knees. Chapter 14. driving the tiger to devour the wolf while Nezha plotted against Li Jing. The latter harbored a deep-seated animosity towards him. However, fearing the formidable presence of Tai Jinren, he suppressed his fury within. At that moment, Li Jing was in a secluded chamber, sharing drinks with a man whose head was shaven, adorned with a string of prayer beads, and draped in a grand cloak, none other than the mysterious figure who had pointed out the young lad at the slave market. As the man took a sip of wine, he remarked, "My dear Li, I understand your plight. Yet, as a man of honor, one must learn to bear both gain and loss. You have risen to your current position. Have you not endured humiliation along the way? Temporary setbacks are but trifles. It is time to release such burdens from your heart." Li Jing, filled with resentment, retorted, "Master Tudun, we are like old friends, and I have no secrets from you. I, Li Jing, come from humble beginnings. After many years of study in the Western Kunlun, I achieved modest success. Upon descending the mountain, I accumulated numerous merits, which enabled me to lead an army. Had it not been for my prior involvement with Huang Feihu's sister, gaining the support of her brother, I would not have been permitted to command this troop at all. The current state of affairs truly belittles the aspirations of those from humble origins." Tudun chuckled, "Li, your prowess with women is indeed admirable. First, you charmed the daughter of the Huang family, and then you ensnared the sister of the current emperor. Your wife, Lady Yin, is of noble lineage and treats everyone with disdain. Was it not your flowery tongue that won her over? She even secured you a position as a general, a role of substantial authority. Surely, that is a mark of distinction." Li Jing scoffed, saying, "Humph. That wretched Yin Heian. Her intentions were anything but generous when she sought that generalship for me. It is clear that the foolish Emperor Zixin is merely using me to balance the powers within the court. He has little trust in me, which is why he placed his sister beside me. I had hoped to utilize Yin Heian's celestial essence to cultivate the heavenly demon, which is why I married her. Yet years of scheming have merely resulted in her aiding that little wretch." Tudun sighed. "I remember when I imparted to you the method of refining the 99 Yin demon banner, requiring the sacrifice of 81 pure maidens. Their souls would belong to you, while their bodies would be mine. Now that my artifact is complete, I did not foresee that you would face such unforeseen misfortune. However, you need not worry overly. After all, they are merely 81 innocent maidens. As the lord of a town, this matter should not prove insurmountable for you." Li Jing shook his head. "The souls of maidens may be easy to acquire, yet where shall I find the seeds of the heavenly demon? It is infuriating that this little wretch has brought me to this predicament, and I find myself in dire need of Master Tudun's assistance." Tudun raised an eyebrow, took a sip of his wine, and squinted at Li Jing, smiling slightly. "What assistance does Li require of me?" A fierce expression crossed Li Jing's face as he bitterly declared, "Nothing short of dealing with that rebellious spawn of the heavenly demon." With a chuckle, Tu Deng shook his head and remarked, "That lad is a disciple of the Taiji Jinren. I have no desire to provoke that formidable figure. Although my cultivation allows me to act discreetly and without detection, it remains a lingering worry, and what benefit could possibly arise from it?" Upon hearing the phrase "what benefit," Li Jing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He smiled and said, "How could I allow Master to toil in vain? As for the benefits..." He leaned closer to Tu Deng and whispered a few words. After a moment of contemplation, Tu Deng smiled and raised his cup, declaring, "Very well. I shall assist brotherly this once. Cheers." Li Jing, elated, exclaimed, "Thank you, Master. Cheers." After indulging in a few more cups of wine, Tu Deng took his leave, urging Li Jing to await good news. Li Jing, known for his cunning nature, thought to himself, with Tu Deng's formidable powers and his strategic mindset, this time, Nezha is undoubtedly doomed, and the consequences shall not fall upon me. How splendid. That little thief is destined for death. I might as well exploit him for my own gain. The authority over Qintang Pass largely rests in the hands of that wretched Huang Yan. Why not instigate a conflict between them? Nezha, in his ignorance and ferocity, will surely eliminate Huang Yan, allowing me to seize power. Conversely, if Huang Yin manages to eliminate Nezha, how could the Taiji Jinren, known for his brutality, possibly spare them? Regardless of who perishes, the ultimate beneficiary shall be none other than I, Li Jing. With his scheme firmly in mind, Li Jing found an excuse to invite one of his subordinates, a captain named Yu Feng, for a drink, claiming it was to reward him for his hard work. Yu Feng, a loyal confidant of the martial king Huang Feihu, was known for his straightforward nature and lack of understanding of political intricacies. As Li Jing was his superior, he respected his orders as long as they did not endanger Huang Yan. Thus, he accepted the invitation with enthusiasm, and the two shared a jovial atmosphere during the banquet. After several rounds of drinks, Li Jing pretended to be inebriated, letting out a long sigh accompanied by tears. Yu Feng, startled, immediately inquired, "Why does the general seem so troubled? If there is something difficult, please share it with your subordinate. Though I may not be talented, I may still be of assistance." Li Jing sighed. "I appreciate your kind intentions, dear brother Yu. However, this matter is beyond your help. My family has been unfortunate, as a vile woman named Yin Heian has seduced a demon and given birth to a wretched offspring, who now brazenly wreaks havoc in our home. That little imp, Nezha, relying on his divine abilities, has been terrorizing Huang Yan, and alas, my skills are lacking to deal with this little beast. I can only drown my sorrows in wine. I fear I have become a source of amusement for you, dear brother." Having consumed a fair amount of wine, Yu Feng, already losing his composure, was incensed upon hearing that Nezha dared to bully Huang Yan. He exclaimed, "General, how can you lack ambition? That little demon has the audacity to invade your home, and you merely cower. If you can endure this, I cannot. The martial king sent me here to protect Huang Yan, and now that this has occurred, how can I face the martial king again? I shall go and deal with that little demon. I will avenge the lady." With that, he stopped drinking and stormed out, fuming. Li Jing, seeing his plan unfold successfully, chuckled to himself, thinking, go ahead. When the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who benefits. I, Li Jing, aspire to be that fisherman. What harm is there in retreating a little? In recent days, Nezha has been riding on the back of Qiongqi, wandering through the town, familiarizing himself with the local customs and listening to Qiongqi recount various extraordinary tales from around the world. This Qiongqi, an ancient beast of ill repute, is notorious enough to make children refrain from crying at night. However, it turns out to be quite the chatterbox, initially responding to questions with great eagerness. But as Nezha became more familiar with it, its answers expanded from 1 to 10 for every inquiry, eventually leading to a monologue filled with countless stories, each more peculiar than the last. One day, Nezha remarked that the celestial beings possess boundless powers. With a mere stamp of their heavenly seal, they could easily slay thousands. He wondered what purpose the numerous troops stationed at Chintang Pass could serve, as any cultivator could annihilate them in an instant. Qiongqi shook its head vigorously and replied, "Ah, my master, you are unaware that cultivators must not indiscriminately slay mortals." Nezha, intrigued by Qiongqi's assertion, pressed for clarification. Qiongqi chuckled and explained, "Indeed, the spells of cultivators are formidable, and mortals are no match for them. However, whether they are righteous or demonic, they dare not unleash a massacre without cause. While killing is permissible, it must be done with justification. Ordinary soldiers bear no grudge against you. If you slay too many, you will inevitably invite endless retribution, hindering your own cultivation and possibly drawing down heavenly punishment. Take Li Jing, for instance. He desires to forge a demonic banner and seeks the soul of a maiden. Why does he not do the deed himself, but instead sends his subordinates to commit murder? This is the principle at play." Nezha pondered this and suddenly recalled something. He inquired, "My master, Tai Jinren, once mentioned that I am fated to encounter calamity and must commit countless killings. According to your explanation." Qiongqi, unabashed and forthright, interjected, "Isn't it obvious? He took you as his disciple precisely to send you to slay others, to spare himself from the entanglements of retribution. You are but his instrument of death. As for being fated to calamity, I, Qiongqi, have lived for so long and have never heard of such a thing." Nezha smirked, contemplating Qiongqi's words. Indeed, the portrayal of Tai Jinren in Investiture of the Gods suggests that he treats Nezha as a weapon, and not just Nezha. But countless warriors are also mere tools in the hands of the celestial beings. Otherwise, with their vast powers, a single heavenly seal could annihilate tens of thousands. What need would there be for military formations or strategies? It seems evident that wielding military power is of great significance. If others use me as a weapon, how can I be without one myself? While lost in thought, a thunderous voice suddenly called from behind, "Nezha, halt. Prepare to meet your demise." Turning around, Nezha saw a towering figure standing at the street corner, accompanied by 100 armored soldiers, exuding an aura of menace that blocked his path. Recognizing the man as Yu Feng, a captain from Chintang Pass, Nezha frowned and coldly remarked, "General Yu, why do you surround me with your troops and draw your weapons? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, do not blame me for being ruthless." Yu Feng bellowed in anger, "Bah? What young master? You, the spawn of a demon, dare to call yourself a young master? Today, I shall act on behalf of heaven and eliminate you, the abomination. I will also drag out your mother, who seduces monsters, and punish her accordingly." In the heart of the town, a military presence encircled a gathering of people, their faces crowding the windows of nearby houses. Upon hearing Yu Feng's scathing rebuke of Nezha, Murmurs of speculation erupted among the onlookers. One remarked, "So it is. I have long heard that Lady Yin carried her pregnancy for 3.5 years. If the child were not of demonic origin, how could this be?" Another chimed in, "Look at Nezha. He was just born, yet appears as if he were a 13 or 14-year-old youth. What else could he be but a monster?" Laughter erupted from the crowd, as someone jested, "Consider that Lady Yin hails from imperial lineage, yet behaves so shamelessly. How scandalous." As Yufeng unleashed a furious shout, the crowd directed their vile words toward Nezha's mother, igniting a fiery anger within him. Nonetheless, his cultivation was formidable. The more enraged he became, the calmer his mind grew. He mused, "This fellow is unafraid of publicly tearing the facade, and evidently does not fear my mother's esteemed status. Although there are private soldiers at home for protection, it may not be entirely secure." He then instructed Qiongqi, "Hasten home and safeguard my mother. I shall handle matters here." Qiongqi, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Rest assured, my master." With a powerful flap of his wings, he summoned a tempest, soaring into the distance. Yufeng, ignoring Qiongqi, laughed maniacally. "Indeed, like attracts like. A monster is accompanied by monsters. Could it be that this demon Qiongqi is your father?" "Huh, huh, huh." The spectators, entertained by his words, indulged in vivid fantasies of Lady Yin and Qiongqi, erupting into boisterous laughter. Nezha, growing more incensed, maintained a stoic expression and coldly uttered a singular word, "Die." With a swift motion, he summoned the 99 Yin demon banner, and as he waved it, darkness enveloped the area, obscuring the light of day. 81 demons wailed and charged forth. Yufeng sneered, "What fear do I hold for such lowly spirits? Soldiers, heed my command. Form ranks and confront these demons." 100 soldiers responded in unison, brandishing their weapons, stomping their feet with fervor, and roaring in solidarity. Their steps synchronized as if one, their battle cries merging into a singular, thunderous sound. The ground trembled beneath the force of their collective presence, exuding an overwhelming aura. At that moment, the demons lunged forward. Yet, the soldiers, now united in formation, radiated an undeniable might, a righteous killing intent surging forth, reaching towards the heavens. As the demons drew near, they felt an excruciating pain, as if drenched in boiling oil, and they cried out in despair, retreating swiftly, circling Nezha, no longer daring to advance. Yufeng laughed heartily, declaring, "How dare these insignificant demons challenge my formidable ranks, my righteous army? My elite soldiers stand united, their vigor vast as the abyss, their spirits soaring like clouds, with blades raised like forests and bodies steadfast as mountains. Not even the 1,000-year-old fox spirits or malevolent ghosts instill fear in me." Nezha observed coldly, discerning the underlying strategy. Indeed, these 100 elite soldiers had formed a battle array. Although the intricacies of the formation were not yet fully revealed, it was evident that Yufeng was the linchpin, with threads of spiritual energy emanating from him, spiraling outward. The soldiers inhaled and exhaled this energy, their vitality intertwining with strands of blood essence, coiling around him like serpents, merging into Yufeng's being. The essence of vitality and blood surged and ebbed, interwoven in an exquisite unity, rendering 100 individuals as one indomitable entity, difficult to sway with ease. Although my shadowy demon feared not the sunlight, it was ultimately a ghostly being. 100 souls entwined produced an overwhelming vitality, a bane to such spectral entities. It was no wonder that the shadowy demon, even before advancing, was already wounded by their murderous aura. Yet, Nezha, possessing a tenacious and fierce spirit, upon witnessing the failure of the shadowy demon, immediately drew forth the universe ring. With a swift motion, it expanded to the size of a large water vat, and gathering all his might, he aimed a fierce strike at Yufeng. Yufeng bellowed, "United as one body. Together we stand strong. No demon shall escape. No evil shall prevail." The soldiers echoed in unison, their collective fervor surging dramatically, like a great river coursing into Yufeng's being. His muscles bulged suddenly, veins popping and eyes turning crimson, blood oozing from his clenched teeth. With a thunderous roar, he raised his spear and thrust it fiercely toward the universe ring. Boom! The spear, infused with the killing intent of 100 elite soldiers, formed a colossal vortex of wind that crashed against the universe ring. A resounding clash ensued, stirring a tempest that sent tiles flying and cries of distress echoing across the surroundings. The universe ring, struck with such ferocity, rolled back, landing at Nezha's feet. Yufeng, having forced the universe ring back, glared fiercely and roared, "What now? Though we martial masters may not attain immortality, our spirits soar high, and we fear not your demonic sorcery and treasures. Today, your demise is assured. Chapter 14. 3. Driving the Tiger and Swallowing the Wolf. Part 2. Nezha picked up the universe ring, a faint smile gracing his lips as he coldly declared, "You overestimate yourself. Today, it is you who shall perish." Upon hearing Nezha's proclamation of his demise, Yufeng, instead of being angered, laughed heartily, exclaiming, "You wretched spawn! Do you possess any further means? How dare you proclaim my death is certain?" Nezha chuckled lightly, responding, "What more could I need? This universe ring suffices." Yufeng paused, then burst into laughter. "The universe ring? Did you not already attempt it? What can it do to me? Soldiers, do not allow him to delay. Attack!" A chorus of 100 soldiers roared in unison, their spear tips aimed forward, their killing intent surging like a tide. Yufeng harnessed the formation's power, channeling the aura into the tip of his spear, and with a wild shout, a conical spear energy surged toward Nezha. Unfazed, Nezha calmly commanded, "Universe ring." A beam of golden light soared upwards, and with a tremendous sound, it collided with the spear's wind. The ensuing gust whipped fiercely, scattering sand and stones. Yufeng staggered, gritting his teeth. "What now? The universe ring is nothing exceptional." Nezha responded with a cold laugh, once more invoking the universe ring, striking down with renewed fervor. Yufeng howled with rage, gathering the soldiers' killing intent again to clash fiercely with the universe ring. Nezha pointed with precision, and before the universe ring had even returned, he sent it forth again. Another colossal impact echoed, bang, 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 until the universe ring collided with the formation for the 7th time. Yufeng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Nezha let out a hum and remarked, "Indeed, your battle formation possesses some intricacies. Alas, it relies on mere flesh and blood for activation. Human strength is often limited. How many times can one withstand such a strain? My circle is an artifact of the celestial realm. Even if it were to be struck 100 or 1,000 times, it would remain unscathed. You merely depend on the formation of 100 men, enduring a hit or two, and presume the Qian Kuan circle holds no power over you? Truly foolish. Observe the circle." The Qian Kuan circle suddenly soared into the air, summoning a tempest, and struck down with ferocity. Yufeng exerted all his strength, thrusting his spear with fervor. A thunderous explosion resounded as his spear collided with the Qian Kuan circle, shattering into splinters. The circle surged forward, crashing heavily upon him, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds, shattering an untold number of bones. Seizing the opportunity, Nezha summoned the Hunyuan silk, flicking and drawing it back, ensnaring Yufeng and casually casting him to the ground. General! Yufeng's elite soldiers, witnessing their leader captured and gravely wounded, were filled with astonishment. One captain shouted, "Brothers, do not panic. Let us form our ranks and slay this demon, rescuing our general." "Humph! An ant attempting to shake a tree. A mantis trying to stop a chariot," Nezha coldly retorted, sweeping the Qian Kuan circle with a single motion. Though the soldiers had formed a formation, lacking Yufeng as their focal point diminished their power significantly. Under the strike of the Qian Kuan circle, they fell in disarray, losing the formidable might of their 100-man unity. Hunyuan silk. Nezha pointed, and the silk billowed in the wind, transforming into a vast expanse of red cloud, engulfing over 100 soldiers and lifting them high into the sky. Nezha's expression was icy as he proclaimed, "Those who are kind to me shall be treated kindly. Those who wish me harm shall face the consequences. You vile creatures wish to slay me. I shall respond in kind. Young master, please no." Suddenly, someone dashed from the side and knelt at Nezha's feet, clasping his legs and pleading, "Young master, please. This involves countless lives. If you take theirs, how much karma will ensue? Not to mention the weight of killing. Your cultivation will inevitably stagnate. Why endure such suffering?" Nezha glanced down and recognized the town mayor, unable to suppress a cold laugh. "You are aware of the entanglement of karmic retribution? Then let me ask you, if I were to be slain by them, and my mother harmed by them, would that not create karmic ties? Why did you not emerge to stop them earlier?" The mayor, filled with guilt, murmured, "They are but foolish soldiers. Yet you, young master, are a practitioner of the Dao, known for your compassion. If you can spare them, they will surely remember your kindness." Nezha laughed long and hard, his laughter frigid, devoid of any joy. After he finished, he spoke ominously, "Kindness? What a jest! What is kindness? Providing benefits to others is kindness. If I were to hold a grudge against them yet let them off lightly, it would merely be an act of forbearance, not kindness. Human hearts are like prisons. These individuals, having borne animosity towards me, should I not slay them, would merely feel a false sense of security. secretly curse me for my folly, and would they ever express gratitude? The mayor was left speechless, and after a long pause, he stammered, "Even so, young master. You must guard against the entanglements of karma. Your cultivation must not stagnate." Nezha sneered, declaring, "I repay murder with murder. This is the essence of the heavenly principle of retribution. There is no room for grievance here. As for concerns over stagnation in my cultivation, what fear is there in the face of karmic retribution? The enlightened sword shall sever the threads of my past deeds. As long as my heart remains clear and my intentions pure, I shall not fear any form of retribution. You only recognize that others have prohibitions against killing, yet fail to understand that the pursuit of vengeance and the clarity of thought are my paths to cultivation. If one dares to slay me, I shall assuredly retaliate. The decision to kill or spare is, in fact, my own discipline in the art of cultivation." With that, Nezha disregarded the mayor, channeling his energy from his dantian and bellowing, "Let those foolish ones over there take heed. Whoever dares to oppose me or insult my kin shall meet their end. Today, I shall offer them as a blood sacrifice, setting an example for you all." With a mere gesture, the magical cloth transformed into a colossal hand in the sky, shaking loose the soldiers within, before coming down with tremendous force. From a height of 100 feet, the impact was colossal. The soldiers did not even have time to scream before they were crushed into a bloody pulp, their forms indistinguishable. The onlookers, witnessing the gruesome scene, were utterly terrified, their screams echoing in the air. Nezha surveyed the surrounding crowd coldly, remarking, "There were those who just now uttered vile words and insulted my mother. I shall not spare them. However, such petty thieves are beneath my hands." With a swift motion, he scattered a shower of starlight, and the wails of the guilty filled the air as each of those foul-mouthed individuals bore a fiery brand upon their foreheads. He then commanded, "I have cultivated the divine ear. I heard precisely what you said. Those marked with the brand shall take it upon themselves to sever their own ears as punishment. Should any of you fail to comply, rest assured, your neighbors shall share in your fate." The townsfolk, who had previously laughed and reveled in their crude humor, now turned pale, glancing nervously at their neighbors, their legs trembling as they retreated. The remaining townspeople, fearing for their own safety, hesitated for a moment before rushing forward in anger. Having spewed vile words against the virtuous In Heian, Nezha recognized that if he were to slay only the soldiers and let the laughter of the bystanders go unpunished, it would not take long for these ignorant fools to spread malicious rumors about her, embellishing tales of her attracting demons. However, with Nezha's ruthless actions, all those who laughed were punished by the severing of their ears. In the future, anyone who dared to speak ill would be reminded of the stark absence of ears among their peers, instilling a sense of fear that would deter gossip. As for the whispers of slander, while they may not bring death, they could certainly tarnish reputations. Chapter 15, Striving for Military Authority, Part 1. As Nezha observed the grim spectacle of ear severing, he grasped the nearly lifeless Yufeng and cast him into the Qianquan circle. At that moment, he noticed Qiongqi flying over, reporting, "Master, only a handful of insignificant foes have arrived from your mother's side, a mere rabble. Before I even made a move, many were slain by that group, led by Amu. I merely unleashed a wave of toxic fire, and they were all dispatched. Their bodies left for you to dispose of." Nezha nodded and turned back to the townspeople, hearing their anguished cries. The ones who had insulted his mother had already had their ears severed. The mayor trembled as he approached, carrying a large platter filled with over 100 severed ears. As he presented them to Nezha, his hands shook uncontrollably, and he stammered, "Young master, though honest words may be unpalatable, I must caution you that it is more challenging to guard against the voices of the people than to defend against floods. To suppress others through force is ultimately not the path of righteousness. You ought to allow open discourse. More challenging to guard against the voices of the people than to defend against floods?" Nezha was taken aback by the mayor's words, albeit momentarily. He soon scoffed, "You are an old fool. While rivers should not be obstructed, one cannot allow filth to flow unchecked. Do you truly believe that wise counsel means permitting vile words to proliferate? Absurd. There is no comparison between slander and sage advice. For instance, even if I dismiss your counsel, I would never punish you for it. However, those who insult my mother, should I show even a hint of weakness, they would swarm like flies drawn to filth, birthing a torrent of vile speech. Would that not compel me to resort to violence?" The mayor quickly replied, "I would not dare. What the young master says makes perfect sense. This old man stands corrected." With a huff, Nezha refrained from further discourse, pocketed the platter of ears, mounted his steed, Qiongqi, and departed in a whirlwind. Upon returning home, he first sought his mother's well-being, relieved to find her unharmed and unshaken. His heart swelled with joy, and he called for Amu, saying, "You handled this matter admirably. I just battled those villains, who were not weak opponents. Though your forces did not form a cohesive front, they were indeed seasoned warriors, and you managed to hold your ground against them effortlessly. What is your secret?" Amu, grinning broadly, replied, "There is no secret. Those people were utterly useless. With a single strike, they could not withstand my blow and were swiftly broken." It was hardly a challenge. Nezha exclaimed in surprise, grasping Amu's wrist to check his pulse and testing his strength. He then laughed. "Ah, I see. I had not realized that your robust constitution and formidable strength had reached such an impressive level. It's no wonder that fellow, Yufeng, might not have been your match. Otherwise, your village would have long been devoured by the beasts. By the way, how did you cultivate such a physique? Is there a secret to it?" Amu honestly replied, "There is no particular secret. When I was young, I encountered an immortal and assisted him with a small task. In gratitude, he bestowed upon me a golden elixir, claiming that it would not only cleanse my marrow but also fortify my internal organs and flesh, rendering them as resilient as copper in a furnace. It has indeed proven effective for 30 years. Nezha nodded. "Ah, I see. It is indeed your fortune. You have earned a reward for your contributions. What would you like? Speak freely." Amu scratched his head, chuckling bashfully. "To be honest, I did not exert much effort this time. Most of the villains fell to Qiongqi's fiery breath. But if you insist on rewarding me, I wouldn't want to appear insincere, so I will humbly ask." Nezha laughed. "Go ahead, tell me what you desire." Amu remarked. "Though that group of soldiers was merely a rabble, their weapons were quite formidable. Despite my advantageous position and our defensive formation, we still suffered casualties among my brethren. I implore you, my lord, to provide us with suitable weaponry and armor." Nezha chuckled softly. "Your words hold merit. In truth, I have already prepared armor and weapons for you. Just days ago, I commissioned a weaponsmith to craft them, but I had yet to deliver them to you before this incident arose." With that, he waved the Qinquan circle, and a vast array of armor and weapons appeared before them. Amu was overjoyed and promptly bowed in gratitude. As he examined the armor, he was astonished. He had expected to receive a few suits of leather armor akin to those worn by the soldiers, but instead, he found that this pile of armor was crafted from the hides of the formidable Qiongqi. The resilience of this armor far surpassed that of ordinary leather. Seeing several pieces of such quality filled him with elation. At this time, in the late Shang dynasty, metallurgy was not yet advanced. Metal tools were primarily limited to bronze, which was precious and mostly reserved for ceremonial vessels rather than weaponry. Higher-ranking generals might hope for skilled artisans to forge their arms, but the majority of soldiers relied on crude stone or wooden weapons. Nezha recalled the historical accounts of the Battle of Mai, which described the battlefield's brutality with the phrase "blood flowed like rivers," illustrating that wooden clubs were still widely utilized. Due to the inadequacy of weaponry, the significance of armor was greatly amplified. The armor fashioned from the skins of these monstrous beasts was both hard and resilient. Even the sharpest stone weapons found it difficult to penetrate. In battle, this could mean the difference between life and death. Furthermore, the weapons, forged from the claws and fangs of these creatures, were sharper than steel, which explained Amu's exuberance. Seeing Amu's delight, Nezha offered him words of encouragement and instructed him to decapitate the fallen soldiers, piling their heads together. He then sought a secluded chamber to interrogate Yufeng. Struck by the Qinquan circle, Yufeng was already on the brink of death, his mind muddled. Yet, his stubborn nature resisted submission. Nezha, uninterested in idle chatter, summoned the Yin demon to extract Yufeng's soul, subjecting him to severe torment. Separated from his corporeal form and deprived of his vitality, Yufeng's usual fortitude diminished significantly under torture. Ultimately, he confessed. He was a trusted confidant of Lady Huang, incited by Li Jing to seek vengeance on her behalf. Nezha nodded, this revelation falling within his expectations, and inquired further, "You possess remarkable strength and vitality, unlike ordinary men. What martial arts do you practice? Additionally, your battle formation possesses intriguing complexities. Reveal them all to me in detail." Unable to resist, Yufeng divulged everything. It turned out that his body refinement technique had notable origins, allegedly passed down from the war god Qiyu, known as the Great Furnace refining gold. It was said that upon mastering this technique, one could breathe like the wind, possess blood vitality like a furnace, refine one's body as if it were forged, flesh as tough as bronze, and bones as strong as gold. Yufeng had practiced diligently for years, but had only reached the stage of refining his skin to the toughness of bronze, still far from achieving the strength of gold in his bones. Though his strength had been significantly diminished by the blow from the Qinquan circle, He remained gravely injured and near death. However, should this method be fully mastered, the body would no longer be a mere flesh and blood vessel, but rather a body of adamantine, capable of contending even with celestial beings, rendering it exceedingly formidable. The formation in question is extraordinary, known as the serpent-entwined formation, a martial secret passed down from the venerable Huang Feihu. In this formation, soldiers are arrayed, with a martial expert as the focal point, gathering vital energy, making the defense as steadfast as a fortified city, and when attacking, instilling fear in both spirits and demons. With such a formation, 100 ordinary soldiers can withstand the assaults of high-level cultivators. The stronger the focal point's prowess, the greater the number it can command. Yufeng could only harness the vitality of 100, but if a martial sage with bones of gold were to serve as the focal point, it could mobilize a formation of 10,000, a power of unimaginable magnitude, even making it challenging for celestial beings to breach the formation. Upon hearing of this profound technique, Nezha inquired about the incantation, contemplated it for a moment, and gradually grasped its essence, pondering, is this not a case of fortune favoring the prepared mind? Just as I wish to train a force, this fellow has conveniently delivered the method to my doorstep. To refuse such a gift would be folly. I shall impart this technique to Amu, enabling him to train a cadre of subordinates, thus becoming my sharpest weapon in the future. After further questioning Yufeng, and finding no new revelations, Nezha remarked, the shadow demons, having been invigorated by this vital energy, may have sustained some minor injuries. This man's soul is plump, so you may feast upon it. With a wave of his hand, a swarm of shadow demons surged forth, immediately tearing apart and devouring Yufeng's soul. Yet, there remains one more task to attend to. Nezha committed the method to memory and departed straight to the residence of Madame Huang. Chapter 15. 2. Contest for Military Power, Part 2. Huang Yin was idly seated when she heard a report from her servant, stating that her trusted general, Yufeng, had just led troops to ambush Nezha in the streets, which startled her greatly. She thought to herself, that little demon is not to be trifled with. Yufeng, that fool, is always brave yet lacking in wisdom. Why provoke him? When the repercussions come, will it not all fall upon my shoulders? Anxiety gripped her heart. Before long, another report arrived, revealing that all of Yufeng's elite soldiers had been slain by Nezha on the spot. Huang Yin turned pale with fright, feeling utterly helpless. She hastily dispatched someone to summon Li Jing for counsel, yet Li Jing was nowhere to be found. Amidst the chaos, the door suddenly burst open, and a figure clad in a snow-white silk robe entered, adorned with a Qiankuan circle around his neck, a cold smile gracing his face. It was Nezha. Huang Yin felt her heart leap from her chest, forcing a smile as she said, "Ah, it is you, Nezha? What brings you to your aunt today?" Nezha ignored her, scanning the surroundings coldly, and remarked, "What? Must I converse with your master while you all eavesdrop?" The servants nearby, trembling at the sight of this demon, immediately fled like startled rabbits upon hearing his words. Huang Yin, seeing her useless servants, stamped her foot in frustration, and when she turned back to face Nezha, she found him smiling ominously, stating, "Aunt, it seems there are some accounts I must settle with you." Huang Yin, sensing Nezha's approach, froze in fear, retreating a few steps while forcing a smile. "Nezha, you jest. How can you, so young, have any accounts to settle? What could you possibly wish to discuss with your aunt? Please, let us sit down and converse amicably." Nezha chuckled lightly, choosing to disregard her as he advanced forward, until he cornered Huang Yin, almost invading her personal space. Only then did he halt, fixing his gaze upon her eyes and coldly stating, "Aunt, you may not yet comprehend my nature. Allow me to elucidate. I harbor no affection for those who feign ignorance. You may negotiate terms with me. You may seek justifications, but do not pretend to be oblivious. Such pretense would lead me to believe you hold me in contempt. Do you understand?" Huang Yin, petite and scarcely taller than Nezha, felt his breath upon her face as he approached, sending her heart racing. She instinctively leaned back, nodding vigorously, "I understand." "And understands." Nezha responded with an "oh," and inquired, "What exactly do you comprehend?" Huang Yin trembled as she replied, "That Yufeng sought trouble with you and was consequently slain by your hand, which is why you have come to confront me. But I truly had no knowledge of this. Nezha, you must believe me. How could I ever conspire to have you killed? Am I truly so malevolent?" Nezha scoffed, placing his hands behind his back and pacing around Huang Yin with deliberate slowness. "You are indeed capable of such malevolence. When my mother was in labor, you dispatched individuals to insult her. What a cruel heart you possess. I had already dispatched one of your maids in retaliation. How could you not harbor resentment? If you had the means to eliminate me, would you treat me with civility?" Huang Yan, paralyzed with fear, trembled uncontrollably as she stammered. The incident with the good girl was a moment of folly born from jealousy. I was wrong, and I will go and apologize to her. But about today's matter. Nezha interjected with a cold smile. What of today? Yufeng has already confessed. He is one of your trusted subordinates. If you did not orchestrate this, then who did? He then moved behind Huang Yan, gently caressing her neck, murmuring, alas. This beautiful head is at risk of shattering, simply for lacking sound judgment. Huang Yan screamed in terror, momentarily sensing that Nezha had produced the Fengshen Bang behind her, poised to shatter her skull as if it were mere smoke. Overwhelmed, she collapsed to the ground, incoherently weeping. It wasn't me. It truly wasn't he. I just felt a warmth and lost control. Once satisfied with her distress, Nezha let out a huff and boldly sat down in a chair, looking down at her and asking, truly not you? Huang Yan, sensing a glimmer of hope in his words, disregarded her dignity and crawled over, clutching Nezha's legs, crying, Nezha, you must believe, aunt, it truly was not me. It was Li Jing. He must have instigated this. Nezha thought to himself, it took you this long to mention Li Jing. How foolish can you be? While he intimidated Huang Yan with ulterior motives, he feigned disbelief. Li Jing? He is a general with troops at his command. If he wished to kill me, would he not come himself? Why incite your trusted subordinates? In a moment of clarity, Huang Yan connected the dots and bitterly remarked, indeed, Li Jing, of humble origins, was supported by me and the good girl. Instead of gratitude, he harbors resentment. Today's events must surely have been instigated by him. If he were to take your life, he would surely claim that Yufeng was my confidant, and perhaps even eliminate him to silence him. Your master, Tai Jinren, would undoubtedly seek vengeance against me and my kin, the esteemed Wang Feihu. If Yufeng were to be killed by you, it would serve a similar purpose, as it would provide him the opportunity to incite conflict between the Huang family and your Golden Light Cave, allowing him to reap the benefits from the chaos. Li Jing had initially crafted his plans meticulously, yet he failed to anticipate two critical points. First, although Nezha could be ruthless, he was not the impulsive and reckless individual Li Jing had envisioned. He had never believed that Huang Yan possessed the audacity to harm him. Hence his approach was one of inquiry rather than outright aggression. Secondly, he was utterly unprepared for Huang Yan's unexpected astuteness, which shone through her usual pampered demeanor. As she discerned his machinations and laid them bare, Nezha merely nodded, reflecting that she had not yet sunk into utter folly. Pouring himself a cup of tea, he took a sip before saying, let us converse while standing. Huang Yan joyfully responded, thank you, young master Nezha. As she stood, she unwittingly realized that her tone had unwound into that of a maidservant. Amused, Nezha inquired, you state that Li Jing harbors resentment, yet I find this hard to believe. Even if he is self-serving and ungrateful for your support, what reason would he have to nurture hatred? There must be some rationale behind repaying kindness with enmity. Huang Yan hastily replied, young master Nezha, you are aware that neither my sister nor I are daughters of an ordinary household. I am the younger sister of Wang Feihu, while your mother is the sister of the current emperor, Zixin. This location, Chintang Pass, is a critical stronghold, making the appointment of its commander exceedingly significant, and thus I find myself hesitating. Nezha lowered his gaze to sip his tea and slowly remarked, if it is inconvenient, you need not divulge. He reached for the Qinquan circle. Huang Yan gasped, biting her lip, and declared, I will speak. The truth is that due to Wang Feihu's high status, he has long been a source of envy for Emperor Zixin. Within the court, there is constant power struggle, while outside, it is a realm of open and covert conflict. The position of commander, if bestowed upon one faction, would inevitably be opposed by the other, leading to the selection of Li Jing, who serves as a compromise between my sister and myself, being both our spouse. After a brief pause, she continued, thus, though he is referred to as the commander, Li Jing is essentially a puppet, bound to heed the directives of my brother or Emperor Zixin. Your mother, by nature serene and disinterested in such affairs, has become even less capable of managing them in recent years due to her pregnancy with you. Consequently, the real authority at Chintang Pass has largely fallen into my hands. Wang Feihu's representatives have taken control of someone as proud as Li Jing, using him as a mere figurehead, so it is not surprising that he harbors resentment. In fact, he may despise me even more than he does you, which is entirely plausible. Upon hearing this extensive revelation, Nezha felt invigorated, pondering that the conflicts depicted in Investiture of the Gods portrayed the struggles of the Shang dynasty in a rather trivial manner, as if it were merely a tale of King Zhou's madness, slaying this one and that, engaging in bizarre spectacles of human barbecue and snake battles, seemingly reveling in the absurdity. Surely, King Zhou, being a man of some intellect, would not engage in such frivolity. Huang Yan's words suggested that the depths of court intrigue were far more profound than they appeared. As the evening approached, a sense of urgency permeated the air. Chapter 15, Section 3, The Struggle for Power, Part 2. With this thought in mind, Nezha nodded, rising to his feet, and coldly declared, "Since you are so obedient, share with me the secrets of the court. I shall spare your life this time, but heed my advice." Upon hearing Nezha's willingness to forgive her, Huang Yan let out a sigh of relief and eagerly responded, "What words does Master Nezha have for me? Please, command me." Nezha replied, "For one as simple-minded as you, it would be wise to stay clear of court intrigues. Why not follow in the footsteps of my mother and enjoy a peaceful life as a noble lady? Surrender your military authority, it will lighten your burdens. As for whom you entrust it to, well," he smirked, gently touching Huang Yan's cheek before turning to leave. Having narrowly escaped death, Huang Yan felt her body weaken and collapsed into a chair, drenched in cold sweat. She had previously reveled in her power and influence, but now, faced with Nezha's intimidation, she realized her authority was rendered utterly ineffectual, transforming into a harbinger of doom. She pondered, though this boy is insufferable, he speaks with a semblance of reason. The court's conflicts are beyond my capacity as a mere woman. Nezha is not necessarily a formidable figure. He merely manipulates my life at will. How many capable individuals abound in the court? One misstep on my part could lead to my obliteration. Even if the Huang family were to gain the upper hand, would I have the life to enjoy such glory? Perhaps it is best to relinquish my military power. Thinking of Nezha's menacing aura, her heart raced inexplicably. With a clenched jaw, she resolved, why not hand it over to him after all? With Huang Yan's tacit approval, Nezha swiftly began recruiting soldiers and training his subordinates at the Qintang Pass. Li Jing, secretly plotting a scheme, remained in the shadows now that Nezha had not perished. The court was in disarray, devoid of leadership, and Huang Yan had frequently hinted at her withdrawal from military and political matters, allowing her confidants to make their own decisions. With her supporters stripped of their backing and sensing Huang Yan's veiled suggestion that Nezha was a trustworthy leader, some troops began to rally to Nezha. Coupled with the forces loyal to Ensues, within a mere few days, Nezha's ranks swelled to 500. Fearful of Nezha's fierce reputation, Huang Yan endeavored to mend her relationship with Ensues. Aware of Ensues' frailty post-delivery, she visited daily, bringing with her precious medicinal herbs. Ensues, with her tranquil disposition, recalled Huang Yan's past harshness. However, witnessing her current humility, she bore no ill will. Seeing that her flattery was effective, Huang Yan grew increasingly attentive. In time, Ensues, with her straightforward nature, let go of past grievances, and soon the two women were as affectionate as sisters. On one such day, Huang Yan arrived bearing rare medicinal herbs, claiming they were for Ensues' restoration. As they sat and chatted leisurely, the door curtain was suddenly lifted, and Nezha strode in. Huang Yan, having been recently unsettled by Nezha, felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. Quickly standing, she forced a smile and exclaimed, "Nezha, you have arrived. Please, take a seat." She hurriedly served tea, adopting the demeanor of a dutiful daughter-in-law before her in-laws. Upon encountering her, Nezha felt a mix of amusement and trepidation. However, Ensues reproached him, saying, "Nezha, you truly lack understanding. Your aunt is your elder. How can you expect her to serve you? Hurry and take it." Huang Yan quickly interjected, "It is of no concern. When I see Nezha, I feel an inexplicable kinship, as though he were my own brother. We are family, and such gestures are quite acceptable." In her attempt to foster closeness, she hesitated to call him her elder outright, hence resorting to the term brother. Nezha chuckled, rising to accept the tea bowl from Huang Yan's hands. Noticing an array of spiritual herbs piled on the table, he inquired, "Auntie, have you brought an abundance of precious medicinal materials today?" "I am truly grateful," Huang Yan replied. "It is only fitting. They are not particularly rare. Even if they were, I would not dare to consume them indiscriminately. These are merely common supplements, which I, too, consumed after giving birth." Suddenly, Nezha recalled something and casually remarked, "Speaking of precious medicines, during my recent military training, I contemplated concocting a Hongshu Adan, a blood-enhancing elixir, for my subordinate, Amu. He had once ingested a spiritual potion that rendered him extraordinarily robust, yet he has since neglected his health. If he were to take the Hongshu Adan, it would restore his vitality, thus amplifying his prowess in battle." As Huang Yan was extolling his virtues, she quickly inquired, "Pray tell, what ingredients are required for this elixir? If I possess any, I shall have them brought to you." Nezha replied with a smile, "I am most grateful, Annie. For the Hongshu Adan, aside from the auxiliary herbs, I am in need of 3 specific ingredients: Bai Sha, Royun Mu, and Hong Danju. Huang Yan's expression shifted, and after a moment's contemplation, she confessed, "These ingredients are quite rare, and I do not have them on hand." Stealing a glance at Yin Haonu and then back at Nezha, she refrained from elaborating further. Understanding her implication, Nezha chuckled, "If they are not available, I shall devise another means." After sipping tea for a while longer, he excused himself to his mother and stepped outside to wait. Before long, Huang Yin emerged and approached Nezha, saying, "Young Master Nezha, while I do not possess the herbs you mentioned, I happened to see Li Jing retrieve some of them not long ago. They seem to be hidden in his secret treasure chamber." Nezha responded with intrigue, "Do you know where this secret chamber is located?" With a slight smile, Huang Yin answered, "He originally intended to keep it a secret from me, but how could such matters remain concealed from someone who has shared a bed with him for years? One day, I discerned that the entrance to the secret passage lies beneath his bed, though I am unsure how to activate the mechanism." Nezha laughed, "Auntie, you are truly perceptive. Li Jing cannot deceive you. Given this, let us proceed to his secret chamber and search for the treasures." Huang Yin, harboring resentment towards Li Jing for his treachery, found Nezha's intent to raid his lair rather agreeable. She led Nezha into Li Jing's chamber and pointed to the large bed, saying, "It is right there." Nezha remained still, chuckling, "But where might the mechanism be? Do you expect me to search for it myself? I am rather timid and feel a bit frightened." Huang Yin was taken aback for a moment, then quickly comprehended the situation. This young man was clearly wary of her potential traps. Frustration welled up within her. Yet having been thoroughly unsettled by Nezha, she found herself devoid of any rebellious thoughts. Reluctantly, she climbed up and began to search meticulously around the area. Suddenly, her fingers brushed against a handle, and she exclaimed joyfully, "This is it." As she pulled the handle, a series of creaking sounds followed, and the bedboard shifted aside, revealing an opening. Just as Huang Yin leaned in to peer into the hole, she heard another creak, and the bed slanted downward, causing her to slide into the hole as if down a slide. Nezha, hearing her startled cries, couldn't he help but chuckle. "Aunt, you do love to play. Even at your age, still sliding down chutes?" At this point, he was convinced that there were no harmful traps in the vicinity. So he jumped onto the bed and slid down the opening in the same manner. After sliding down for about 10 feet, with a soft thud, Nezha landed on something plush. As he reached out, he grasped 2 soft mounds, followed by a delicate gasp from Huang Yin, who had not yet risen and was inadvertently used as a cushion. In Matters of Nighttime Escapades, Chapter 16, The Bully and the Rescue. Nezha, a being of mischief and malevolence, felt no qualms about seizing someone by the chest. He playfully squeezed a bit and teased, "What is this delightfully soft and fragrant object? How amusing." However, Huang Yin, upon being grasped, felt her entire body tingle with sensation. In the darkness, all she perceived was Nezha pressing down upon her, his warm breath brushing against her, leaving her momentarily flustered as she stammered, "Nezha, Nezha, don't be so rash, please get up." Nezha chuckled, released Huang Yin, and stood up, lighting a fire stick to illuminate the surroundings. Seeing that he had no further intentions of mischief, Huang Yin finally exhaled in relief, tinged with a hint of disappointment. She stealthily touched her face, feeling her cheeks aflame, her heart racing uncontrollably. Nezha conducted a thorough search of the secret chamber, collecting precious herbs and jewelry without hesitation. Once he gathered everything, he exited with Huang Yin, and they discovered white horse sand, meat cloud mother, and red dan chrysanthemum among the items. Nezha exclaimed with joy, "Excellent. With these 3 herbs, I can concoct the blood elixir." He turned to Huang Yin and said, "I must thank you, Aunt." He then reached into his pocket to produce a jade bracelet, took her wrist, and adorned her with it. This was his customary method of charming women in his past life. With a smile, he remarked, "I possess little of value, and this bracelet is hardly worth much, but consider it a small token of my gratitude." Huang Yin found his gesture somewhat frivolous and stomped her foot in protest. Yet as she touched the jade bracelet, feeling its warmth, a faint smile crept onto her lips. Nezha then gathered a substantial amount of inconspicuous jewelry, which could not be easily identified, and presented it all to Huang Yin, understanding the principle of dividing the spoils. Naturally, he retained the remaining herbs and treasures for himself. Having successfully plundered a bounty, both felt elated, and with their shared spoils, their relationship had grown closer, no longer resembling the earlier mutual disdain. With the herbs in hand, Nezha promptly crafted a spiritual elixir and administered it to Amu. Amu was inherently robust, a veritable paragon of vitality. However, years of neglect in his diet had led to a depletion of his vital essence. With the aid of a wondrous elixir, he replenished his true energy, instantly revealing formidable strength. Utilizing him as the focal point, he commanded a formation capable of mobilizing a grand array of 500 men. Nezha entrusted his 500 soldiers to Amu, who, under his diligent training, adeptly mastered the Tungsha Sansi formation, with Amu as the core. Even Nezha himself might find it challenging to contend with this formidable array. With Li Jing's whereabouts unknown, Nezha found himself bolstered by martial prowess, thus establishing himself as the preeminent figure at Chintang Pass. The previously wavering factions soon gravitated towards Nezha, and even the staunch loyalists of the Huang family dared not confront him directly, opting instead to curry favor. It became common knowledge among the inhabitants of Chintang Pass that the current master of the fort was none other than the third young master, Nezha. In a prior life, Nezha had encountered an adage, with great power comes great responsibility. Having assumed the mantle of leadership, he was compelled to oversee all matters, large and small, within Chintang Pass. Fortunately, the town was not extensive, and everyday affairs were relatively mundane. Although Nezha lacked experience, he felt sufficiently equipped to handle the challenges that arose. However, on one fateful day, a tragic incident unfolded in the town. The origins of this calamity can be traced back to a youth named Zhu, the same boy who had vehemently chastised a local bully on the day Nezha purchased Xiaozhu. He had received a magical garment for escape and a lethal artifact known as the heartworm from the mysterious master, Tu Deng, and had come to the town seeking an opportunity to rescue Xiaozhu from the clutches of the tyrannical young master. Zhu, who spoke passionately of chivalry and justice, was, in truth, merely infatuated with Xiaozhu's beauty. When he witnessed Nezha's acquisition of her, his heart brimmed with indignation. After receiving treasures from Tu Deng, he enjoyed a life of comfort and had little desire to stir trouble. Yet, Tu Deng, impatient for action, confronted him one day, chiding Zhu for having forgotten the deep-seated grudge against Nezha for abducting Xiaozhu, questioning his manhood and resolve. Being but a youth, Zhu was easily swayed by such provocations. Tu Deng's words ignited a fervor within him, rekindling his sense of justice and prompting him to vow to rescue Xiaozhu without delay. Xiaozhu rarely ventured out, and after waiting days without sighting her, Zhu contemplated infiltrating Nezha's residence. He reasoned that his shabby appearance would hinder his entry, so he resolved to procure a proper wardrobe to enhance his chances. He visited a clothing shop, hoping to purchase several fine garments. The shop was nearly devoid of customers, and the proprietor, noticing Zhu's tattered attire, regarded him with disdain. However, reluctant to turn away a potential customer, he coldly inquired, "Young man, what sort of clothing do you desire?" Zhu rolled his eyes, produced a gold coin, and tossed it to the shopkeeper, exclaiming, "The young master requires the finest garments. Select them well for me." The shopkeeper, taken aback, bit the gold coin and confirmed its authenticity. Instantly, his demeanor transformed, and he smiled obsequiously, saying, "Ah, so it is a young master. The attire here is not befitting your status. Please, allow me to escort you upstairs." The pillar, having endured a life of hardship, finally found a moment to revel in his newfound fortune. With a heart full of exuberance, he ascended the stairs with an air of confidence. The proprietor called out, "Xiao Chui, come and assist the young master with his fitting." As the curtain parted, a young woman emerged, her eyes sparkling with allure and her beauty striking. She appeared to be several years older than the pillar, her figure graceful, her waist swaying with the rhythm of youth's vibrant charm. Upon seeing her, the pillar was momentarily taken aback, reflecting to himself that beauty was not solely embodied by his beloved Xiaozhu. This maiden was equally enchanting. It was a lamentable fate that such lovely women were claimed by tyrants, leaving pure-hearted youths like himself with naught. A surge of resentment brewed within him, and his gaze grew increasingly hostile. Xiao Chui, perceptive to his demeanor, approached him with a slight trepidation, curtsying gracefully as she spoke softly, "Young master, I am here to assist you with your fitting. How does this garment suit you?" With that, she retrieved a silk shirt and began to help him try it on. Being a spirited youth who had never had the opportunity to engage with the fairer sex, the gentle touch of Xiao Chui's delicate hands caused his cheeks to flush and his breath to quicken. The proprietor, observing from the sidelines, chuckled inwardly, recognizing the youth's naivety, and decided to let Xiao Chui tease him a little longer, confident that he would soon squander all his gold in the shop. He exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Chui and excused himself to descend the stairs. Seeing the proprietor leave, the pillar's courage swelled, and he addressed Xiao Chui. "Sister Xiao Chui, are you a purchased servant of this establishment?" Xiao Chui hesitated, feeling a twinge of displeasure, yet she managed to smile, replying, "Yes, my fate is unfortunate. My parents passed away early, and I had no choice but to sell myself into servitude here." The pillar scoffed slightly, saying, "Indeed. You do not resemble the family of that scoundrel. Sister Xiao Chui, those who buy slaves are all tyrants. Why not let me help you escape? Chapter 16. 3. The appearance of the perpetrator. It was revealed that the incantation utilized by Nezha was the summoning spell imparted by the true man of Tai, capable of calling upon deities to serve the caster. The potency of the spell depended on the practitioner's level of cultivation. The higher the skill, the more exalted the spirit that could be commanded. Although Nezha's abilities were modest, the spirits of the wall's base and the gutter were the lowest of the lowly. Yet they were still summoned to his side. Though the wall root spirit and the gutter spirit held a lowly status and had rather unseemly names, they were not insignificant entities. They bore an essential responsibility, the judgment of the deceased. Countless souls depart this world, yet only a handful of judges exist in the underworld. Overwhelmed by their duties, they could not conduct thorough inquiries. For fair adjudication, reliable information from these grassroots deities became indispensable. Upon death, a soul would first be detained by these two spirits, who would meticulously investigate the individual's life and record all deeds, both virtuous and wicked, with precision. As the guardians of the wall and the gutter, nothing could elude their scrutiny, thus providing an initial assessment of good and evil. Once this preliminary judgment was rendered, the findings would be submitted to the local city god for review. After 49 days, the city god would complete the evaluation, and only then would the soul be delivered to the underworld, where the judge would rely on the documentation provided by the city god to pronounce the soul's fate, either cast into hell or reincarnated. Thus, the deities of the wall and the drain, if we were to employ the terminology from Nezha's previous life, fulfilled the role of preliminary examiners, thus rendering them judicial figures. At this moment, the two gods summoned the souls of the deceased, and Nezha stepped forward to inquire, "I am here to investigate the cause of your demise. What led to your deaths? Who was your assailant? Please enlighten me, and I shall ensure that your grievances are addressed." The soul of the shopkeeper, undiminished in spirit despite the loss of vital organs, greeted him with a bow and indignantly recounted, "The one who took my life was a youth. Initially, he claimed to be interested in purchasing garments. Seeing his lavish demeanor, I led him to an empty parlor upstairs, where I had the maid, Xiao Chui, attend to him. Yet, he audaciously attempted to abduct Xiao Chui, which was utterly bewildering. When she refused, a quarrel ensued. I intervened, but he branded me a tyrant and hurled an object at me, which penetrated my nostrils and devoured my innards. My death was indeed a tragic affair. You must seek justice for me, my lord." Nezha furrowed his brow, pondering. From his account, it seems he was slain by a malevolent artifact, capable of burrowing into the human body to enact its dark will. No wonder there were no visible wounds. That you've called him a tyrant, the term feels oddly familiar. With little time to ruminate further, he turned to the spirit of Xiao Chui. "And you? Was it that youth who ended your life?" The soul of Xiao Chui wept. "Indeed, that youth persistently urged me to flee with him, yet I did not recognize him. Moreover, my master treated me with kindness. How could I betray him for a stranger? Eventually, the youth became enraged and, amid the chaos, murdered my master. Upon witnessing my master fall, I rushed to aid him. Yet he seized the opportunity to tear my clothing and violated me. Afterward, seeing me struggle, he strangled me with a rope." Nezha exclaimed softly, reflecting, "Such brutality against the innocent bears a striking resemblance to my own experiences. However, to commit such heinous acts without enmity is excessively rash. What affliction plagues this youth? Were I to engage in such conduct, it would require deep-seated grievances. It appears he has merely skinned my surface, failing to grasp my essence." Lost in contemplation, he summoned his subordinates, instructing, "Engage in thorough conversation with these two souls, meticulously inquire about the appearance of the perpetrator, and then create a likeness to be posted around the area. Let us see if anyone recognizes him." His subordinates, though apprehensive at the thought of conversing with spirits, were compelled by the presence of this young master, whose delicate visage belied a fearsome aura that surpassed that of the dead by a significant margin. Thus, they hastened to comply, soon producing a depiction that was disseminated throughout the streets. The town was relatively small, with a considerable military presence, yet few common folk. Most households were acquainted with one another. It was not long before several individuals came forth to report that the youth in question was an orphan from a neighboring village. Known as Juzi, he often came to this town seeking employment and was generally quiet, showing no signs of unusual behavior. Who would have imagined he could commit such an atrocity? Upon receiving this information, Nezha dispatched his subordinates to the neighboring village to apprehend the youth. Yet their efforts were in vain. As night fell, they were left with no choice but to temporarily set the matter aside. On the following day, Inhao's maid, Lanner, unexpectedly caught a chill. Normally, she would venture out to procure meat and vegetables, but with her illness preventing her from doing so, she entrusted the task to Xiao Zhu. Upon reporting this to Nezha, he recalled the recent incident of a heinous crime involving murder and casually remarked, "Let Xiongqi accompany you," to avert any potential troubles. Nezha's words were merely spoken in passing, yet Xiao Zhu felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, pondering how best to repay her master's concern for a mere servant. Thus, Xiao Zhu took the storyteller, Xiongqi, along with her, listening to its tales as they made their way to the marketplace. With the imposing presence of the beast, bargaining became significantly less strenuous. Xiongqi, standing before the meat stalls, boasted of its past experiences devouring human limbs and chewing on bones. The sight of the meat before them made the onlookers lose their appetite entirely, rendering the business unfeasible. One by one, customers wished for Xiao Zhu to depart quickly, agreeing to any price just to conclude their dealings and be on their way. This fortunate turn of events allowed Xiao Zhu to save quite a bit of money, delighting her as she praised Xiongqi as a helper to the cook, much to the beast's exasperation. Before long, they arrived at a secluded corner at the edge of the marketplace. Xiao Zhu counted her purchases and smiled, saying, "That is sufficient, let us return." Just as she was about to turn back, she heard someone calling from the roadside. Turning around, she was both startled and elated to see Zhuzi. "What brings you to this town?" she exclaimed, unaware of the identity of the murderer from the previous day and thus feeling no fear. The newcomer was indeed Zhuzi, who had used a magical tool to kill someone the day prior. Having learned from a formidable mentor, he felt compelled to rescue Xiao Zhu after witnessing her being sold to that tyrannical youth. Today he took the risk to return, fortuitously spotting Xiao Zhu. Cloaked to conceal his face, he approached her and whispered, "Sister Xiao Zhu, I have come to save you." Xiao Zhu, puzzled, asked, "Save me?" Zhuzi nodded earnestly, "Indeed. I mean to save you. That day, seeing you taken by that bully was heart-wrenching. Fortunately, after meeting a great master, I was bestowed with several magical tools to aid in your rescue. I have waited many days to see you emerge, Sister Xiao Zhu. You must have endured much suffering at the hands of that vile youth. But enough of that. Come with me at once. The deities of the wall and the ditch are not mere fabrications. They are revered figures in our folklore. In his youth, Mata had even encountered their shrines. Alas, since the great upheaval in our land, they have gradually faded from memory. Now, as I delve into the depths of the toxic creek, I find no trace of the ditch god, only a screen filled with gutter oil. Let us offer some votes in their honor and pay our respects. Amen. Chapter 17. 2. The Trap, Part 2. Tooting coldly remarked, "You lad, your desires burn fiercely, attempting to force your way here? The dual furnace I painstakingly acquired cannot be sullied by you." Observing the arrival of her rescuer, Xiao Zhu hastily adjusted her clothing and cautiously rose to her feet. Tooting chuckled, "My dear girl, would you care to become my external furnace in this dual endeavor?" Xiao Zhu timidly inquired, "Who are you? What is this external furnace and cauldron?" Tu Deng replied, "I am Master Tu Deng, a traveler from the land of Tianzhu to the Central Plains. As for the external furnace and cauldron, it is a secret practice of my esoteric teachings, utilizing the ecstasy experienced during the union of man and woman to comprehend the supreme path. You need not concern yourself with anything. I shall take charge." Although Xiao Zhu was young, having lost her parents early, she possessed a precocious wisdom uncommon for her age. She immediately grasped the sordid nature of his intentions and exclaimed, "Such filthy deeds, I will not partake." Tu Deng, unfazed, chuckled, "Whether you partake or not is irrelevant. Now that you are here, escape is not an option. It would be wise to accept your fate." With that, he waved his hand, and Xiao Zhu felt the world spin around her, collapsing unconscious to the ground. Tu Deng let out a sinister laugh as he retrieved a collection of ritual implements from within the cave and began to arrange them meticulously. Zhuzi, observing from the side, felt a chill run down his spine as he beheld the strange and ominous instruments. A large heap of bowls, conspicuously fashioned from human skulls, and a seven-tiered pagoda, seemingly crafted from human bones, were among the unsettling artifacts. Additionally, there were 81 large drums and 9 bells, all exuding a ghastly aura, leaving him overwhelmed with trepidation. Tu Deng, undeterred by Zhuzi's fear, diligently set up an altar, lifted Xiao Zhu's unconscious form, stripped her of her garments, and laid her upon the altar. He then turned to Zhuzi with a smirk, saying, "This gallant young warrior, now that she is in my grasp, your usefulness has come to an end. It is time for you to perish." Zhuzi, startled, attempted to flee, but was met with a thunderous crash at the cave's entrance, causing the entire cavern to tremble as dust and debris cascaded down, filling the air with smoke. Amidst the haze, a young figure strode confidently into the cave. Tall and strikingly handsome, it was Nezha. Upon seeing Nezha, Tu Deng was taken aback and exclaimed, "Ah, how did you arrive so swiftly? I was contemplating indulging with this girl first to absorb her essence and refine my powers before your arrival. What method did you employ to locate me so quickly?" Nezha, caught off guard by the question, paused momentarily before responding. "I implanted a spiritual mark on Xiao Zhu. Within 1,000 miles, I can sense her presence. What is so difficult about finding her?" Tu Deng, intrigued, replied, "Such a technique exists in the Central Plains? I have never heard of it. Who passed down this marvelous art?" Nezha shrugged dismissively. "It is a method handed down by Zhang Daoling of Longhu Mountain. Is it true that no one knows it now? That is truly regrettable. However, I did not come here to discuss such matters. Release Xiao Zhu and prepare to meet your demise." Tu Deng laughed heartily. "You foolish boy. I could have vanished without a trace after abducting this girl, yet here I am, waiting for you. She is my bait, and you are the grand prize. It is you who shall meet your end." Realizing the trap, Nezha understood Tu Deng's formidable powers and knew he could not afford to be careless. He drew forth the Qiankuan circle, the Hunyuan silk, and the 99 demon banner, readying himself for a fierce battle. As Tudun observed Nezha poised for battle, he let out a slight, derisive laugh and remarked, "Nezha, young lad, I see the aura surrounding you. Yet, you possess merely the cultivation of the heart-moving period. Although commendable for your age, how could you possibly contend with my advanced stage of Lingji? If you intend to rely on your magical treasures, you are not the only one in possession of such artifacts." However, Nezha thought to himself, "Strike first. What need is there for idle chatter?" With a thunderous shout, he called forth the magic silk, and a radiant crimson light surged forth, hurtling towards Tudun. Tudun chuckled sinisterly, extending a finger as 9 white-bone magical bells ascended from the altar, ringing ominously. From within the bells poured forth 9 streams of black poisonous smoke, fiercely directed at the magic silk. Nezha, deftly weaving incantations, commanded, "Unfold." Instantly, the magic silk expanded, filling the air with dazzling red light, and with a gentle shake, it dispelled the noxious smoke entirely. The magic silk, a treasure of the celestial realm, was specifically designed to counteract toxins, no matter how potent the miasma. Upon encountering the magic silk, it would dissolve into nothing but innocuous wisps. Seeing the futility of his poison, Tudun remained unfazed. With a flick of his fingers, he released 9 droplets of his essence, which struck the bone bells. The bells rang out again, swelling to several times their original size, resembling massive gongs. Pointing the mouths of the 9 bells skyward, they formed a formation in the air, creating a tempestuous wind that summoned forth 9 grotesque entities. Nezha focused intently, observing that these creatures were composed entirely of bone, their appearance exceedingly bizarre, resembling human skeletons yet devoid of skulls and lower halves. Each creature featured 9 upper bodies twisted together, swaying in the air and clattering their joints, instilling a sense of unease. With 9 bodies, they possessed 18 arms, wielding bone knives, bone halberds, and bone clubs, launching a savage assault. The 9 headless bone creatures surged forth, unleashing a flurry of 162 weapons that clashed against the magic silk, igniting a fierce confrontation in the skies. Tudun laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What do you think of my 99 bone bells? Although your magic silk is a celestial artifact, it may not possess the lethal prowess of my treasured bells." Upon hearing this, Nezha's heart stirred. 99 bone bells? Could there truly be a connection to my 99 demon banner? How intriguing. With a snort, he declared, "Heaven and earth circle." Pointing his hand, a beam of golden light surged forth towards Tudun. Unfazed, Tudun circled his arm, summoning 81 skull bowls that spun rapidly, forming a complex swastika formation in the air. This formation bore the name of the 99 bone misdirection array, creating its own spatial realm, intricately convoluted. Each layer of 9 bowls constituted a path. The second layer, also comprised of 9 bowls, overlapped the first, multiplying the paths 9-fold. With each subsequent layer, the complexity increased exponentially, resulting in a 9-layer array that could manifest over 387 million pathways, rendering any ordinary person who entered it eternally lost. Although this formation cannot directly inflict harm, once it is established, all vessels become chaotic entities, rendering swords ineffective and axes immovable. Due to the lack of direct confrontation, it becomes exceedingly difficult to break free from within the formation, ensnaring individuals in a mesmerizing trap. When Nezha's universe circle collided within the array, he instantly lost his sense of direction, dashing about in confusion, akin to a bee ensnared in a spider's web, unable to escape, unable to advance or retreat, truly trapped with no avenue for escape. Chapter 18. Goddess Du Jia, the universe circle, and the heavenly silk are Nezha's most formidable treasures. Yet both are restrained by the magical tools of tooting. A chill ran through Nezha's heart as he comprehended that this foe had come prepared, laying a trap specifically for him. This battle would undoubtedly be arduous, and he began to ponder his options in silence. Nezha mused, while Tooting laughed triumphantly, proclaiming, "Nezha, I am fully aware of your secrets. Your treasures, the universe circle and the heavenly silk, though indeed celestial artifacts, are ineffective in combat. Behold, am I not the one who has restrained them?" He continued, "I have already witnessed the celestial treasures of your golden light cave. Now observe the might of my esoteric teachings." Nezha scoffed, retorting, "Esoteric teachings? So you are an Indian fellow." At this time, India had not yet fully developed its Brahmanic doctrines, which differed significantly from the religious tenets of later Hinduism. The practices within the teachings were not as widely accessible as those in the Central Plains, but were instead imparted within specific ethnic groups. To the people of the Central Plains, the beliefs of the Indians were shrouded in mystery, thus they referred to it as esoteric teachings. Although the doctrines evolved over time, the term esoteric persisted. Tooting, struggling to grasp the meaning behind the term Indian fellow, could not fathom its significance, no matter how hard he tried. He disregarded Nezha's mockery and focused instead on striking the nine-faced drum upon the altar, producing a captivating rhythm. The sound of the drums was enchanting yet indescribable, reminiscent of a maiden's intoxicating sighs, swaying and resonating, ensnaring the very soul. As the drumbeat echoed, billowing clouds of mist began to rise from the altar. This mist was neither toxic nor malevolent. Rather, it emanated a divine power, albeit one that was peculiar, embodying both benevolence and ferocity, leaving one to wonder at its strangeness. Nezha felt a sudden chill, realizing that this individual was a master of esoteric teachings, employing a sacred summoning technique. The deities of Indian lore were numerous, embodying both good and evil, and were not to be trifled with. He could not afford to be careless. While on high alert, a thunderous sound resonated from the drums, and amidst the mist, a resplendent deity suddenly emerged. This deity was a goddess, her hair styled in a towering crown, adorned with 6 necklaces, her form both voluptuous and robust, bedecked with various ornaments that rendered her appearance striking. She possessed 4 arms, each wielding a sword, an axe, an iron bowl, and a lotus, a collection of formidable artifacts. The goddess was beautiful, yet her expression fluctuated between serene compassion and fierce savagery. Upon witnessing this divine manifestation, Nezha recalled texts from his previous life and exclaimed, "It is the dark goddess Kali." Tooting, taken aback, remarked, "Ah, at such a young age, your knowledge is indeed remarkable." To recognize Kali, the goddess lowered her gaze, briefly regarding Nezha, and declared, "I am Kali, yet I am also not Kali. My name is Du Jia, akin to Kali, the manifestation of the goddess Devi, consort of Lord Shiva. I possess an exterior self of 9 million forms. What stands before you now is merely one among myriad incarnations. Young man, you embody a celestial demon, and I am compelled to confront you. Yet, the heavenly way shows compassion. After I vanquish you, I can allow your spirit to depart and be reborn. In your next life, remember not to take on a demonic form, lest you incur boundless karmic burdens." Upon hearing these words, Nezha scoffed, "Humph, such indecision. If one must kill, then one should eradicate completely. If one is to show mercy, then one must sacrifice oneself for others. Your pretentiousness, combining slaughter with compassion, only leads to inner turmoil. How can one attain liberation in such a convoluted manner?" The goddess maintained her serene demeanor and gently replied, "To slay demons and liberate souls is indeed an act of compassion. Yet, you remain obstinate in your ignorance. Allow me to guide you to salvation." With that, the 4 magical artifacts emanated resplendent light, swiftly enveloping Nezha, and the 4 arms of the goddess surged forward, attacking him with ferocious intent. Though her words were gentle, her martial prowess was formidable. The 4 arms spun into a luminous barrier, extending and retracting with unparalleled swiftness. As Nezha found himself ensnared by the brilliance of the artifacts, he felt an overwhelming weight upon him, making every movement arduous. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, the goddess's sword struck, leaving a deep gash upon his shoulder, blood gushing forth. The goddess sighed and spoke softly, "Young man, you are a celestial demon, and I am the deity tasked with exorcising demons. You are inherently restrained by my divine power. No matter how fiercely you resist, you cannot prevail against me. Thus, surrender and yield to your fate. I can ensure your rebirth into a virtuous family, granting you great blessings in your next life." Nezha retorted coldly. What does it matter that you are a deity? Do you presume to dictate my life and death? What nonsense about celestial demons and exorcising them? Has the divine come to the heart of my homeland to wreak havoc, believing my celestial kin to be powerless? If a celestial demon is constrained by divine will, then witness how I shall subdue the divine. With that declaration, Nezha raised 3 fingers of his left hand, forming a thunderous seal, while his right hand twisted and intertwined 4 fingers to create a blade-warding sigil. He stepped forward, executing a precise stance, chanting, Hao Hao Yin Yang. The sun rises in the east. I now cast this spell to sweep away all misfortune. By the light of a single word, may brilliance subdue the malignant. Summoning the might of the celestial warrior, vanquishing demons and transforming them into auspiciousness, swiftly as the law commands. Annihilation spell. A deafening roar erupted as a purple lightning bolt descended from the heavens, striking fiercely upon the goddess Du Jia. With a resounding crash, spiritual flames erupted from her form, transforming into scattering petals of lotus flowers, dancing in the air. Greatly alarmed, Du Jia exclaimed, Indra, the god of thunder, why do you assist this celestial demon? A flicker of ferocity flashed across her beautiful visage as her 4 hands raised the magical artifacts, preparing to chant a counterspell. Nezha, realizing that despite her being an incarnation, she was the consort of a major deity and surely possessed unique divine abilities, could not allow her the luxury of time to cast her spells. He promptly pointed his hand, unleashing 4 bolts of purple heavenly thunder, each more potent than the last, shattering the magical artifacts in her grasp into a myriad of radiant sparks, rendering them invisible. Nezha, in a position of strength, showed no mercy. His hand seals intertwined, and the purple lightning continued to strike down, causing Du Jia to tremble all over. Lotus petals danced chaotically in the air, filling the room with an enchanting fragrance. After the last bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, Du Jia let out a piercing scream. Yet, instead of fleeing or dissipating, he seated himself firmly and entered a deep meditative state, forming 2 hand seals. Nezha understood that this was the divine body's consciousness being shattered by the purple lightning. Once the consciousness was dispersed, the divine incarnation lost its connection to the true body, becoming no longer a threat as long as there was no one to command it. The spell Nezha had just employed, known as the God-slaying curse, was a creation of the Taoist Fengshen sect, designed to obliterate not only humans, demons, and spirits, but specifically opposing deities. At this moment, Nezha's powers were still limited. The 9 bolts of lightning he conjured appeared formidable, but were fundamentally fragile. However, the adversary he faced was not particularly impressive either, merely summoning 1 out of Du Jia's 9 million incarnations, equivalent to a minor deity. The God-slaying curse was an unheard-of technique to her, and she was instantly defeated by the chain of 9 lightning strikes, shattering her consciousness. Nezha, having expended significant energy in casting the God-slaying curse, could not invoke it a second time. Yet, his resolute and decisive character left no room for doubt. With a cold laugh, he addressed Tu Deng. Ah San, it is now your turn. Chapter 19. The Flying Sword Slays. Tu Deng was taken aback to see the goddess Du Jia defeated by Nezha. However, as his eyes darted with calculation, he sneered. You have already utilized the Qian Kuan Circle and the Mixed Heaven Silk. What other means do you possess? Ah, I see now. You still have that 919 demon banner, which you must have taken from Li Jing. Upon hearing Tu Deng specifically mention the 919 demon banner, Nezha's heart stirred, and he coldly replied, You are well informed indeed. It is time for you to witness this treasure. With a flick of the banner, dark energy enveloped the entire cave, obscuring all vision. Seeing Nezha truly wield the banner, Tu Deng felt no fear, only delight. Now this treasure is within my grasp. He pointed, and the 7-layered bone tower soared into the air, spinning continuously. This set of magical artifacts, known as the 919 bones, was crafted from the remains of 81 young girls that he and Li Jing had slain together. The method of refining the 919 demon banner belonged to the demonic path. Li Jing, a disciple of the Western Kunlun, was originally unskilled in its use. But it was Tu Deng who had informed him of the refinement technique. As a practitioner from India, Tu Deng was rootless in the Central Plains and sought to forge magical artifacts. However, the creation of this set required numerous sacrifices, which would inevitably expose his actions and lead to endless troubles. By chance, upon learning that Li Jing possessed a piece of the Heavenly Demon Seed, he devised a plan, sharing the refining method of the Yin Demon Banner with Li Jing, encouraging him to kill and refine the banner. While he prepared the 7-layered bone tower specifically to counter the Yin Demon Banner, His aim was to seize the opportunity to ambush and confiscate the banner, leaving the sins of murder to Li Jing, who was a commanding general after all. Little did he expect that through a twist of fate, the demon banner ended up in Nezha's hands. Nezha, unlike Li Jing, had no ties to Tu Deng, making it quite difficult for Tu Deng to launch a surprise attack. With a domineering master backing him, Tu Deng wished to avoid conflict, resigning himself to his unfortunate fate. He contemplated how to deceive the rare alchemical furnace, Xiao Zhu, into returning with him to India. Unexpectedly, Li Jing arrived at the door, promising immense benefits. Tu Deng, captivated by the offer, altered his plans, deciding to use the small bamboo as bait to lure Nezha here. He set up an altar, intending to catch him off guard and, at the opportune moment, kill him and seize the banner, extinguishing Nezha's soul in the process. He would then silence Li Jing. And even if Tai Yizhenren sought vengeance, who would know it was his doing? At this moment, Tu Deng pondered. Surely the dark mist concealed those shadowy demons. If they did not attack, it would be fine. However, the moment they did, they would be ensnared by my bone tower. Even celestial demons could not be summoned. Oh. At that moment, while that young lad is taken aback, his life would fall into my hands. Just as he reveled in his scheme, the black mist parted, and a white shadow sprang forth. Tu Deng shouted, "Excellent," as he raised the bone tower into the air, its base facing downward, ready to absorb the shadow demons. To his astonishment, the incoming entity was not a demon, but a glimmering flying sword. In his shock, Tu Deng attempted to change his strategy, but it was too late. The sword, sharp as a razor, swiftly circled and cleaved Tu Deng in two. In agony, he cried out, "How do you possess a flying sword? It must be the Wu Hook sword. This belongs to your second brother, Muzha." So it was, while I plotted against Li Jing, he was also plotting against me. Upon hearing his misunderstanding, Nezha had no intention of explaining himself. He urged the flying sword to strike again, instantly severing Tu Deng's head. As the head fell, a white light suddenly shot forth from Tu Deng's body, fleeing into the distance. The myriad of magical artifacts, now devoid of their master, came to an abrupt halt, crashing to the ground. Nezha, having succeeded with his strike, snorted in disdain, thinking, "This scoundrel is so overconfident, waiting for me to unleash the shadow demons. How could I fall for such a ruse?" While not an extraordinary strategy, he remains unaware that his downfall is well-deserved. However, it is curious that he does not seem to have reached the primordial spirit realm. How could his soul escape so swiftly? Nonetheless, it was fortunate that he mistakenly identified the flying sword as the Wu Hook sword, bringing trouble to Li Jing. The reason Tu Deng's soul could escape so quickly was precisely due to the treasure bestowed by Li Jing. Knowing that ordinary items would not entice Tu Deng, Li Jing had reluctantly offered a long-cherished soul-settling pearl as a price for Tu Deng's involvement. Although the name of the pearl seemed ordinary, it was a rare treasure. Whoever possessed it, if killed, would have their soul instantly collected by the pearl and transformed into light, retreating far away. This was a divine ability only attainable by those skilled in the primordial spirit, and possessing this treasure was akin to having additional lives. It was no wonder Tu Deng was tempted. Although this turn of events deviated significantly from his initial plan, he had indeed managed to secure a means of escape. As for Nezha's flying sword, it was not Muzha's Wu Hook sword, but one he had forged himself. At this moment, there were no more than 10 flying swords in the world, each with its own name and reputation. Tu Deng's mind raced, and he quickly deduced that it was indeed a flying sword from the Mu family. How could he have imagined that Nezha, at such a young age, had also mastered the art of sword forging? On that fateful day, Nezha collected numerous treasures from Li Jing, which were intended for setting up formations. In his previous life, acquiring even a single item of such value was a formidable task, yet now he found himself with a plethora. Unable to resist the temptation, he decided to experiment with the sword-refining techniques of the Heavenly Demon Sect. After expending considerable amounts of golden essence and wood spirit, he succeeded in crafting a flying sword. Although its quality was mediocre, merely sharp without any other significant abilities, it paled in comparison to the treasured Ziqing sword of the Shushan sect from his former life. However, due to the advancements in sword-refining techniques in later generations, this sword, in the context of the late Shang dynasty, could still be considered a respectable magical artifact. As for why the sword-refining methods of later generations proved superior, the explanation is quite simple. The children of the poor must learn to manage the household. With rare materials at their disposal, one cannot afford to lack finesse in their techniques. When the two engaged in a magical duel, Pillar sensed the impending danger and promptly slipped away from the cave. Xiongqi, stationed at the entrance, heard the commotion inside and hurriedly entered to lend assistance. Yet he did not witness Pillar's escape. Nezha and Tooting's confrontation lasted only a brief moment. As the black mist dissipated, Tooting found himself severed into 3 pieces. Xiongqi, having been of no help, observed as Nezha collected his magical artifacts and approached him, exclaiming, "Master, you truly are remarkable. That cultivator surely possessed the cultivation level of late-stage Lingji, and yet, despite your inferior realm, you managed to defeat him? Your spells were quite novel. I have never seen anything like them before." Nezha chuckled, replying, "It was mere luck, aided by the blessings of our predecessors. Otherwise, I would not have been able to contend with this fellow." Approaching the divine form of the goddess Dujia, he examined it closely and remarked, "This goddess possesses some intriguing qualities. Her form is not of flesh and blood, but rather a soul body forged from the essence of belief and magical power, astonishingly resilient. It has sparked an idea in my mind." Xiongqi hurriedly inquired, "This goddess is certainly not a deity native to the Central Plains. How peculiar. What do you intend to do with her, master?" Nezha responded, "There is no rush. Saving people is of utmost importance." He retracted the Qian Kuan circle and contained the divine form of Du Jia before leaping onto the altar to awaken Xiaozhu. As Xiaozhu opened her eyes and saw Nezha, joy overwhelmed her, and she leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, "Young master, you have finally come to rescue me." "Those vile people." Nezha gently patted her back and reassured her, "It's all right, I have dealt with them all." Upon feeling his comforting touch, Xiaozhu suddenly became aware of her state of undress. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she quickly jumped away to clothe herself in a flurry. Nezha smiled as he gathered the scattered magical artifacts around the altar, inspecting them closely. His expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness as he remarked, "Humph. The wickedness of the cultists is indeed repulsive. Their artifacts are disturbingly sinister." Once Xiaozhu addressed, she asked, "Young master, what is a cultist? How are the artifacts sinister?" As she posed her question, Nezha felt a jolt in his heart, inwardly sighing, "Indeed. Both Xiaozhu and I have found our fateful opportunities right here." Enlightened by this realization, he pointed to the artifacts and began to recount a tale. At this juncture, the Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, had yet to enter the world. The teachings in India were still steeped in the primitive malevolence of heretical sections. The insidious influence of such cults persisted for millennia after the parinirvana of Siddhartha, even infiltrating the land of Tibet in the form of esoteric Buddhism, which, while falsely claiming to be a branch of Buddhism, was in fact steeped in bloodshed and cruelty, starkly contrasting with the compassion embodied in the teachings of the Buddha. In a past life, Nezha encountered these secretive practices during his spiritual journey in southern Tibet, gaining a profound understanding of their doctrines, which he subsequently elucidated. Nezha seized a drum made from hide and addressed Xiaozhu, saying, "Allow me to share a tale, one that revolves around this very drum." The title of the story is Sister Drum. Chapter 20. Sister Drum. In Nezha's previous incarnation, the populace enjoyed abundant provisions and a tranquil existence, which naturally led to a flourishing of diverse spiritual pursuits. At an unknown time, a wave of fascination for Tibet swept through the land, with everyone deeming travel to Tibet a fashionable pursuit, enchanted by its lofty skies and mysterious grandeur, believing that a visit would bestow cultural refinement upon themselves. During this period, a song titled Sister Drum gained popularity, capturing the essence of Tibetan folklore with its ethereal and distant melody, a true gem of artistry. Many who heard it were further enchanted, envisioning Tibet as a celestial realm. Even those who had never set eyes upon it depicted it as a utopia, unaware that the song actually alluded to a gruesome custom within Tibetan esoteric practices. The narrative spoke of a young girl who, from a tender age, was inseparable from her sister, sharing a bond of profound affection. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the sister was mute, unable to utter a word. One fateful day, the sister vanished without a trace, leaving the younger sibling in a desperate search, but no news of her was ever found. Nezha omitted the intricate details of his past life, focusing solely on the sister's tale. Upon hearing this, Xiaozhu, reminded of her own separation from her sister, felt a surge of compassion and could not help but inquire, "Young master, where did her sister go?" Nezha cast a glance her way and replied, "Her sister, in truth, sought the company of a master of esoteric Buddhism, offering her pure and innocent body for his unrestrained indulgence. Should any master take a liking to a daughter of a household, they would sever her tongue, rendering her mute to prevent her from enticing men, as it was believed to enhance her purity. As she matured, they would deceive her into offering her flesh, euphemistically referring to it as the dual path of body and spirit, though in reality, it served only to gratify the master, providing no spiritual benefit to the woman whatsoever." Xiaozhu's face flushed with embarrassment, recalling the earlier encounter with Tudun, who had similarly sought to engage with her. Fear gripped her, prompting her to ask, but why? After being subjected to the master's desires, did the sister not return home? Nezha responded, return home? Huh. What benevolence could one expect from a master of esoteric Buddhism? After exploiting the innocence of a young girl, they would flay her skin, crafting it into a ritualistic drum, claiming it to be a selfless offering from the girl herself. Some even absurdly professed that the girl had transcended life and death. How ludicrous! Who among us does not cherish life and abhor death? Would anyone willingly allow their skin to be flayed? He patted the hide drum beside him, his tone growing cold as he continued, and that ritualistic drum, known as sister drum, is precisely this one I possess. Xiaozhu, do you truly fail to grasp the intent behind the tale of sister drum? Xiaozhu, inherently astute and clever, let out a piercing cry when asked by Nezha. Her complexion turned ashen, and a vague realization flickered in her mind. Trembling, she stammered, could it be that what you mentioned, dear brother, extends beyond just that maiden's sister? My sister? Nezha nodded affirmatively and said, just now, I scanned with my divine sense. And this drum in my hand is crafted from your sister's skin. Xiaozhu screamed, her tears gushing forth, and overwhelmed by the revelation, she fainted. In her unconscious state, she felt a cool breeze sweep over her, and upon regaining consciousness, she found Nezha had revived her. Gazing at Xiaozhu, Nezha spoke in a calm voice, Xiaozhu, I unveil this matter to you, not out of cruelty, but because you possess the innate qualities of an exceptional furnace, destined to embark on the path of cultivation. If heaven offers you an opportunity and you do not seize it, you will face dire consequences. Observing that others wish to exploit you as a mere external furnace, and knowing you are my servant, I cannot allow you to fall into their hands. It is far better for me to take you under my wing. Today's events are a stroke of fate. With this opportunity at hand, I shall gradually impart the teachings of cultivation to you. Thus, there are matters I must clarify first. Xiaozhu, completely taken aback by Nezha's intention to impart cultivation methods, stood there in a daze, tears streaming down her face, unable to utter a single word. Nezha continued ominously, the methods I practice do not prohibit killing, nor do they forbid the strong from overpowering the weak. If I desire your body for my own gratification, you may acquiesce, but if you refuse, I shall seize it by force. Similarly, should I wish to craft a magical instrument from your skin, I would not hesitate to kill. However, I will never entice or deceive you with any doctrines. To do so would be the act of a wicked deity, not someone of my righteous path. The purpose of sharing this tale with you is to help you understand that there are myriad paths of cultivation in this world, both righteous and demonic, and it is often difficult to discern their merit or morality. However, those who deceive others under the guise of doctrine to satisfy their own desires are certainly of the heterodox. If you fall prey to such enticements, it would be profoundly detrimental to our cultivation. You must remember this and be prepared to eliminate such individuals immediately. Xiaozhu, in her naivety, nodded in agreement. Nezha continued, your sister's soul resides within my banner, while her remains have been refined by that sorcerer, entwined with the bodies of other maidens, never to be separated. Since you are identical twins, sharing the same flesh and blood, using this set of magical instruments will be akin to utilizing your own body, and far easier than for others. This is a rare opportunity. I shall now bestow this set of magical instruments upon you. Suddenly enlightened, Xiaozhu realized that Nezha was imparting his teachings through these instruments. She hurriedly knelt and bowed deeply, exclaiming, Master, I humbly beseech you to accept my reverence. Nezha accepted her bows calmly, then pricked her brow with a finger, drawing forth a drop of her essence. He similarly drew blood from his fingertip, mixing the two droplets together and reinserting them into her brow, proclaiming, by joining my fold, you must pledge unwavering loyalty. Should you harbor any treachery, you shall be met with fiery demise. This is of utmost importance. Xiaozhu bowed once more and declared, I understand. Nezha, with a serious demeanor, stated, now that you are my disciple, I shall grant you a surname. You shall be known as Ling. From this day forth, your name shall be Ling Zhu. During the twilight of the Shang dynasty, the common folk were devoid of surnames, making the bestowal of one a significant event. Little Bamboo, overwhelmed with joy, bowed deeply, exclaiming, Ling Zhu expresses gratitude to Master for the bestowed surname. Nezha, pleased to welcome Little Bamboo as his disciple, exhaled a sigh of relief and resumed his nonchalant grin, saying, all right, rise now. From henceforth, continue to call me young master. Master sounds rather antiquated. In truth, his decision to take her as a pupil marked the arrival of a fortuitous moment for both, and with this resolution, young master found himself benefiting from her as well. Little Bamboo opened her eyes wide in astonishment, asking, "What benefit have you received from me, young master?" Nezha merely smiled in silence. The truth was, upon his arrival to rescue Little Bamboo, he had felt an impulsive surge, sensing that if he could successfully accomplish this task, a breakthrough might await him. The cultivation techniques of the Heavenly Demon Sect, along with the awakening of one's heart, were often incited by specific circumstances and connections. Enmity and goodwill alike were woven into fate, and should these connections conclude harmoniously, one could transcend barriers in their cultivation and ascend to new heights. Having reached the stage of emotional awakening, Nezha found himself responsive to the tides of opportunity. When his heart stirred, he instantly realized that his endeavor to save Little Bamboo represented a chance to elevate his own realm. By intervening in the plight of the Bamboo sisters, vanquishing foes, elucidating the principles of cause and effect to Little Bamboo, and bestowing upon her the magical artifact crafted from her sister's corporeal form, he skillfully tied up this thread of fate. This act brought him profound clarity, culminating in an unexpected breakthrough to the realm of tranquility, reaching the state of spiritual serenity. In his previous life, the state of spiritual serenity was the ultimate pursuit for all cultivators. However, in this world, it merely signified the beginning of a new journey. With a heart brimming with satisfaction from this bountiful harvest, Nezha utilized the Qinkuan circle to gather the magical artifacts within the cavern and, alongside Ling Zhu, leaped onto the Qiongqi, taking to the skies. Meanwhile, in a distant valley, a figure named Zhuzi was running for dear life, muttering bitterly, "You bullies! You wretches! I shall one day avenge this grievance. And you, Little Bamboo, you wretched woman, would rather succumb to the vile than yield. You shall come to regret this. Mark my words." In a bold display, the nine-tailed fox smiled alluringly, introducing herself. "I am called Junyang. How may I address this young gentleman?" Nezha, unperturbed by pretenses, replied straightforwardly, "I am Nezha." The nine-tailed fox bowed deeply, stating, "I have a request to make. Should you lend your assistance, I assure you a fitting reward in return. I earnestly hope you will not refuse, young Master Nezha." Nezha chuckled, "Junyang? A delightful name indeed. Since this is a matter of business, I see no reason to decline. Pray, tell me, what assistance do you seek?" Junyang straightened her posture, adopting a serious demeanor. "I observed that with a mere wave of your artifact, you dispelled the fog I had conjured. To be candid, this enticing mist is my life's magic, not easily vanquished. Thus, I dare to inquire, is this artifact a celestial treasure, capable of dispelling all manner of malevolence?" Nezha nodded and said, "This treasure is called the Hunyuan Ling regardless of the miasma or toxic fog. With a mere wave, it dissipates into nothingness. It is indeed adept at vanquishing various malevolent entities." Upon hearing this, Junyang was instantly elated. She clapped her hands and danced a little, revealing a hint of youthful innocence as she exclaimed, "That is splendid. Recently, I have discovered an ancient site, and I suspect there are treasures within. However, the area surrounding the ruins is engulfed in miasma and swamps. Despite my 1,000 years of cultivation, I cannot approach it. I have tried various methods, but to no avail. Since this magical artifact specializes in defeating malevolent forces, might I request you, young sir, to accompany me to the ruins? If we manage to find any treasures, they shall be yours entirely. However, if you are satisfied, perhaps you could spare a couple of items for me. What do you think?" Nezha said to himself. Such a favorable proposition. This fox seems cunning, yet her demeanor suggests she is not deceiving me. What harm could there be in taking a trip? He nodded and responded, "Very well. Let us go and take a look." Junyang, delighted by Nezha's agreement, clapped her hands repeatedly and said, "It is truly a blessing for Junyang that you have consented. However, it is still too early to go. I have investigated, and the ruins will only appear on the night of the full moon, on the 15th of each month. You may return then. I shall await you here." Nezha pondered for a moment. Ancient ruins were not ordinary places, and entering them could entail dangers. At present, he had acquired several magical artifacts and treasures, but he needed to refine them to augment his strength. With 7 days remaining until the 15th, it was just enough time to prepare at home. He agreed, "That sounds excellent. We shall meet here on the night of the full moon." Junyang then performed a deep bow, saying, "I thank you for your great kindness." Nezha mounted his Qiongqi and turned to say, "I dislike being referred to as an elder. Just call me by my name." Junyang, unreserved, replied with a smile, "Then I shall call you Nezha, young sir. Until we meet again, Nezha." Nezha nodded and shouted, "Let us go." With a powerful flap of its wings, Qiongqi stirred a tempest and flew away into the distance. Junyang watched Nezha's retreating figure, smiling sweetly, before turning to leave as well. Before long, Nezha returned home. Xiongqi descended from the sky with a thunderous crash, shattering several tiles in the courtyard. A group of family members, startled, fled in all directions, while only Nezha's loyal soldiers rejoiced and rushed to welcome their master. Upon hearing of Nezha's return, Huang Yin was both startled and delighted, unable to resist the urge to go out and greet him. Yet, wary of Li Jing's watchful eyes, she hesitated. At that moment, a maid arrived, reporting, "Madam, a letter has come from the family patriarch." She handed over a letterbox with both hands. Huang Madam's joy swiftly turned to worry as she thought, "I have resolved to relinquish power and live a peaceful life. Yet why does the family send a letter now? Surely, it heralds another storm." She took the letter box, opened it, and extracted a silk scroll, recognizing the vigorous handwriting of the Huang family patriarch, the mighty Huang Feihu. The letter did not reproach Huang Yin for her negligence. It merely stated, "Recently, someone reported that the son of Madame Yin, Nezha, has been excessively arrogant and is usurping power, subtly threatening to overshadow Li Jing. This situation is indeed inappropriate. Chintang Pass is a strategic location, and Li Jing is an important piece placed here by Huang Feihu. Originally, Huang Yin held a prestigious position at home, with her two sons studying under esteemed masters, ensuring Li Jing's dominance. However, if Nezha gains power, it would elevate his mother, Madame Yin, who is not favored, thus allowing her to rise. This woman belongs to the illustrious Exine family, and if they gain prominence, they would inevitably lean towards the imperial family, which would severely undermine Huang Feihu's influence." Turning another page, Huang Yin saw Huang Feihu's words, "Those who engage in significant affairs must not be soft-hearted. Although Nezha is the child of a prominent figure, he cannot be spared. However, this matter must be executed cleanly. Hence a skilled individual from our clan has been specially dispatched to eradicate this hidden danger." After reading the silk letter, Huang Yin immediately burned it in the flame, her heart racing, pondering, "My clan brother has held power in the court for many years. His high position and authority leave no room for thorn in his side, yet it inevitably places me at the forefront of this storm. He wishes to eliminate Nezha, which I cannot obstruct." Yet recalling Nezha's domineering nature and the way he had treated her lightly, Huang Yin felt her cheeks flush, thinking, "It is impossible to hinder King Wuqing, but it would not be a great issue to secretly send a message to Nezha, advising him to seek refuge with Tai Jinren. I can only hope this young man remembers my good intentions in the future." As she contemplated how to relay the message, the door curtain was suddenly lifted, and a person entered, smiling and greeting Huang Yin, saying, "Madam, after so many years apart, you remain as graceful and beautiful as ever. It truly inspires envy." Huang Yin was taken aback upon seeing this person, her voice trembling as she said, "Is it you, the capable one sent by King Wuqing, to deal with a mere child?" The individual chuckled. Even a lion must exert its full strength when hunting a rabbit, let alone when facing a distinguished disciple. Although Nezha's cultivation is still low, King Wuqing is exceedingly cautious, and my presence here is to ensure thoroughness. Huang Yin composed herself and replied with a smile, "If that is the case, I shall have my servants prepare a banquet to host you." As she was about to exit, the person abruptly grasped Huang Yan's arm, laughing, "Madam, you are too courteous. King Wuqing has stated that to avoid any leaks, no one who encounters me before my action is permitted to contact outsiders. That maidservant has already been enchanted by me. Madam, why not take a brief rest?" Huang Yan was alarmed and was about to speak when the individual waved their sleeve, and she felt a dizziness wash over her, losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Nezha found a secret chamber, instructing his private soldiers and Xiongqi to keep a watchful guard outside before leading Ling Zhu into the inner room. There, he set up barriers and began organizing the treasures he had acquired. According to Nezha's plan, among these treasures, the set of 99 bone bells, the skin drum, and the bone pagoda would be refined and modified by him before being entrusted to Ling Zhu for use, as these magical artifacts contain the flesh and blood of Ling Zhu's twin sister, making them even more convenient for her to wield. Nezha, determined to augment the power of the 99 demon banner, sought to utilize the divine essence of the goddess Durga that he had acquired. He retrieved the divine form from the cosmic circle and meticulously examined it with his spiritual awareness, nodding in approval. Indeed, this was the divine incarnation of Durga, the wife of the supreme deity Vishnu, and although merely an avatar, it possessed profound mysteries, perfectly suited to serve as the central focal point of the 99 demon banner. Currently, the 81 souls were engaged in chaotic skirmishes, unable to unleash the banner's potential. However, with a focal point established, it would be akin to a disorganized army being led by a general, significantly enhancing their might. Chapter 23. The dark goddess Kali, the 9-9 demon banner, comprised 9 pennants, each housing 9 demons, and upon each pennant lay a unique 9-palace formation. This formation inherently bore remarkable capabilities, yet remained dormant due to a lack of a capable leader. Not every demon could command the formation. Each central demon of the 9-palace array required a soul of a maiden cultivated to the spiritual tranquility stage to withstand the operation of the formation and direct the remaining 8 demons in unison. When Li Jing forged the demon banner, he heinously abducted innocent maidens, slaying them to capture their souls for the banner. Such despicable deeds consumed his entire spirit, and given his limited foundation, capturing a female cultivator at the spiritual tranquility stage for refinement would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, he never entertained such a notion. And the 81 demons were merely the souls of ordinary girls. Now, Nezha aimed to establish the central focal point for all 9 pennants. The requirements for the central points of these 81 pennants exceeded those of a single pennant S9-palace formation, demanding that the soul be cultivated to the realm of corporeal manifestation in daylight. Souls are categorized into various tiers, the lowest being the ghostly remnants of ordinary humans, which, to manifest in daylight, would require centuries of cultivation to reach the ghost immortal realm. The second tier consists of demon souls, those who had achieved some form of cultivation in life, whether as enlightened beings or practitioners, possessing a resilience superior to that of common souls, though their powers would be considerably diminished under sunlight. The highest tier encompasses various deities, whose divine bodies, born of mortal devotion, represent the pinnacle of soul development. Manifesting effortlessly in daylight, their powers remaining unchanged regardless of the time of day. The goddess Durga captured by Nezha was an incarnation of a great deity from the Tantric sect. She, the divine manifestation of Devi, was revered for slaying demons and aiding humanity, earning her widespread adoration. Despite being from a foreign land, her following was substantial, resulting in a robust divine essence. This incarnation, one of her 9 million forms, could withstand the relentless barrage of the Miao Mountain divine extermination spell, attesting to her formidable constitution. Nezha intended to harness this divine essence of Durga, infusing it with the obedient souls to create a supreme focal point. Demons, heed my command. Nezha's authoritative shout resonated, causing the 81 demons to immediately take flight, swirling around him. He then called out, "Which one is the soul of Xiaomei? Come forth before me." A young girl's spirit emerged from the throng of shadows, approaching Nezha. Her visage was indistinguishable from that of Ling Zhu, revealing her to be Xiaomei, Ling Zhu's elder sister. Nezha pointed at the divine form of the goddess Du Jia and addressed Xiaomei. "Since you are the sister of my disciple, I shall regard you with greater esteem. This divine form shall belong to you, dwell within it, and you need not remain tethered to the shadow banner. In your leisure, you may stroll and play like any ordinary person, yet you must not stray beyond a mile from the banner, lest you be drawn back against your will." Although Xiaomei could not speak, she comprehended Nezha's words. The prospect of being able to manifest and frolic as she once did filled her with uncontainable joy, causing her to soar into the air, embracing Nezha in delight. Startled, Nezha felt a chill and quickly urged her to desist, adding, "This divine form was once a deity, and I fear there may be peril in assuming such a vessel. I must inscribe a protective talisman for you." With that, Nezha bit his fingertip, drawing forth a drop of heart's blood, which he inscribed as a rune upon the shadow that embodied Xiaomei. He then gave her a gentle pat on the back, exclaiming, "Seize this opportunity. Haste is of the essence." With a swift motion, he propelled Xiaomei's spirit into the goddess's divine form. Although the consciousness of the goddess Du Jia had dissipated, her divine body sensed the intrusion of the shadow, and her eyes flew open in fury. Her expression wavered between elation and sorrow as the shadow battled against the innate essence of the goddess, causing her divine form to sprout 4 arms, each wielding a magical artifact as if engaged in combat with a demon. However, the shadow, residing within her, found little utility in this display. Ling Zhu watched in trepidation, beads of sweat forming on her brow, clenching her fists in encouragement for her sister's spirit. Nezha, observing this, smiled gently, contemplating, "My disciple possesses a spirited nature, which may not suit the practice of other arts, yet it is indeed a favorable disposition for my path of celestial sorcery." As for the struggle between the shadow and the goddess's divine form, Nezha held no concern. Though divine, the essence had scattered, and the current resistance was merely instinctive. The entity could not even discern the location of its adversary. Its frenzied shouts and erratic strikes would hardly dislodge Xiaomei's shadow. In a short while, 3 of the goddess's 4 arms ceased their movements, and the remaining arm grew limp and weak. Gradually, the goddess's countenance transformed to mirror that of Xiao Mei. Smiling warmly at Nezha, an unmistakable sign of impending success in the possession, Ling Zhu finally exhaled in relief, turning to Nezha and inquiring, Master, my sister is on the verge of success. Shall we not be able to laugh and play together henceforth? Nezha nodded with a smile. Indeed. The divine form may remain on the banner or walk the earth as it pleases, provided it does not stray too far. It shall be just like any ordinary person. Overjoyed, Ling Zhu clapped her hands, eager to speak further when suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Both were startled, and upon turning their gaze back to the divine form of Du Jia, they beheld her visage morphing anew, more exquisite than her original form, yet now adorned with a fierce demeanor, bellowing, Devil, how dare you invade my divine form? Kali, kill. Nezha was taken aback, a sudden spark of realization illuminating his mind. He exclaimed, Kali, the dark goddess. It is indeed you. So you and Durga are one and the same. Two souls residing within a single divine body. How careless of me to overlook this. The goddess Kali glared fiercely at Nezha and growled, Who are you? Are you a celestial demon or a mere human? Your body appears to be that of a demon, yet your soul bears some semblance of humanity. Demons must perish, but humans, they cannot be killed. What to do? Seeing her in such a frenzied state, Nezha recalled the ancient texts he had perused in his previous life. This goddess Kali was indeed another manifestation of Devi, the consort of Vishnu, yet her temperament was exceedingly savage. Although Durga also vanquished demons, her motives were to protect humanity, and her battles were measured. Kali, on the other hand, reveled in slaughter for its own sake, driven to madness at the sight of demons, embodying a primal force devoid of reason. However, despite her bloodthirsty nature, she did not harm humans. Thus, although she was a fierce deity of death, she was not considered evil, still revered and worshipped by the masses. As Nezha beheld Kali's manifestation, intent on reclaiming the divine form, his initial astonishment faded, and he swiftly launched a counterattack. Chapter 24. Xiao Mei and Xiaoli at this moment. Xiao Mei's soul was entwined with Durga's divine form. Nezha could no longer employ the Annihilation Thunder spell, although the purple lightning would certainly disperse Kali within Durga's divine body. It would also endanger Xiao Mei's soul. Therefore, he unfurled the 99 demon banner and commanded, demons, heed my call. Form the 99 demon great formation. With a gust of wind, 80 demons surged forth from the banner, rushing into Durga's divine body alongside Xiao Mei's soul. Exactly 9 times 9. Each demon took their designated position according to the banner's layout, encircling the divine consciousness of Goddess Kali in the heart of the formation. Although the 81 souls had assumed their positions, without a leader to direct them, they could not truly be considered a formation. It was merely a chaotic brawl. Kali roared in fury, manifesting a four-armed form, each limb wielding a weapon, creating arcs of vibrant light around her. The demons, fearing her formidable armaments, dared not engage in close combat, lurking on the sidelines, poised to strike at the opportune moment. Nezha, having sent the demons into Durga's divine form, did not remain idle. He formed a seal and commanded, Celestial Demon, devour the soul. A flash of black light emanated from his brow, darting into Durga's sea of consciousness. Upon entering the sea of consciousness, Nezha immediately manifested a fearsome form with 3 heads and 6 arms. His visage a terrifying blend of blue skin and sharp fangs. He seated himself at the center of the 99 demon great formation, invoking the blood pact to command the throngs of demons, thus setting the formation into motion. Once activated, the dynamic of the battlefield shifted dramatically. Goddess Kali felt as though she had descended into a labyrinth, surrounded by the furious howls of demons. Was it merely 81? Perhaps it was closer to 81,000. Yet whenever she attempted to strike, her weapons found only emptiness. Caught off guard, she was bitten and clawed by the lurking demons from the shadows. Her furious roars echoed in vain, and soon her body was riddled with wounds, blood streaming from her form, her movements slowing significantly. Nezha secretly rejoiced, observing her demeanor. When I unleashed the annihilation spell to disperse Du Jia's consciousness, it was certain that Kali's spirit within her also sustained injuries. Otherwise, she would not be in such a disarray. Fortunately, it was Kali who remained. Had it been the goddess Du Jia, she would not have exhibited such chaotic aggression. If she had guarded her position and waited for the right moment, I and the shadow demon would inevitably face misfortune, for a formidable dragon cannot suppress a local serpent. Yet, this Kali is a madwoman, driven to frenzy upon encountering the demon clan, entirely devoid of strategy, thus falling right into my trap. As Nezha watched further, he noticed Kali's attacks were disordered, her breath ragged. He discerned the opportune moment had arrived. With a thunderous shout, he called out, "Where is Xiao Mei? Now is the time for the devouring spirit to seize the body." From the darkness beneath Kali's feet, a youthful spirit suddenly surged forth, Xiao Mei. At this moment, Nezha occupied the pivotal position of the 99 Shadow Demon formation, with 81 Shadow Demons, yet one vacancy remained. Xiao Mei had been concealed in the shadows of the formation. And now, seizing her chance, she lunged forth, extending her hands to grasp Kali's lower abdomen, seizing her vital energy point. This location is the very nucleus of consciousness. Once captured, Kali trembled all over, rendered immobile. Recognizing the opportunity, Nezha leapt high and struck down with his massive palm, shattering Kali's consciousness. Xiao Mei opened her mouth to inhale, drawing in the fragmented consciousness. Finally, Nezha exhaled deeply, and with a gesture of the celestial demon technique, he swiftly returned to his physical form. Upon observing the body of goddess Du Jia, he beheld her charming smile, her visage transformed into that of Xiao Mei, who graciously bowed to him and sweetly said, "I am your servant, Xiao Mei, grateful for the bestowed divine form." Ling Zhu, standing nearby, was already astonished to the point of nearly having her heart leap from her chest. Upon witnessing her sister's spirit successfully seize the body, she joyously shouted, rushing over to embrace Xiao Mei, laughing and crying simultaneously. Xiao Mei, filled with both sorrow and joy, gently stroked her sister's hair, softly offering comfort. Nezha felt a sense of relief, and, with a shake of the 99 Shadow Demon banner, summoned back the remaining 80 Shadow Demons, then smiled and remarked, "Well, your sisterly reunion is indeed a joyous occasion. Though Xiao Mei, you are not immortal. As a disciple of the Celestial Demon Sect, I hold no superstitions. I shall take you under my wing, naming you Ling Mei. What say you?" Xiao Mei released her sister, gracefully bowed, and proclaimed, "Master, please accept my 8 bows." With that, she knelt down and earnestly knocked her head against the ground 4 times. Nezha smiled and nodded, about to speak, when suddenly Ling Mei sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "No, though you are my master, how can I kneel before you? I have always been the one to tread upon others. How could I bow to anyone else? Master, while your kindness is immense, I shall repay it, yet I cannot bring myself to perform those last 4 bows. Please forgive me." Ah, indeed. Nezha found himself utterly bewildered, caught between laughter and tears, and said, "Whether you bow or nod is inconsequential, but Xiao Mei, what performance are you putting on?" Ling Mei tilted her head and replied, "Ling Mei? I am not particularly fond of that name. I was called Kali before. Master, please grant me a new name. Let it be Xiaoli." Nezha's heart quivered momentarily. After a brief contemplation, he grasped the underlying truth and offered a wry smile, exclaiming, "So it is, you have consumed Kali's consciousness, yet inadvertently inherited some of her instinctive memories as well. Now, you find yourself with a dual personality, which is quite troublesome." Ling Mei smiled softly, her expression transforming into one of gentle warmth as she replied, "I apologize for the inconvenience, Master. In truth, there is no need for you to fret. I have merely inherited certain memories from the goddess Kali, which accounts for my capricious nature. However, her original consciousness has long since dissipated and will pose no harm to you. I may be prone to peculiar moods, so I hope for your understanding." As she spoke, a mischievous smile danced across Ling Mei's face as she leaned closer, playfully caressing Nezha's cheek, giggling, "Master, you are quite handsome, and Little Li truly admires you. Yet, there is an aura of demonic energy about you, which I find rather vexing. I can't help but feel a desire to take a bite. Oh dear, it's a confusing mix of affection and disdain. What shall I do?" Ling Zhu, growing anxious, interjected loudly, "Sister, please do not jest. How can you show such disrespect to the young master?" Ling Mei laughed, embracing her sister. "Oh, my dear sister, do not be jealous. I have always cherished you the most. You come first, and only then does my affection extend to master." Even Nezha, seasoned and ruthless as he was, found himself bewildered by the unfolding events, ultimately clearing his throat to interject, "Regardless of whether you are Little Mei or Little Li, I shall call you Little Mei. Like Little Zhu, you shall refer to me as young master, not master. Now, cease your antics. First, I shall impart the secrets of the 99 Demon Grand Formation to you. Henceforth, you will be the core of the 81 demons, and the power of this formation will be exponentially enhanced." Ling Mei responded with a bright "Oh," and with earnestness declared, "Young master, please proceed with your teachings. Although my temperament may be eccentric, I assure you I am steadfast when it comes to serious matters, and I will not jeopardize your endeavors. Nezha nodded, satisfied, and meticulously conveyed the intricacies of the 99 demon grand formation. After imparting the formation to Ling Mei, Nezha instructed her to act as a protector while he ordered Ling Zhu to disrobe and sit in the center of the secret chamber. He then retrieved the set of 99 bones, intending to merge them with Ling Zhu's corporeal form. While Nezha possessed the Qianquan circle, capable of accommodating even a grand artifact the size of Mount Tai, Ling Zhu lacked such treasures. The set of 99 bones consisted of no less than 81 pieces, a disarray of scattered fragments, rather cumbersome for a young girl to carry. Fortunately, among those artifacts lay the remnants of Little Mei, which resonated with Ling Zhu's essence, ensuring no resistance would arise. Thus, Nezha performed the necessary rituals, consecrating the artifacts upon Ling Zhu. When not in use, his hands would be empty. Yet with a mere call, the artifacts would emerge to confront foes. This method of consecration, while seemingly magical, was not particularly arduous. Nezha melted the white bone pagoda and the human skin drum with true fire, integrating them into the Bone bell. He then ensconced the Bone bowl within the ritual bell as well, and with his blood, inscribed a blood symbol around Ling Zhu's dantian and navel. With a commanding shout of enter, and a swift palm strike, he infused the set of artifacts into Ling Zhu's physical form, merging them with the blood symbol. Then stood up and proclaimed, "It is done. From now on, you will be able to independently wield this magical artifact. Although it is peculiar, its power is formidable. You must practice diligently, as it will prove invaluable in times of confrontation." With a flushed face, Ling Zhu shyly acquiesced, and upon noticing that Nezha had no further instructions, she hastily concealed herself behind her sister, adjusting her attire. Ling Mei chuckled softly and inquired, "Dear sister, what was it like when the young master touched you? Was it comfortable?" Ling Zhu's face burned crimson, her neck flushed, as she stammered, "Sister, please, do not speak such nonsense." Ling Mei playfully stuck out her tongue and teased, "Nonsense indeed. Hee hee." Observing the playful banter between the sisters, Nezha smiled and opened the door to the secret chamber, stepping outside. Qiongqi, who was idly waiting at the entrance, immediately approached upon seeing the three emerge, scrutinizing Ling Mei with curiosity. She resembles little Zhu remarkably. Yet her figure is much more robust. If she were to eat, it would surely be quite a feast." Ling Mei shot him a glare, retorting, "You gluttonous creature. If my sister were in her prime, she would have effortlessly reduced you to mere morsels. How dare you think of consuming me? Truly, you court death." Qiongqi let out a grunt, ready to defend himself, when he noticed Ling Mei's expression shift. With an apologetic tone, she remarked, "Brother Qiongqi, please do not take offense. Little Li may appear as she does, but do not hold it against her." Qiongqi, taken aback by her rapid change of demeanor, widened his eyes and turned to Nezha, asking, "Master, what is the meaning of this?" Nezha briefly recounted the events of the past and instructed, "You two must not quarrel. We are all allies, and it is essential for us to support one another moving forward." After uttering these words, he couldn't help but self-deprecate, likening himself to Tang Xing mediating between Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji. As several days passed, the anticipated full moon night, when Nezha was to meet the fox demonist Jiunyang, drew near. Nezha entrusted the private troop leader, Amu, to carefully guard the gates and diligently train the soldiers. He then bid farewell to his mother before taking Ling Mei and Ling Zhu, mounting Qiongqi, and soaring toward the designated meeting place. Shortly after Nezha's party departed, a shadow emerged from the commander's mansion, employing stealth to discreetly follow in their wake. Along the journey, Qiongqi incessantly complained, noting that with two riders, he felt as light as a feather, but with Ling Mei's added weight, he struggled to maintain flight. What on earth has this woman consumed to grow so corpulent? Despite Qiongqi's immense strength, he regarded Ling Mei as merely a hefty pig. It was evident he was intentionally provoking her, yet Ling Mei, normally composed, found herself occasionally interrupted by the spirited little Li, who engaged in witty repartee with Qiongqi, making the journey far from dull. Before long, they arrived at the agreed location, where Jiunyang awaited. Upon spotting Nezha and his companions, she exclaimed joyfully, "Young master, you are indeed trustworthy. You have come as promised. Allow me to guide you to the ancient ruins." Nezha nodded in agreement, saying, "That would be splendid. Please lead the way, Jiunyang." As Jiunyang led the way, the group traversed the forest for an indeterminate length of time. Suddenly, Nezha caught a whiff of a foul stench, one so repugnant that it defied description. Far worse than the smell of decaying corpses or excrement. The Ling Mei sisters covered their noses, coughing incessantly, and even Xiongqi roared in disgust, exclaiming, "Which beast is so filthy? What manner of carrion has it consumed to emit such a vile odor?" Jiunyang covered her mouth and nose and said to Nezha, "Young Master Nezha, this is the miasma I spoke of. Here, it is merely a foul stench, but if we venture deeper, the smell could corrode the flesh. Even my body, which I have cultivated for many years, struggles to endure it. Further in, there lies a swamp, thick with miasma that has nearly become tangible. I can go no deeper into that relic, as it rests at the center of the swamp." Nezha nodded and remarked, "Even deities fear pollution. This stench is truly unbearable. In that case, behold my prowess." He retrieved the Hunyuan Ling, and with a swift motion, the foul odor dissipated, leaving the air fresh and invigorating. The group felt a wave of relief, and Xiongqi inhaled deeply, akin to a bellows. Jiunyang exclaimed joyfully, "Your treasure is indeed effective, young master. With this, we can proceed further." The group pressed on, but not long after, the stench returned. Nezha invoked the Hunyuan Ling once more, dispelling the miasma. After several such instances, they finally reached the edge of a vast swamp. Before them lay an immense expanse of murky water, its surface a deep black, bubbling ominously, a sight that induced nausea. The swamp was shrouded in a dense green miasma, and within a radius of several hundred feet, not a single tree or blade of grass could be found, nor any trace of birds or beasts. The silence was laden with an unsettling eeriness. What manner of place is this? It is foul and toxic beyond comprehension. You mentioned there were relics within the swamp. What could that possibly entail? Nezha inquired, turning to Jiunyang, his curiosity piqued by the strangeness of the location. I visited this place a year ago and sensed a flow of spiritual energy, prompting me to remain and investigate. I discovered this swamp, in which several altars stood, with designs reminiscent of the era of King Zhou. The spiritual energy emanated from the center of these altars, Jiunyang explained. I had intended to explore further, but since that day, the spiritual energy has vanished, and the miasma has only thickened, rendering me unable to proceed. Thus, I sought your assistance, young master. Altars from the era of King Zhou? That must be over a millennium old. Even in the present day, it would be considered an antiquity. Though this fox's words may not be entirely truthful, it is still worth a look. Nezha mused, and he once again summoned the Hunyuan Ling, commanding, "Go." A brilliant crimson light burst forth, expanding rapidly until it obscured the stars and moon. The extremely dense miasma encountered the Hunyuan Ling and promptly thinned, ultimately vanishing from sight. As the miasma dissipated, a small island emerged in the center of the swamp. On this island, 4 altars were arranged in accordance with the cardinal directions, and at the heart of the island stood an ancient stone mound, resembling a tomb. Nezha, riding atop the monstrous Xiongqi, soared over the foul and murky swamp, landing upon a small island. There, he beheld an ancient tomb of considerable size, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the sepulchres of noble lords from later generations. The tomb's entrance was crafted from basalt, exuding an air of substantiality and resilience. He mused to himself that in ancient times, there were no elaborate rituals surrounding burial. Interment was simply a matter of returning to the earth. Yet this tomb, so solemnly constructed, might indeed contain treasures, as Daji had suggested. Although he was well aware that the 9-tailed fox was not currently Daji, he found himself unable to refrain from addressing her as such in his thoughts. Jiunyang circled the tomb entrance, searching for any hidden mechanisms, and turned to Nezha, inquiring, "What shall we do, Nezha? This tomb door appears to be unyielding. How can we gain entry?" Nezha chuckled, responding, "Dear Jiunyang, you jest too much. Of course, the door cannot be opened. Why would we wish to do so? Would you have the corpses released? It matters not that it is locked. I shall simply break it open." Jiunyang hesitated, expressing concern. "This tomb seems connected to King Zhou. If we force it open, might we not show disrespect to the remains within?" Nezha erupted into laughter, declaring, "Jiunyang, with your millennium of cultivation, how is it that you cannot see the truth? When a person dies, it is akin to a lamp extinguished. Their soul reincarnates, while the body naturally decays, consumed by ants, returning to dust. What is there to revere? Regardless of their past heroism, when people reminisce, they only reflect on their deeds, whether good or ill. Who truly contemplates the decayed remains? In my view, once a hero passes, they ought to be cremated, their ashes scattered across rivers and seas, merging with the cosmos. Should we construct a tomb to entomb the body, it will inevitably rot with time, leaving a ghastly sight for posterity." After a moment's contemplation, Jiunyang smiled and replied, "You speak wisely, Nezha. I was mistaken in my thoughts. If that is the case, I kindly ask you to open the tomb door." Nezha nodded, retrieving the Qinquan circle, prepared to smash the door open. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as a colossal creature leaped forth from behind the tomb arch, lunging toward Nezha in midair. "Be careful, young master," Junyang and Ling Zhu cried out in alarm simultaneously. Nezha, taken aback, swiftly unfurled the Hunyuan silk, creating a protective barrier that enveloped him. A cacophony ensued, reminiscent of a torrential downpour, as a multitude of grayish, viscous orbs collided with the protective fabric, releasing an unbearable stench. "Master, retreat," Qiongqi bellowed, shielding the three women as they hastily withdrew. Nezha, with a sharp command, pointed, sending the Qinquan circle hurtling toward the beast. The creature howled in response, evading the attack and retreating a few steps, hesitant to advance again, only emitting a series of growls. At last, Nezha discerned the creature's grotesque form, which was difficult to articulate. It bore a resemblance to a slime from the games of his former life, yet was distinctly different. While the slime was entirely composed of viscous material, this creature possessed a head, tail, and 4 limbs, all shrouded in a mass of filth, rendering its true appearance nearly indiscernible and emitting a noxious odor, enough to induce nausea. Indeed, such a repugnant creature had opened his eyes to a new realm of horror today. Nezha let out a low hum, shaking the Hunyuan silk, causing the viscous orbs to scatter and fall to the ground, emitting a hissing sound as they gradually transformed into noxious clouds of smoke. The Hunyuan silk is specially designed to vanquish all forms of filth. Yet the creature's secretion was so excessively sticky that even the efficacy of the Hunyuan silk could not cleanse it instantaneously. Nezha had to shake it off, revealing just how repugnant and filthy this creature was. To Nezha's surprise, a filth monster lurked in this place. Junyang furrowed her brow and covered her mouth and nose, remarking, "Yet, upon reflection, it is not entirely unexpected. The filth monster revels in devouring miasma and refuse. Given the mire's utter squalor, it is likely that this creature perceives this locale as a paradise." Nezha scoffed, gazing at the monster and retorting, "A paradise or the underworld? One must conquer it to ascertain. Master, do not underestimate it," Qiongqi bellowed urgently. Though the filth monster is filthy and disgusting, its true form is that of a formidable ancient beast. It thrives on impurities, is immune to all toxins, and is free from ailments or worries. It is said to align perfectly with the path of cultivation, thus, despite its low intelligence preventing it from attaining the Yuanying stage. Each is endowed with the combat prowess of a golden core master. A golden core master, Nezha exclaimed in astonishment. He himself had made significant progress in his cultivation and had only just broken through to the Lingji stage, with a long journey ahead to reach the golden core. How could such a repulsive counterfeit slime possess the strength of a golden core cultivator? It was utterly absurd. The filth monster paused momentarily, realizing that this group was not as fearsome as anticipated, and with a fierce roar, it propelled itself forward, its hind legs pushing off the ground, flinging a mass of filth, and lunged at them. Qiongqi, incensed by the creature's disdain, was the first to charge forward, unleashing a stream of poisonous fire towards the filth monster. With an eerie howl, the filth monster rolled on the ground, evading most of the flames, but still got singed by some of the toxic fire. Qiongqi's venomous flames were lethal. Yet the filth monster had likely ingested countless toxins throughout its life and was immune to them. Thus, the poisonous fire was merely ordinary flames to it. It burned for a few moments on its slimy exterior before extinguishing itself. "If Uncle Qiongqi's poison fails, then behold my foxfire," Junyang declared with a commanding tone, releasing a burst of silver demonic flames that split into 2, then 4, then 8, rapidly expanding into a multitude of sparks, all aimed at the filth monster. With a thunderous roar, the filth monster revealed a gaping maw, from which it emitted a cacophony of spluttering sounds, spewing forth countless black droplets. These droplets landed on the ground and stone, sizzling and corroding away, showcasing their extreme toxicity. Under normal circumstances, Junyang's foxfire, being an ethereal entity, should not be extinguished by mundane water. However, the filth monster's saliva was so foul that it could disrupt the laws of nature. Upon encountering such an abominable substance, Junyang's sparkling foxfire was instantly snuffed out, producing only a cloud of smoke that intensified the noxious stench in the area. At that moment, Nezha seized the opportunity as the filth monster was caught off guard and swiftly summoned the Qinquan circle. With a powerful strike, the attack landed squarely on the filthy creature, producing a resounding clang that echoed as if it had struck a massive block of steel, sending sparks flying and oozing with countless viscous fluids. The creature howled in pain, rolling on the ground before standing up as if unscathed. exuding a foul odor as it let out a furious roar at Nezha and lunged forward menacingly. Truly, this beast was relentless. Enraged, Nezha grasped the Een demon banner, summoning 80 Een demons to encircle the creature. Meanwhile, Ling Zhu brandished the bone bell, preparing to join the fray. Chapter 27. The Chaotic Restriction, the Formation of the Ninefold Een Demon Array. With a commanding voice, Nezha ordered Ling Mei to soar into the air, taking her position at the heart of the Een demon array. Like an adept conductor, she directed the multitude of Een demons with precision, each gesture leading them to delve into the filthy creature, aiming to tear apart its very soul. Ling Zhu, shaking the bone bell, unleashed 81 bowls that soared into the air, forming a labyrinthine swastika pattern, encircling the Een demon array in a maze upon a maze. Subsequently, 9 bone spirits emerged, their pale, tree-like arms raised high, recklessly striking at the filthy creature with fire, poison, blades, and swords. The creature suffered numerous hits from the bone spirit's onslaught, howling in agony. Yet the attacks of the Een demons bore no fruit. It became apparent that the filthy creature possessed minimal intelligence. Its soul condensed to a minuscule point akin to a mustard seed, making it impervious to their attempts to extract it. The 80 Een demons swirled around, unable to affect it in the slightest. Observing this, Nezha summoned the Qiankuan circle once more, delivering a vigorous strike that resonated with a thunderous boom. Igniting a shower of sparks, the creature emitted a wretched shriek, finally realizing its disadvantage in numbers, and with a tremendous roar, it quaked violently, sending forth a torrent of rancid, sticky fluid that forced the attackers to retreat several steps. Then, it contracted its body, crashing out of the formation with a resounding thud, rolling away like a dung ball. Once outside the array, the creature extended its 4 short legs, traversing the marshland as if it were solid ground, escaping into the distance. Despite their combined efforts, the group could not vanquish the filthy creature. However, they succeeded in driving it away, collectively exhaling a sigh of relief. Nezha picked up the Qiankuan circle, noticing it was sullied by the creature's viscous filth, its luster dimmed. Swiftly, he wiped it clean with the Muntian silk, restoring its spiritual essence. Nezha sighed, remarking on the creature's tenacity and repugnant nature, truly a bane to cultivators like themselves. It was no wonder it was said to possess the combat prowess of a golden elixir true person. Yet, one question lingered in his mind. My ninefold Een demon array is an unpredictable formation, and Ling Zhu's ninefold Een bone array is even more confounding. How could that creature escape with just a roll? It appeared as though the maze had no effect on it whatsoever. Qiongqi sneezed and remarked, Master, you are unaware that this filthy creature was formed from the most repulsive substances at the dawn of creation. Its essence is chaos, devoid of intelligence, possessing only a fragment of its true nature, rendering it immune to illusions. The array can ensnare golden immortals, yet it cannot contain this simpleton. It merely rolled and broke free. Could it be that low intelligence has its benefits? Nezha couldn't help but murmur, waving the mystic ribbon a few more times to disperse the foul stench left behind from their battle. Jianyang chuckled, stating, that filthy monster we just encountered must surely be the guardian of this tomb. Now that it has fled, we shall enter. There are bound to be treasures within. Nezha nodded, extending his hand to point, and the universe circle soared forth, striking the tomb door with tremendous force. Though the door was crafted from solid stone, it could not withstand the impact of a celestial artifact, resulting in a large breach. Qiongqi, the boldest among them, rushed ahead into the tomb, followed closely by Nezha. Then Jianyang, with the sisters Ling Zhu and Ling Mei bringing up the rear. To their surprise, upon entering, they discovered that the space did not resemble a tomb at all. Rather, it appeared to be a prison. After a brief walk, Nezha suddenly sensed something amiss and spoke. Could this be a place to imprison the souls of enemies? Who could harbor such deep-seated hatred as to construct a tomb for confinement? Jianyang agreed with his assessment, while the Ling sisters, though perplexed, also grew cautious, slowing their pace and proceeding with care. In the distant forest, a figure stood gracefully, clad in a purple robe with her hair styled in twin buns. She was an extraordinarily beautiful Taoist priestess, who muttered to herself, the spiritual energy here is quite abundant. I shall meditate for a while and complete today's practice. Stepping out of the woods, she sought a patch of clean grass to settle down and focus her mind. However, she was suddenly interrupted by a cacophony as a foul-smelling monster burst forth from the forest, leaving withered trees and parched grass in its wake. It was the filthy creature known as Wuhuan. What a disgusting beast! The priestess, who valued cleanliness, was instantly filled with rage upon seeing the creature. She reached up to her hair bun, retrieving a small silver sword, and shouted, Swift! The 3-inch-long sword gleamed as it caught the wind, elongating into a pair of 3-foot-long blades. With the sword in hand, her delicate face hardened, and without reciting any incantations or gestures, she wielded the sword with all her might. With a thunderous crack, akin to a clap of thunder on a clear day, a brilliant beam of sword light surged forth, slicing towards Wuhuan. Nezha had previously attempted to strike Wuhuan with the universe circle, but it had nimbly evaded the attack. However, the speed of this sword light was far superior, leaving Wuhuan no chance to escape. It was struck squarely, its robust form offering no resistance as it was cleaved in two, instantly exploding into a shower of filth. The monster that had caused Nezha and his companions such distress could not withstand the might of this sword. The seemingly delicate priestess, in truth, was a master swordsman of exceptional skill. As Wuhuan lay defeated, a river of blood flowed, releasing a putrid odor. The priestess furrowed her brow, retreating several paces before sheathing her sword. Surveying the surrounding area, now reeking with decay and death, she exclaimed in frustration, "This creature is so vile that I must find another place to meditate." Truly infuriating. With that, she stomped her foot and sought out a new location. Nezha and his companions traversed the winding passage of the tomb for quite some time. The corridor sloped downward, its depth into the earth unknown. Suddenly, they beheld a doorway before them, neither crafted of gold nor iron, its material a mystery. Faint patterns and inscriptions adorned the door. As they approached to scrutinize, a sudden flash obscured their vision, and it seemed they had stepped into an extraordinary domain. Upon refocusing, the door remained a door, the tomb still a tomb, devoid of any peculiarities. However, when they turned to look back, they were astounded to find the path they had taken vanished, replaced by an expanse of formless void, indistinct and chaotic, as if before creation itself. Nezha attempted to advance, only to realize he remained rooted in place, no matter how he leaped or sprinted. He could not traverse even an inch of the chaos. The Lady Jiuyo, taken aback, exclaimed, "Alas! We have trespassed into a forbidden zone. This chaotic restriction is an ancient arcane method. If we become ensnared, it may lead to our demise." The others, upon hearing Jiuyo's words, turned pale. Qiongqi roared in fury, exhaling a spark of fire, and declared, "Master, regardless of this restriction, before us lies the doorway. Let us break it down. No barrier can withstand our might." Nezha, accustomed to overcoming obstacles with brute force, found Qiongqi's words resonant. He summoned the universe ring and struck the door with all his might. Yet, upon impact, a sound akin to a splash echoed. The door, seemingly solid, yielded not to his thunderous blow, generating ripples instead, as if he had struck water, utterly ineffective. Realizing the futility, Jiuyo shook her head and remarked, "The essence of this chaotic restriction is a tumult of disorder. Unless one possesses the divine axe wielded by Pangu during the creation of the heavens and earth, it is impossible to break through. Yet, I believe the one who set this restriction does not intend our immediate demise. It serves as a test. If we can pass his examination, we might be granted passage. Otherwise, as the chaos converges, we shall inevitably succumb to oblivion, our very souls unable to escape death." Nezha surveyed his surroundings, nodding in agreement. "What you say is indeed true, Jiuyo. I observe that the door bears certain patterns. Let us examine them closely, for they may hold the key to unlocking this restriction." As they drew nearer to the door, they were momentarily stunned to discover that the patterns were the hexagrams of the I Ching. On the right, there were 8 hexagrams: Qian, Dui, Li, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Zhen, and Kuan, arranged in order. The hexagrams in the center, however, were scattered chaotically, a disarray of symbols with no apparent logic. After a moment of contemplation, Nezha spoke. "It seems that the disorganized hexagrams in the center are the clues for opening the door. Observe the leftmost column. The last 3 hexagrams are vacant, each marked with 3 horizontal lines. It stands to reason that we must inscribe the correct hexagrams in those spaces for the door to unlock. We must be cautious. For once inscribed, those lines cannot be altered. We must think carefully before proceeding, lest we invite peril." The others nodded in agreement, while only Qiongqi grumbled, "I am entirely unfamiliar with the study of the I Ching. You all ponder it well. I shall rest for a moment." The group chose to disregard it. While Junyang approached the door, scrutinizing it closely, she remarked, "The symbols in the second column are indeed as young Nezha described. They hold the key to our mystery. Regrettably, although I possess a modicum of knowledge about the Fuxi 8 trigrams, I cannot discern the underlying principles. I shall transcribe them, and we can study them together." With that, she meticulously copied the symbols and set them aside. Among the few present, Only Junyang and Nezha were familiar with the art of the 8 trigrams. Noticing Junyang's admission of ignorance, Nezha felt the weight of the puzzle's resolution resting on his shoulders. He thought to himself, the study of the primal 8 trigrams is the most profound knowledge among geomancers. My learning has been fundamental to life, and while I have dabbled in this art, I have never delved deeply. It is moments like these that one realizes the inadequacy of mere book knowledge. After a moment of contemplation, he turned his attention to the symbols. The symbols in the second column were categorized into 3 groups. The first group contained 2 symbols, the second one, a single symbol, and the third group comprised 3 symbols. The first group's symbols were Li and Can. The second group consisted of Sun, and the third group included Dui, Qian, and Qian once more. What connection exists among these 3 groups? If we can uncover this connection and apply it to the final column of symbols, we may unlock this door. Junyang pondered, her enchanting eyes sparkling like autumn waters, fixed intently on Nezha, hoping for his elucidation. Nezha mused. A fox spirit is still a fox spirit, relying on others to think while she seeks a champion. However, recognizing the urgency of their predicament, being trapped here indefinitely if they failed to solve the puzzle, he set aside his reservations. After gazing at the symbols for a while, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he exclaimed, could this perhaps be indicative of a multiplication problem? Multiplication? Junyang replied, her eyes lighting up. Is it possible that the product of the first and second groups yields the numbers in the third group? Let us test this hypothesis. Nezha responded. The numerical application of the primal 8 trigrams is as follows. Qian represents 1, Dui 2, Li 3, Zhen 4, Sun 5, Can 6, Jin 7, and Kuan 8. Shall we apply these numbers to our 3 groups? Following his suggestion, Junyang substituted the numbers and contemplated, according to this reasoning. The Li and Can in the first group correspond to 36, while the Sun in the second group corresponds to 5. Multiplying these yields the Dui, Qian symbols, which should result in 211. That seems incorrect, Nezha calculated, realizing that 36 multiplied by 5 clearly equates to 180, not 211. Just as he contemplated a different approach, a thought struck him, and he asserted, wait. Regardless of how this problem is solved, if we employ the numerical principles of the primal 8 trigrams, which symbols would represent 180? Junyang replied, the hundreds place is represented by 1, Qian, the tens place by 8, Kuan, and the units place. Is it void? Can this void be considered a number? How should it be represented? Nezha smiled and explained, the concept of nothingness begets existence. The Dao gives rise to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. Thus, nothingness can indeed be regarded as a number, which we shall designate as 0. The concept of 0, as a mathematical notion, was first introduced by the Indians, marking a significant theoretical breakthrough in the realm of mathematics. However, Nezha did not believe that the concept of 0 was unknown before the Indians. To illustrate, consider the present arrangement of the 8 trigrams. Each trigram consists of 2 lines, one representing Yang, which is 1, and the other representing Yin, which must therefore be 0. How can one claim ignorance of this numeral? Contemplating the notion of 0, Nezha's thoughts raced, and he remarked, if 0 is included, then the numerical significance of the primordial 8 trigrams should not extend from 1 to 8, but rather from 0 to 7. This is the quintessential representation of octal notation. Junyang had never heard of octal notation, yet her innate intelligence allowed her to grasp Nezha's meaning, and she replied, if what you say is true, then our previously used numbers must have been erroneous. Ling Zhu interjected, according to your assertion, the Qian trigram represents 0, and subsequently, the Kuan trigram represents 7. Thus, the first pair of Li and Can trigrams corresponds to the number 25, while the second group, the Sun trigram, corresponds to the number 4. Their product yields 100, where the hundreds place is 1 and the other 2 places are 0, precisely corresponding to the trigrams Dui, Qian, and Qian. Nezha exclaimed in delight, Ling Zhu, you truly possess remarkable intellect. This is your first encounter with the study of the 8 trigrams, yet you are able to deduce and apply it so accurately. Excellent, excellent. You truly live up to being my foundational disciple. Ling Mei, witnessing her sister's praise from Nezha, felt a sense of pride and shared in the joy, embracing her sister warmly. Ling Zhu, feeling both tickled and flushed by her sister's affection, chuckled inwardly. Hee, that vixen Junyang has been throwing glances at the young master. I must ensure she does not ensnare him. Fortunately, her intuitive thoughts did not detract from Nezha and Junyang, who were engrossed in their calculations. Verifying their results once more, Nezha transcribed the final series of trigrams, which consisted of 3 groups. The the first group being the Zhun and Dui trigrams, the second group being the Kun trigram, and the third comprising 3 blank rows awaiting the engravings of the trigrams. The Zhun and Dui trigrams correspond to 31, while the Kun trigram is 7. Thus, 31 multiplied by 7 equals 217, represented by the trigrams Li, Dui, and Kun. Nezha quickly computed the result. Li Dui Kun. I have recorded it. Junang stood up, approached the doorway, and turned back, saying, "Please step back. I have summoned you all here, and now that we are trapped, I am greatly unsettled. Should our calculations prove erroneous, opening the door may entail peril, which I shall shoulder alone." Oh, the Vixen Daji does possess some sense of responsibility, Nezha thought to himself, nodding discreetly. Yet he did not feign sentimentality as he replied, "Then do take care." With a wave, he summoned the Hunyuan silk, wrapping it around Junang's slender waist, prepared to pull her back at the slightest hint of danger. Following the earlier calculations, Junang meticulously engraved the Li, Dui, and Kun trigrams into the blank rows. As soon as she completed the engraving, a thunderous sound erupted from the door, and the ground trembled slightly. Nezha was taken aback, and with a swift flick of his wrist, he pulled Junang back, conjuring a red barrier of Hunyuan silk to protect everyone. As Junyang was pulled by Nezha, she lost her balance and, in a graceful motion, fell into his embrace. She lifted her delicate face, flashing him a charming smile, and gently pressed her cheek against his chest before straightening up, yet still clinging to the front of his robe. Ling Zhu pouted, letting out a soft hum of discontent. When she turned back, she noticed the great door creaking open, parting to reveal the way ahead, while the chaotic barrier behind them had vanished. Those who had been forced to solve arithmetic problems were now relieved, as Marta extended his apologies. Chapter 29, Shadowless Transformation at Last. Freedom was within reach. As Junyang beheld the door opening and the surrounding chaotic barrier dissipating, joy overwhelmed her. She wrapped her arms around Nezha's neck and jumped with delight before finally releasing him. Nezha smiled, feeling a sense of relief. Had it not been for his past life experience with the conversion methods of Fushi's Bagua and octal mathematics, he might have met a grim fate today. The one who had set this barrier likely passed down the arithmetic formula, and only their successor could decipher it in a short span of time. In today's world, the art of numerology was still in its infancy. Had it been anyone else, no matter their intelligence, they would have struggled to grasp its intricacies. A moment's delay could lead to disaster. As someone hailing from the future, the numerology he learned from a young age was the culmination of millennia of wisdom, enabling him to barely unravel this enigma, not through his own prowess, but through the collective achievements of the sages. However, as the saying goes, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Since this ancient tomb was protected by such peculiar and perilous barriers, it was certain that significant treasures lay within. Nezha and his companions were determined to explore further. With the tomb door now ajar, Xiongqi, being the most impatient, dashed inside, followed closely by the others, who entered in a steady stream. Upon crossing the threshold, they found themselves in a vast underground cavern, previously concealed by the narrow passage. The chamber opened up magnificently, measuring nearly 100 feet in width, with a ceiling soaring over 10 feet high. At the center of the cavern stood an enormous tree, so grand that it could not be embraced by several people together, likely thousands of years old. Even more astonishing was the tree's peculiar growth. Its roots were anchored to the ceiling, while its branches and leaves spread across the ground, forming a vast silver carpet rather than the typical verdant foliage. "Ah, young master, what sort of tree is this, growing upside down? It's truly marvelous," exclaimed Ling Zhu, her eyes wide with curiosity. "I cannot say for certain," Nezha replied, shaking his head. "Yet, I surmise this tree's balance of yin and yang deviates from the norm. Typically, trees have their roots buried deep in the earth, drawing nourishment from the soil's essence, while their branches extend skyward, absorbing the sun's vitality. This harmonious interplay fosters their growth. However, this tree exhibits scarcely any trace of yin energy, embodying pure yang. The reason for this is an enigma, perhaps a testament to the wonders of creation." "Indeed, you are correct, young master," Junyang interjected with a smile. "This tree is known as the soul-settling wood, rumored to grow solely in the underworld, a rare sight in the mortal realm. Its greatest ability lies in absorbing pure yin spiritual energy, which is why the deities of the underworld cultivate it extensively in hell, where countless evil spirits reside. Among these spirits are formidable ghost cultivators and demons, who, deprived of sunlight and moonlight after death, inevitably cultivate supernatural powers over millennia, becoming a threat to the realms. Thus, This tree is widely planted in hell to absorb all the pure Yin spiritual energy, rendering the ghosts devoid of the nourishing Yin energy, preventing them from further advancement in their cultivation. Such is the marvel of this tree. Upon hearing its extraordinary nature, everyone nodded in admiration. Junyang remarked, but that is not all. Although this tree absorbs pure Yin energy, it can completely transform it into Yang energy. Consequently, it embodies pure Yang itself. Even if those ghosts were to shatter and consume it, they would be unable to reclaim their Yin energy. Due to this wondrous property, this tree is also employed in some significant graves in the mortal realm to suppress unruly spirits, preventing them from causing disturbances. In the Xinyuan tomb, where I have practiced since childhood, there are also 3 of these soul-suppressing trees. Nezha inquired curiously, the Xinyuan tomb? Why would such a tree be there? Does the esteemed spirit of the Yellow Emperor require suppression even in death? Junyang quickly shook her head. Not at all. The Yellow Emperor has long ascended to immortality. That tomb is merely a symbolic mound for future generations to remember him, devoid of his remains, much less his soul. However, when the tomb was initially constructed, many of the Yellow Emperor's enemy soldiers were buried with him. These soldiers were bound by secret methods, guarding the tomb for millennia. If we did not use the soul-suppressing trees to absorb the Yin energy and allow these enemy spirits to grow stronger, they could rise up and destroy the Xinyuan tomb, which would be a great embarrassment to the Yellow Emperor. Nezha exclaimed in realization, but before he could inquire further, he noticed Junyang gazing ahead with a sparkle in her eyes. She shouted, "Oh, what a remarkable item." She dashed a few steps forward and picked up a leaf from the ground, examining it closely, and exclaimed, "Nezha, this is indeed a treasure. Our journey has not been in vain." As everyone gathered around to see, they beheld a leaf the size of a palm, shimmering in silver. Strangely, the leaf appeared almost ethereal, as if it were a spirit itself. Does this leaf possess a spirit? They were perplexed and turned to Junyang for an explanation. Holding the leaf, Junyang bowed to the heavens several times before smiling. Do not underestimate this leaf. It is called the shadowless leaf. Each soul-suppressing tree takes a millennium to grow just one of these leaves. As this place was built by King Yu, this tree must also be 1,000 years old. And yet it has only produced this single shadowless leaf. Is it not a stroke of immense fortune that we have found it? Hence, I bowed in gratitude to the heavens. After a moment of hesitation, she handed the leaf to Nezha. "Oh, such a rare leaf. What purpose does it serve?" Nezha asked. Admiring the leaf, Junyang replied, "With this leaf, one can forge a transformation garment. This garment is formless and colorless, imperceptible when worn. Yet it possesses a unique power. The wearer of the transformation garment can change their form without being easily recognized. Only a celestial being of golden immortality, who has reached the realm of insightful vision, can see through all illusions and discern the true essence beneath. Had I donned this transformative garment upon our first meeting, none would have discerned me as merely a fox spirit." With a smile, I cast a pitiful glance at the leaf in Nezha's hand, my demeanor one of hesitation. Nezha chuckled. "Enough of this sorrowful facade. Though we agreed that I would first procure a treasure, would I be so ungracious as to leave you empty-handed? A thief must share the spoils. This principle I comprehend well. This leaf, intangible as it is, holds no value for the rest of us here. Yet it shall serve you, a fox demon, splendidly. Once transformed, you need not fear being seen through by cultivators, thus greatly ensuring your safety. In the future, deceiving others for their essence will become all the more effortless. Remember, my friends, to keep in mind the benefits I have provided." With that, he tossed the leaf to Junyang. Junyang's face blossomed with joy, as radiant as spring flowers. She rushed forward, embracing Nezha and planted a couple of kisses on his cheek, exclaiming, "Brother Nezha, you truly are a man of honor. Indeed, heroes emerge in youth. I shall remember this kindness, and one day, I will repay you." Turning to the others, she continued, "Esteemed friends, forgive my impudence. With this treasure in hand, I can hardly wait. I have noticed a small, hidden crevice at the end of the stone cave that appears sturdy. I shall proceed there to refine the intangible leaf and create the transformative garment. It shall not take long. Please, make yourselves comfortable." With that, Jionyang's form flickered and she vanished into the small opening like a wisp of smoke, intent on refining her treasure. Chapter 30. The corpse soldier of the black fish Ling Zhu, having witnessed Junyang kiss Nezha, felt a pang of jealousy stir within her. With a huff, she muttered, "This woman is always taking advantage of my master, since she has acquired a fine treasure. Let us continue our search to see if there are other valuable items that should rightfully belong to my master." Thus, the group dispersed to search anew. Before long, Ling Zhu discovered an intriguing bagua diagram at the end of the cave. At its center were two yin-yang fish, one black and one white, each with a hole in their eyes. Noticing something strange, Ling Zhu was about to call out to Nezha when, in a moment of distraction, she suddenly heard a voice proclaim, "Drop your blood within. If fate permits, you may claim the treasure." Ling Zhu was taken aback, glancing around but seeing no one. The voice seemed to emanate from the yin-yang fish. Intrigued, she contemplated securing the treasure to present it to Nezha, even if it was merely to elicit a smile from him. After a moment's hesitation, she bit her finger and let a drop of blood fall into the fish's eye. As the blood touched the surface, a cacophony of sounds erupted, and the yin-yang fish began to whirl. Just as Ling Zhu was filled with glee, the previously faint voice suddenly boomed, "Bold one. My enemy dares to claim treasure. Attack." This loud declaration was heard clearly by all, drawing them closer. Ling Zhu, realizing she had stirred trouble, felt tears welling in her eyes and exclaimed, "Master, I only dropped blood into the fish's eye. It was unintentional." Nezha, well aware of her youthful heart, patted her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. "Do not blame yourself. Anyone who ventures here would have done the same to claim treasure. What is meant to happen cannot be avoided." But why did it shout for an attack yet remain still otherwise? Could it be a mere intimidation tactic? Intimidation? I never utter threats without substance. Suddenly, a voice emanated from above. The crowd gasped in surprise and collectively looked up, only to behold a sword suspended in the air. Its shape peculiar and ancient. An aura of spiritual energy swirled around it, and to their astonishment, it spoke. Nezha let out a huff and remarked, "I wondered what kind of monster it was. It turns out to be merely a sword spirit. You have been sealed in this tomb for a millennium, haven't you? Even if you have transformed into a spirit, your cultivation at most is at the stage of spiritual tranquility. To threaten our lives is rather audacious, is it not?" The sword spirit laughed heartily, its voice dripping with mockery. "Your words ring true. My cultivation is indeed modest, yet I am the commander of this place. The very eye of the killing formation. To slay you all, I need not lift a finger. Where are the guardian corpses? Slay these trespassers." At the command of the sword spirit, the very ground of the cave began to tremble. The thick layers of soul-restraining wood on the ground were peeled away, revealing soldiers emerging from within. These warriors bore grotesque visages, their bodies emaciated, resembling a horde of zombies, devoid of armor or clothing, yet their skin was covered in scales. The number of corpse soldiers multiplied rapidly, each one emerging while howling, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. "These are the fish soldiers of the Gonggong clan," Xiongqi bellowed. In the past, during the battle between Gonggong and King Yu, these fish soldiers were his formidable subordinates. Who would have thought they would be buried here, becoming mere corpses? Indeed, you speak rightly. These are the fish soldiers of Gonggong. With heads of bronze and bodies of iron, impervious to blades and spears, they are fearsome on the battlefield. Now, let them entertain you. As he spoke, over 10,000 fish corpse soldiers had emerged, densely arrayed within the cave, forming a formidable formation. The sword spirit shouted fiercely, plunging down from the sky to embed itself in the heart of the formation, commanding, "All soldiers, heed my order. Fish transformation, dragon formation." At the sword spirit's command, a surge of black energy erupted from the 1,000-strong fish soldiers, coiling and intertwining until it coalesced into a massive black dragon in the sky, stretching several dozen feet in length. Its form was robust, complete with scales and claws, yet its eyes were dull and lifeless, reminiscent of a corpse's gaze, chilling to behold. A black dragon. Could it be Gonggong's steed? Xiongqi roared in fury. Gonggong's steed? I doubt it. This is merely the manifestation of murderous intent conjured by the formation. However, the manifestation of such a vast array may prove troublesome. It is wise to strike first. Nezha, seeing the overwhelming might of the corpse soldiers, hesitated no longer and summoned a treasured artifact with a wave of his hand. With a swift whoosh, the Qianquan circle transformed into a beam of golden light, hurtling towards the colossal dragon. At that moment, the legion of fish soldiers unleashed a thunderous roar, akin to the sound of an explosion, reverberating in the ears of all present. As the roar echoed, the black dragon opened its massive jaws and spat forth a black dragon pearl, colliding with the Qianquan circle. With a resounding crash, the two artifacts clashed, erupting in a radiant explosion of golden light. The Qianquan circle, struck by the dragon pearl, was sent hurtling back with unprecedented speed, even more ferocious than before. As Nezha caught the circle with both hands, an overwhelming force surged through it, crashing into his body, causing him to taste blood in his throat and spurt a mouthful of crimson. The spirit of the sword, filled with delight, erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Hee hee." This formation of the dragon rising from the fish is none other than the most formidable killing array of the ancient Gonggong army. The dragon essence spewed forth by the black dragon is not an ordinary demon essence, but rather the combined might of countless corpse soldiers, weighing over 10,000 pounds. Your circle appears to be a magical artifact, yet your own cultivation is limited. How can you possibly contend against such immense force? Wouldn't tea that cause you to spit blood? Ha ha. His mirth echoed as Ling Zhu, Ling Mei, and Xiongqi seethed with fury at his words. Xiongqi was the first to soar into action, opening his gaping maw to unleash a torrent of toxic flames aimed directly at the horde of corpse soldiers. The black fish corpses, struck by the poisonous fire, screamed in agony, exhibiting evident distress. However, their scales were densely packed, seemingly endowed with innate fire-extinguishing properties. And within mere moments, the flames were snuffed out. Had these black fish soldiers still been alive, even a brief encounter with Xiongqi's toxic flames would have led to excruciating death. Yet now, as lifeless beings, they harbored no fear of poisoning and paid no heed to Xiongqi's terrifying venom. Seeing his poison ineffective, Xiongqi lunged forward, roaring as he aimed for the black dragon's throat. Just as he was mere feet away from his target, the colossal dragon extended its claw, effortlessly ensnaring Xiongqi within its grip. Despite being a mighty beast, Xiongqi was akin to a fledgling chick caught in the talons of a fierce eagle. And with a mere flick of the dragon's wrist, he was hurled far away, crashing against the cave wall with a resounding thud, sending debris flying, rendering him momentarily incapacitated. As the beast and dragon clashed, Ling Zhu summoned the 99 bone bell, from which emerged 9 spectral arms, brandishing a multitude of weapons that rained down upon the adversaries. The bone spirits unleashed a flurry of over 100 weapons, a sight that would typically leave an ordinary person in disarray. Yet, the black fish corpses, seasoned from countless battles in life, remained unfazed. The first row of over 100 corpse soldiers raised their weapons in unison, effectively countering the assault of the bone spirits. Subsequently, from the rear ranks, a line of long spears surged forth, instantly dispersing the bone spirits, which were then drawn back into the bone bell. These bone spirits were intrinsically connected to Ling Zhu's essence. Their shattering caused a sharp pain to pierce her heart, rendering her pale and forcing her to stagger back. Chapter 31. The mysterious melodious sound witnessing her sister's plight, Ling Mei bellowed and summoned the 99 demon banner. With a swift motion, she revealed her divine form, manifesting 4 arms of the goddess Dujia, and proclaimed, 99 demon great formation. Immediately, 80 demons took flight, forming a protective array around their companions. The black fish corpses, emboldened by their momentum, charged forward, weapons drawn, engaging the demons in fierce combat. Ling Mei recognized the overwhelming strength of her foes, being the undead, and understood that her demon formation could hardly withstand their advance. She hoped to endure just a moment longer and turned to Nezha, asking, "Young master, are you unhurt?" Nezha, having endured a violent shock that caused him to spit blood, bore the resilience of the celestial demon, and his healing abilities were formidable. In that brief interval, his injuries had already begun to mend. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "I am fine. These beings are formidable. Xiaozhu, quickly, initiate the 99 bone distraction formation. Hold them off for a little longer." Ling Zhu responded loudly, enduring the pain as she shook the bone bell, causing 81 skull bowls to emerge, interlocking in a mandala formation before the assembled crowd. A dozen or so black fish corpses surged forward, stepping into the formation, only to become disoriented. To onlookers, they appeared to wander aimlessly, but to the corpse soldiers themselves, countless paths lay before them, leaving them perplexed as to how to escape. Observing the peculiar array, the sword spirit snorted, halting the advance of the soldiers, and remarked, "There is no need for haste. These malevolent artifacts will not endure for long here. Soon, the energy will be absorbed by the soul-stabilizing wood, and the formation will collapse. Let them cower like turtles for a while longer. What harm is there in that?" Ling Mei, her brows arched, scolded, "You demon, hiding within the formation and calling us cowards? Come forth, so I may sever your turtle head and see if it is as tough as you claim." Nezha, upon hearing her coarse words, chuckled bitterly, recognizing that it was little Li's persona that had emerged. As he observed their verbal sparring, he glanced around, hoping to discover an escape route. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. "What is all this commotion about?" The crowd turned in unison toward the source of the voice, and to their surprise, a figure had appeared at the entrance of the tomb chamber. Clad in a purple robe, with with a strikingly beautiful visage and her hair styled in twin buns, a silver small sword protruding from her hairdo. She was the same woman who had slain the foul creatures beyond the jungle. The sword spirit cried out in anguish, "Another intruder! You, woman, are you a descendant of King Yu?" The female Taoist scoffed, "Descendant of King Yu? I am Miao Yin, a child of the Yin and Shang people. What connection do I have with that dead ghost Yu? If you must draw connections, it is I who has taken the realm from Yu's dynasty, bearing some enmity, perhaps." Furious, the sword spirit bellowed, "Then you are indeed an enemy. Attack!" With that roar, the massive ink dragon that had been circling the formation opened its great maw, extending its claws, and lunged fiercely at Miao Yin. The ink dragon, vast and menacing, unleashed a ferocious assault. Yet Miao Yin remained unfazed. With a gentle smile, she reached up and retrieved the silver sword from her hair, which transformed into 2 3-foot-long swords with a flick of her wrist. Just as the dragon lunged, its gaping mouth revealing rows of sharp teeth, Miao Yin issued a sharp command and swung her sword downwards. A resounding boom echoed as a silver sword light surged forth like a silken ribbon. The enormous ink dragon, unable to evade in time, was struck directly, resulting in a thunderous explosion and an earth-shattering roar as it was completely cleaved apart. With the ink dragon dispersed, the multitude of black fish corpses simultaneously cried out, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. The sword spirit, taken aback, trembled and exclaimed, "Who are you? How could you shatter the ink dragon with a single sword strike?" That dragon was composed of the battle energy of thousands of corpse soldiers, possessing strength comparable to that of an upper golden core. "Have you already attained the cultivation of the Yuanshan stage?" Miao Yin covered her mouth with a smile, her elegance enchanting, and said, "You, spirit of the sword, have likely lingered too long in the tomb, rendering yourself somewhat foolish. The cultivation of the primordial spirit refers to the mastery of the nascent soul, breaking free from the constraints of heaven and earth, thus achieving the path of immortality. This is the realm of the Great Dao. How can one assess it merely by the measure of brute force? Your army of undead, even if there were tens of thousands, could indeed shatter a dragon with a single blow, yet according to your reasoning, if 100,000 corpses unite, they would possess the cultivation of the primordial spirit? Truly, what a ridiculous jest." As she spoke, without a hint of movement, Miao Yin appeared suddenly before the sword spirit, reaching out to grasp the hilt. The sword spirit, taken aback, swiftly drew the blade from the ground and thrust it towards Miao Yin with great ferocity. Miao Yin let out a cold laugh, raising her mail sword with a swift motion, effortlessly parrying the fierce strike. Then, with her female sword, she struck down with a resounding clang, knocking the enemy's sword into the dust and seized it in her hand. The sword spirit, realizing resistance was futile, trembled and asked, "What do you intend to do?" Miao Yin replied with a smile, "Earlier, you inquired if I am a master of the primordial spirit who has successfully cultivated the nascent soul. Allow me to enlighten you. I am merely at the late stage of the golden core, yet I have devoted my life to swordsmanship, and my skills in this art are not insignificant. How could I remain unmoved upon encountering such a fine sword? I have also discerned that your true form is the renowned sword, blood-crying, forged from the divine bird, the cuckoo, which once served the Queen Mother of the West. Am I not correct?" The sword spirit, filled with resentment, retorted, "What if it is true?" Miao Yin chuckled. "The cuckoo is known for its peculiar nature. It claims the nests of other birds, and not only that, it eliminates its nest mates, leaving only itself to enjoy the care of its foster mother. While it is deemed a divine bird, it can be likened to a murderous creature. Since your sword is forged from it, it must inherently possess a unique murderous aura, particularly formidable against foes. Thus, I shall erase your spiritual awareness and claim this sword as my own." The sword spirit, alarmed, attempted to struggle, but Miao Yin opened her mouth and expelled a golden pill, its flames blazing brightly, which landed upon blood-crying. The sword spirit screamed in agony as the pill's fire consumed it, utterly defenseless, and in a short while, Miao Yin had thoroughly refined it. Once the sword spirit was refined, blood-crying became a masterless object. The army of undead, deprived of their commander, ceased their assault and slowly crawled back into the earth, leaving behind only the dense branches and leaves of the soul-settling wood. The fierce battlefield moments before seemed but a fleeting dream. Ling Zhu, witnessing the retreat of the undead, finally dispelled the 9-9 Yin bone concealment formation, rushing forward to Miao Yin and bowing respectfully, said, "Thank you, sister, for your assistance. Were it not for your divine sword's might, we would not have stood a chance against that horde of lifeless fish. You have indeed saved our lives." Miao Yin smiled and said, "Oh, Now that I have saved your life, how do you intend to repay me? Ling Zhu blinked, replying, a life-saving grace, of course, warrants any form of repayment. Miao Yin chuckled mischievously, brandishing her female sword. In that case, I shall simply kill you all, and consider it a repayment for my life-saving deed. Ling Zhu laughed. Sister, you truly have a knack for jest. Yet before she could finish her sentence, a flash of sword light appeared, and Miao Yin raised her hand, striking down towards her. Chapter 32. The transformation of the ninth daughter Ling Zhu was utterly unprepared for Miao Yin's lethal intentions. He stood frozen in place, dumbfounded. Just as he sensed the imminent danger of the sword light approaching him, he felt a sudden tightening around his waist. His body soared backward as if on clouds, narrowly evading the deadly strike. It was Nezha who had come to his rescue. Initially, Nezha perceived Miao Yin as an ally when she dispatched the corpse soldiers and refined the blood-crying sword. However, with far greater experience than Ling Zhu, he sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere during their conversation. Upon hearing Miao Yin declare her intention to kill them all, Ling Zhu thought it a jest. But Nezha was taken aback, promptly summoning the Hunyuan silk. Upon witnessing Ling Zhu's escape, Miao Yin remained unperturbed, chuckling mischievously. Oh dear, what's the rush? Once I've dealt with this little girl, I shall certainly come for you. Why cling to her, insisting on dying together? Such romantic folly. Very well, I shall oblige your desires. With that, she flicked her wrist, and in a flash of silver light, the twin swords transformed into diminutive silver blades mere inches in length. She tucked the short swords into her hair and brandished the newly acquired blood-crying sword, exclaiming with glee, having just acquired this treasure, I must try it out. Let us see its might against you. Nezha, wielding the Qianquan circle, took a defensive stance, coldly inquiring, who are you? What enmity do you harbor against us, that you would resort to such violence? Miao Yin replied with a playful smirk, do you wish to be enlightened? Alas, I shan't reveal anything. Suddenly, she uttered a sharp command, raising the blood-crying sword, and with a vicious slash, a massive beam of sword light surged forth. It was far more ferocious than the one that had vanquished the black dragon. Nezha and the others were alarmed and swiftly utilized their powers to evade. A thunderous crash reverberated as the sword light struck the ground, cleaving a deep gash several yards into the earth, causing the ground to tremble incessantly, and debris from the cavern's ceiling to rain down like a tempest, as if the entire stone cave were on the brink of collapse. Miao Yin chuckled, covering her mouth. I'm still getting accustomed to this sword. It seems I missed my mark, merely giving you a fright. My apologies. Allow me another strike. This time, I assure you, it will be decisive. With that, she raised her sword once more. At that moment, the cave shook violently again, and the chasm created by the sword light widened and deepened ominously. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the entire ground caved in, forming a colossal pit that swallowed Nezha and his companions whole. How could this blood-crying sword possess such power? Miao Yin mused. Could it truly sever the very fabric of the earth? She had already taken flight, hovering above the chaos, and observed the unfolding scene with amusement. So, there's another cavern beneath this one? How fortunate for these fellows to escape for now. Yet, it matters not. The underground is no sanctuary from the heavens, and I doubt they can flee. Though it is dark down there, one must remain cautious of ambushes. Miao Yin, who appeared innocent and beautiful, was in truth a master of carnage, unflustered in the face of danger, calculating her next move with precision. Given the uncertain conditions below the vast pit, she did not recklessly plunge in, but instead brandished her sword before her, advancing slowly and deliberately, wary of hidden threats lurking in the shadows. The vast pit extended deep into the earth, and as Miao Yin slowly descended, she discovered a grand hall within. The hall was triangular, with a magnificent gleaming pillar at each corner, adorned with intricate depictions of the Fushi Bagua, the purpose of which remained a mystery. In the center of the hall, a colossal skeleton lay exposed, resembling that of a true dragon. Nezha and his companions, a trio of beings, were either reclining or seated beside one of the massive pillars, their appearances reflecting deep wounds and a loss of spirit. Alas, it seemed they had indeed been swept away by the sword's gale. Miao Yin covered her mouth, chuckling softly. I truly apologize for the hardships you have endured. Allow me to liberate you now. Nezha struggled to rise and spoke softly. Fair maiden, we bear no enmity towards one another. Why must you resort to violence against me? If you grant me clemency, I would willingly bestow upon you my treasured artifacts, the Qianquan circle and the Hunyuan silken ribbon. What say you? As he spoke, he cast the Qianquan circle and the Hunyuan silken ribbon at her feet. Miao Yin shook her head with a smile. Ah, dear Nezha, we indeed harbor no grievances, yet I am bound by duty and must see this through. As for your treasures, I dare not claim them. Once you have perished, I shall use them for your burial. Otherwise, should I take them, it would surely draw the attention of Tai Jinren, a formidable figure among the golden immortals. I am no match for him. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Nezha let out a long sigh. Closing his eyes to await his fate, Miaoyin remarked, "That is wise. There is no need to struggle. I assure you, I shall grant you a swift end." With that, she raised her blood-crying sword. Suddenly, a figure materialized beside Miaoyin, brandishing a short sword that plunged fiercely into her abdomen, pinning her to the ground. The assault was abrupt and executed at close range, leaving Miaoyin completely unprepared. The blade pierced her abdomen, seizing her vital energy, rendering her unable to summon even a fraction of her power. She widened her eyes in desperation and cried out, "Who dares to ambush me?" The figure chuckled lightly, beckoning the Qiankuan circle into his grasp. Miaoyin discerned clearly. This man, with refined features and a mocking smile, was none other than Nezha. "What is the meaning of this? Were you not seated beneath that pillar?" Miaoyin exclaimed in shock upon seeing another Nezha. Nezha chuckled, yet remained silent, raising the Qiankuan circle to strike. With a resounding crack, the blow shattered Miaoyin's skull, ending her life in an instant. After dispatching Miaoyin, Nezha summoned the spectral demons from the banner, capturing her soul, and then remarked, "Before claiming a life, one ought not to indulge in excessive chatter. You, of all people, should understand that hesitation can lead to unforeseen consequences. Were you hoping to struggle for survival?" Miaoyin, possessing the cultivation of the late Golden Core stage and a soul firmly established, had attained the ability to manifest during the day. Yet, without having achieved the nascent soul stage, her spirit, though resilient, could not wield any power, and she found herself entirely at the mercy of the spectral demons. Hearing Nezha's words, she scoffed, "To the victor belong the spoils. Since you have triumphed, I have no further objections. Now that you command the situation, perhaps you could enlighten me as to what transpired." A delicate laughter echoed, and Nezha, seated beside the pillar, rose gracefully, transforming into a stunningly beautiful woman, none other than the enchanting Junyang. With a playful smile, Nezha remarked, "It is rather unremarkable. The figure you saw beside the pillar was but an illusion, a guise crafted by Junyang, while my true form lay concealed within the Qiankuan circle." Junyang feigned surrender and tossed the Qiankuan circle at your feet. Seizing the moment of your inattention, I swiftly launched my attack, piercing your dantian with my flying sword. Such is the tale. Chapter 33. The Black Dragon Shangliu. It turns out that within that hidden chamber, Junyang had drawn a barrier to seal the entrance, utilizing leaves from the divine tree to forge a transformation garment. Initially, as Nezha and his companions battled the corpse soldiers, she remained unaware of the unfolding events. Once she completed the transformation garment and broke the seal, she overheard the melodious voice outside, realizing the presence of a formidable golden elixir practitioner. Knowing that confronting such a being would be futile, she chose to conceal herself, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. When the melodious voice unleashed the blood-crying sword, causing the entire cave to collapse, Junyang had no choice but to leap into the abyss, reuniting with Nezha and the others. Upon seeing Junyang, Nezha, contemplating that the melodious voice had not encountered her yet, devised a plan. He instructed Junyang to use the transformation garment to alter her appearance and feign surrender while he prepared to strike from within the Qiankuan circle. Unbeknownst to the melodious voice, there was indeed a cunning vixen among Nezha's companions, and she fell into the trap, meeting her demise. The soul of the melodious voice, having grasped the explanation, sighed deeply, refraining from questioning how Junyang had deceived her, choosing instead to remain silent, seemingly resigned to her fate. Nezha's expression turned grave as he stated, "I have answered your queries. Now it is my turn to inquire. Who sent you to kill me? Confess." The soul of the melodious voice kept her eyes tightly shut, pursing her lips in defiance, ignoring Nezha's demands. Unperturbed, Nezha waved his hand, and the shadowy demons seized the soul, drawing her into the 99 Shadow Demon banner. Observing this, Junyang inquired, "Nezha, what are your intentions concerning this woman? Her soul appears remarkably resilient, indicating a significant level of cultivation. Even under torture, she may not yield." Nezha scoffed, "There is no need for concern. I perceive this woman's slender neck and graceful form, her eyes bright and clear. She is evidently a paragon of virtue. Thus, I shall employ my magic to refine her soul into a shadow demon. Subsequently, I will forge a blood contract with her, leaving her no choice but to confess." Junyang chuckled, "Brother Nezha, you truly possess a knack for this. How long will the process of refining a shadow demon take?" Nezha replied, for an ordinary soul, it would require 81 days to solidify its essence. However, given this lady's advanced golden elixir cultivation, only 12 hours are necessary. But for now, let us not dwell on her. I noticed this place resembles a tomb, shrouded in mystery. We should search it thoroughly. The group nodded in agreement. Just as a thunderous voice resonated from the heavens, proclaiming, there is no need for your search. I am fully aware of the treasures and their properties concealed here. If you release me, I shall gladly present them all to you. As the crowd turned toward the source of the sound, they were taken aback to behold an immense black dragon suspended in midair, gazing down upon them. This formidable creature bore an uncanny resemblance to the previously encountered corpse of the black fish, yet it was notably more robust and grand. Its eyes shone not with the dull gray of a lifeless being, but rather with a bright vitality, exuding an air of majesty. The bold and foolish Qiongqi, witnessing this spectacle, called out loudly, "Ah, are you not the steed of Gongong? The one we saw earlier was but a counterfeit. Are you the genuine article?" The black dragon let out a bitter laugh and sighed. "You must be Qiongqi. I have been entombed here for over a millennium, and only a primordial beast such as yourself could recognize me. I am a general under Gongong's command, although I am not his mount. My name is Shangliu, an ancient dragon who governs the winter among the 4 seasons." Nezha, astonished, inquired, "You are indeed Shangliu? I have heard tales that you once opposed King Yu alongside Gongong, and were ultimately slain and buried in this marsh. Is this indeed your remains?" The black dragon nodded and replied, "Indeed, that is my skeleton. After King Yu vanquished me, he used a formation to imprison my soul here. I was a dragon of venomous arts, and upon my demise, the toxins escaped their confinement, pervading the surroundings. The ground is likely barren, suffused with miasma, is it not? It is fortunate that you have found your way here. King Yu once proclaimed that 5 centuries hence, he would send someone to release my soul if I repented and supported his descendants. Yet, a millennium has passed, and he has not dispatched anyone. Could it be that the illustrious King Yu has turned untrustworthy? And you, young one, surely cannot be a descendant of King Yu, given your celestial nature." Nezha chuckled. "He may not have been untrustworthy. In truth, King Yu's dominion fell 6 centuries ago, and now it is the descendants of Chengtang who reign. There are no remnants of King Yu's lineage left to send anyone." The black dragon was taken aback. "What? Even King Yu's realm has perished? How can this be? Though I was his adversary, I recognized his might. If Gongong was defeated by him, how could his foundation have crumbled?" Nezha scoffed. "You, black dragon, are truly oblivious. Do noble lords and ministers possess an inviolable birthright? Why should King Yu's realm be immune to destruction? Do noble lords and ministers possess an inviolable birthright?" The dragon exclaimed. "Such grand ambition. Should such words be uttered, it is likely that every heart in the realm would ignite with aspirations of sovereignty, plunging the world into chaos." The black dragon insisted. "Yet, when I assert that King Yu's realm shall not perish, it is not from ignorance of change, but rather because King Yu possesses the 9 tripod cauldrons." Nezha frowned. "The 9 tripod cauldrons?" "Indeed, the 9 tripod cauldrons," the black dragon affirmed. "After Pangu split the heavens and the earth, exhausting his powers and perishing, he transformed into mountains, rivers, sun, moon, and stars. His 9 orifices became the 9 divine cauldrons, which serve as the conduits for the breath of life. Pangu pledged that these cauldrons would be the foundation for all sentient beings to cultivate their paths. Thus, whoever possesses the 9 tripods can command the ethereal energies of heaven and earth for their own purposes, wielding immeasurable power. During the reign of Emperor Shan, the 9 tripods manifested in the world, immediately inciting fierce competition. After countless battles, the tripods ultimately fell into the hands of Yu the Great, who claimed them as his own. Even when some attempted to seize them by force, the divine tripods possessed a spirit of discernment and would not easily acknowledge another master. With such a divine artifact as a foundation, how could Yu's empire ever fall into the hands of another? Nezha, upon hearing the ancient tales recounted by the black dragon, found them to diverge significantly from what he had previously known. He was not overly concerned, for thousands of years had passed, and records would inevitably become distorted. However, one particular detail captured his attention. Possessing the 9 tripods would allow one to summon the spiritual energies of the realm. Reflecting on his previous life, where the spiritual essence of the world was so scarce, could it possibly be connected to the 9 tripods? Noticing Nezha's contemplation, the black dragon revealed a subtle, almost imperceptible smile and continued, "Nevertheless, although the 9 tripods are lost, it does not mean they cannot be reclaimed. We, the divine dragons, possess a unique ability to sense the whereabouts of the tripods. If you were to rescue me, I could guide you to their location. Chapter 34. The Four Dragons and the Nine Tripods. Nezha shot the dragon a sideways glance and replied, Old dragon, there is no need for such cunning. The allure of the Nine Tripods is undeniable, yet if they were so easily obtainable, could they truly be considered divine artifacts? You claim to know their whereabouts. Well, let us set aside questions of truth for now. Even if it is true, do you think my current cultivation allows me to lay hands on such treasures? Are you attempting to lead me into peril? The black dragon, sensing the unease in Nezha's tone, was taken aback and hastily replied, Young one, do not be suspicious. How could I harbor ill intentions towards you? What benefit would I gain from harming you? You are correct. The Nine Tripods are indeed not so easily acquired. However, my assertion regarding my ability to discern their location is not mere rhetoric. It is simply. Nezha interjected, simply what? The black dragon elaborated. The Nine Tripods are divine objects born of the cosmos, containing the universe's essence and the four seasons. Although I am one of the four seasonal dragons and share a connection with the divine tripods, being the guardian of winter alone, I cannot ascertain their whereabouts by myself. It requires the convergence of the four dragons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, to unveil the location of the tripods. Nezha chuckled, so? You are suggesting that only by gathering the four dragon souls can we draw a lottery? And the prize would be the nine tripods? How intriguing. Very well. You need not elaborate further. Releasing you is not difficult, provided you agree to one condition. The black dragon, elated, nodded vigorously, saying, Do not mention just one condition. I would agree to 10 or even 100. Nezha responded with a smile, There is no need for such excess. You need only acknowledge me as your master, and I shall set you free. With that, he produced a talisman, inscribing a binding spell with his own blood, igniting it before casting it towards the black dragon. If you are truly sincere in your allegiance, you must swallow this spell. It will naturally merge with your soul. Should you refuse, I will not force you. However, if you consume the talisman and later act against me, you will face dire consequences. So, have you made up your mind? Will you swallow it or not? Although the black dragon was reluctant, it understood that circumstances were dire. It had languished here for a millennium, and the arrival of a human was a rare opportunity. Who could say how many more millennia it would have to wait? In the present moment, without hesitation, the black dragon opened its vast maw and swallowed the talisman fire. As soon as it consumed the talisman fire, an enigmatic force enveloped it, intertwining and merging with its very soul, rendering it inseparable. It was then that the black dragon realized it had become a servant of Nezha, unable to resist, and let out a heavy sigh. Qiongqi, observing the scene with amusement, remarked, Old dragon Shangliu, I too have once ingested this talisman. Now you have attained a similar fate. Nezha, seeing Shangliu swallow the talisman paper, nodded and inquired, How can I release you? Shangliu, with a weary voice, replied, Since you have managed to enter this place, the chaotic barrier at the tomb's entrance must have been breached. Correct? Upon receiving a nod from Nezha, Shangliu continued, Do you see those 3 colossal pillars? The pillars bear the markings of the Bagua. They hold the key to my liberation. Inscribe upon them the same hexagrams you encountered upon entering. Nezha smiled and said, I see. He complied and approached the pillars, inscribing the Li, Dui, and Kuan hexagrams. As soon as he completed the inscriptions, the 3 gigantic pillars emitted a blinding radiance. The light enveloped Shangliu's dragon soul, revealing the chains that bound it. Wherever the light touched, the chains shattered inch by inch, gradually vanishing from sight. Once the light had fully dissipated, Shangliu erupted in joyous laughter, shaking its immense dragon form, tumbling through the air with remarkable might, exclaiming, I, Shangliu, have been imprisoned for 1,000 years. And now I can finally behold the light of day. I can once more traverse the heavens and roam freely. Nezha cautioned, Do not rejoice too soon. You are still but a soul. Though with your prowess, manifesting during the day poses no threat. Do you have any enemies in this world? Now that you have lost your corporeal form, your combat strength is undoubtedly diminished. If your foes were to see you, oh dear. Upon hearing this, Shangliu shuddered. In the past, during its campaigns alongside Gong Gong, it had not merely a few adversaries, but a multitude. At that time, relying on its formidable physical body and immense magical prowess, it felt no fear. But now, with its body destroyed, should it be encountered by its enemies, it would face utter annihilation. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shangliu chuckled and addressed Nezha, Young master, but was interrupted. Nezha asserted, I am Nezha, and you shall refer to me as your master. Shangliu, not daring to oppose, replied with a smile, Master Nezha, I see that your physical form is extraordinary. You possess the rare body of a heavenly demon, do you not? The heavenly demon body is most attuned to the soul. Would you consent to let me reside behind you? This way, no one would be able to see me. Nezha frowned behind me. You wish to be my spirit guide? With your large and corpulent form, how could you possibly conceal yourself? Shang Liu assured, there is no need for concern. I could manifest as a tattoo upon your back. Your heavenly demon body is adept at concealing souls, and even a golden immortal might not perceive me. Furthermore, as a winter dragon, I slumber through spring, summer, and autumn, and will not disturb you, master. After pondering, Nezha finally nodded. Very well. Let it be so. Shang Liu, filled with joy, shrank its form and settled onto Nezha's back, transforming into a lifelike black dragon tattoo. The sisters Ling Zhu and Ling Mei, along with Jun Yang, laughed, exclaiming, what a magnificent tattoo. It appears almost alive. Xiang Lu spoke in a muffled tone. Old dragon, I am indeed alive. Even that which is deemed dead possesses a living soul. With my level of cultivation, even if my physical form is destroyed, I can reconstruct it, though it may take several hundred or even 1,000 years. Nezha, with a hint of disdain, scoffed. You have lingered here for a millennium. Why have you not yet restored your body? Xiang Lu replied, to refine the physical body, one must harmonize the yin and yang energies. However, this place is severely lacking in yang energy, and there is not a trace of yin energy. How can one cultivate under such conditions? Speaking of this, Master Nezha, the soul-suppressing wood is indeed a marvelous treasure. Alas, with your power, it is impossible for you to uproot it. Yet, if you were to gather a few branches, they would still be valuable artifacts. Nezha responded with a casual "oh," for he was swift in seizing good things, promptly collecting a significant number of branches. He then inquired, by the way, you mentioned that all the treasures here would be given to me. Do these branches count? What is their utility? Xiang Lu answered, they are quite useful. The greatest benefit lies in nurturing the yin souls. The branches of the soul-suppressing would absorb yin energy, and, through the innate formation within the trunk, transform that energy into pure yang. However, if the branches are severed, they will merely absorb the energy of the yin spirits without converting it into yang. In the past, many cultivators were able to nurture yin souls for combat. If one were to infuse a branch of the soul-suppressing wood into a device for raising yin souls, the growth rate of those souls could be accelerated manifold. Is that not a rare treasure? Ah, indeed. This is perfect for my 99 yin demon banner. Nezha exclaimed. Currently, the 81 spirits within the banner can only grow stronger by devouring enemy souls in battle. If the banner could absorb yin spirit energy daily, it would undoubtedly become much more powerful. Nezha nodded thoughtfully and then asked, what other treasures, aside from the branches of the soul-suppressing wood, can be found here? Xiang Lu sighed and said, to be frank, this is my tomb. After the king you killed me, he took all my possessions, leaving only a few items that he deemed unworthy, under the pretense of offering me a burial. I assure you, there is hardly anything left. Hardly anything left. Or is there still something? Nezha, undeterred, mused. Given Xiang Lu's former status, any item he carried could not possibly be mundane. The Great Yu was a figure of immense significance. If he found something beneath his notice, it was merely a reflection of his lofty standards. Nezha, not so finicky, declared. Then lead me to retrieve them. Xiang Lu guided Nezha to a corner of the cave and called out, Li Zhu, come forth. With a soft hiss, a flickering flame materialized before them, revealing a childlike figure. The figure spoke, oh, old dragon, why have you hidden behind a human? Has someone set you free? Xiang Lu replied, indeed. This is my master, Nezha, and he is now your master as well. You shall follow him from now on. Li Zhu responded, oh, I shall follow if I must. It matters little to me. With that, he floated about aimlessly, appearing indifferent to everyone around him. Xiang Lu smiled at Nezha and said, Li Zhu is indeed the finest treasure to accompany me in death. Its true form is that of an alchemical furnace, adept at concocting elixirs, refining medicines, and forging tools. This lad possesses a nature of detachment, not intending to slight his master. Nezha replied, I understand. But how should I utilize this flame? Li Zhu yawned and, with a sudden flourish, transformed into the likeness of an alchemical furnace, its mouth opening and closing rhythmically as it spoke in a muffled tone. Simply provide me with the formula for the elixirs or tools you wish to create, and cast in the materials. I shall take care of the rest. You need not concern yourself with anything else. I do recall some formulas myself and can share them with you later. If you lack any specific formula, you may still hand me the materials, and I shall experiment with them in my leisure. Success may yet be within reach. Nezha chuckled, such convenience. Truly, this is a remarkable treasure. How could you the great bear to leave you here to accompany Xiang Lu in death? Were I in his position, I would have taken you away long ago. Li Zhu exhaled a puff of smoke, its two exhaust vents resembling eyes rolling in disdain, as it remarked, "What a jest! You the great possesses the 9 tripods. What can he not refine? Why would he deign to regard me, a mere furnace?" Nezha stated, "Then I have something for you to refine." With that, he produced the 99 demon banner and several branches of soul-fixing wood. Explaining his desire for the banner to autonomously absorb negative energy, Li Zhu responded, 3 branches will suffice. By the way, it seems there is an unformed demon within your banner. It appears to possess the cultivation of a golden core. We could use it as a focal point for the formation. I shall refine it for you as well. Nezha laughed. That would be a great help. By the way, can you refine swords? I possess a flying sword of mediocre quality. Could you enhance it for me? He then took out the flying sword he had crafted. Li Zhu examined it and remarked, "This flying sword is rather crude. I advise against refining it, as it holds little worth. If you could procure a fine sword and offer your own life in sacrifice, I could assist you in creating a superior flying sword." Nezha displayed the blood-crying sword and, reaching into the Qianquan circle, produced the corpse of Miaoyin, saying, "What of this?" Li Zhu exclaimed with delight, "What a fine treasure! How did the blood-crying sword come into your possession? You have even erased its spiritual consciousness. What a vindication! And this woman's corpse is of excellent quality. Beyond her golden core cultivation, she remains a maiden, perfect for the purpose of a sacrificial sword." With that, Li Zhu swallowed both Miaoyin's corpse and the blood-crying sword, mumbling, "I will refine this sword first and then attend to the banner. You may wait patiently." Seeing the furnace so eager to work without needing urging, Nezha couldn't help but chuckle privately. He then placed Li Zhu within the Qianquan circle to allow it to work autonomously. Under the guidance of Xiang Lu, Nezha cleared the burial chamber, gathering only a few medicinal pills and treasures, which, while of high quality, paled in comparison to Xiang Lu's stature. After completing the search, Nezha turned to find several dark fish corpse soldiers emerging from the ground. Just as he was about to strike, Xiang Lu cautioned, "Master, please hold your hand. The fish corpses, in truth, are allies rather than foes, compelled by restraints to oppose you, their master. Allow them to depart. These were once soldiers who fought alongside me, slain by Xia Yu in this very place, bound by a curse to remain as corpse slaves for eternity. Now that you have shattered the bindings, their souls can no longer linger. They will soon depart, entering the underworld and subsequently reincarnating, which can be considered a form of liberation." As Nezha witnessed a fish corpse crawling closer, a grotesque and fearsome visage broke into a faint smile, nodding slightly at him. Its entire form began to decay, with shriveled muscles and bones crumbling away piece by piece until it was reduced to a pile of ashes. The soul escaped, joyfully fluttering in the air for a brief moment before gradually dissipating. Following this, an increasing number of corpses emerged, paying their respects to Nezha, only to vanish into thin air, their souls returning to the underworld. Nezha observed as what was once a robust and fearsome corpse instantaneously turned to dust. Contemplating the millennia of confinement, now entirely dissolved in an instant, how could he remain unaffected? He felt a sudden leap in his dantian, signaling the onset of the golden core formation. The formation of the golden core is one of the most significant thresholds for cultivators, regardless of their path, be it Taoist or demonic. The saying goes, once a golden core is swallowed, my fate is my own, no longer governed by the heavens. Should one successfully form the golden core, they would gain several millennia of lifespan, ensuring that the arduous path of cultivation could continue, no matter how challenging. Otherwise, with mere decades of life and countless obstacles in the way of spiritual advancement, how could one hope to attain enlightenment? In Nezha's past life, due to the scarcity of spiritual energy in the world, few extraordinary and valiant cultivators managed to break through the golden core stage. Further progression was deemed a mere fantasy. Upon recognizing the signs of golden core formation, Nezha felt a surge of joy and pondered, the signs are merely the beginning. The true challenge lies ahead in solidifying the golden core. Nevertheless, there is now a glimmer of hope for longevity. The texts left by my sect, the Heavenly Demon Gate, are numerous, and there are many profound methods taught by the true man of Tai. My physical form is that of a heavenly demon, yet my soul is human. Thus, I must carefully select my methods, drawing from various teachings to forge my own path. After much contemplation, Nezha resolved to cultivate a genuine technique from the Heavenly Demon Gate, the moon. This moon is a secret transmission of the Heavenly Demon Gate, the origins of which remain unknown, passed down from an ancestral master. It draws upon the strengths of both Buddhist and Taoist teachings, directly addressing the heart to dispel obstructions and attain true knowledge, ultimately leading to the formation of the golden core. Compared to the Taoist texts imparted by the true man of Tai, this method appears more suited to Nezha's body and temperament. Chapter 36. Observing the fierce battle upon exiting the cave, Nezha and his companions used the mysterious sky silk to disperse the toxic mist emerging from the forest. Jionyang chuckled and remarked, "This treasure hunt has proven to be so thrilling. Fortunately, dear Nezha, you have the favor of the heavens, transforming calamity into fortune, ultimately emerging unscathed." Nezha nodded in agreement. "Indeed, thanks to your assistance, I have gained significantly from this venture. Rest assured, I will not neglect your share. How would you like to divide it?" Jionyang smiled gently and replied, "I have already obtained the transformation robe, fulfilling my desires. With this treasure, I need no longer live in constant fear." She paused momentarily before adding softly, "However, since you have shown such generosity, I would not refuse the sword, Willow, belonging to that female immortal, if you would be willing to part with it." Nezha chuckled. "What is there to hesitate about? It is merely a pair of weapons. Since Lady Zhou desires it, she may take it." As he spoke, he retrieved a willow sword from the Qinkuan circle and handed it over. Lady Zhou accepted the short sword, and with a flourish in the wind, it transformed into a pair of 3-foot azure blades. She examined the sword for a moment, choosing to keep the female blade, the delicate willow, and return the male blade, the proud poplar, saying softly, "Lady Zhou is not adept at wielding dual swords. One will suffice. The remaining blade shall remain as a memento for you, young Master Nezha." At that moment, the sun hung low, casting dappled shadows of trees upon Lady Zhou's enchanting visage. Her autumn-like gaze sparkled, her jade-like cheeks flushed, radiating an allure that was simply unparalleled. Nezha, having traversed the realms of romance in his past life, was well acquainted with the sentiments of women. Observing Lady Zhou's demeanor stirred something within him. Oh, this Daji, before even stepping forth, has already intertwined her fate with mine. Given time, could she not also adorn the crown of King Zhou with a green hat? In the cultivation of the Heavenly Demon Sect, one must be wary of the stirrings of the heart. A single thought could lead to arduous endeavors to fulfill it, lest it become an obstacle on the path of cultivation. As Nezha contemplated, he sighed inwardly, acknowledging, indeed, desire can be a source of peril. This Daji, having attained human form, must have seduced countless handsome youths. Though I hold little appetite for her, I cannot help but wish to present King Zhou with a green hat. Should this thought take root, it would surely incite turmoil in the future at Chaoga. However, Nezha was resolute and decisive. He recognized that a stirred heart was both a hindrance and an opportunity. Moreover, the scheme of the green hat was still distant in time, bearing little immediate consequence. Thus, he accepted the proud blade with a smile, saying, "Lady Zhou's kindness is greatly appreciated. Nezha humbly accepts it." Lady Zhou gazed intently at Nezha for a moment, then smiled sweetly. "The mountains are high and the waters long. Young Master Nezha, we shall meet again." With that, she gracefully vanished into the forest, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, the sisters Ling Zhu and Ling Mei pouted in unison. One mused, this vixen must have employed some enchanting trick to make the young master accept her token. Another thought, the male and female swords, the proud poplar and delicate willow. Lady Zhou certainly possesses a flair for elegance. It is no wonder men are drawn to her. Yet another contemplated, if it were not for the master, I would cleave this demon with a single stroke. The presence of 3 distinct thoughts arose from Ling Mei's 2 personalities at play. After bidding farewell to Lady Zhou, Nezha mounted Xiongqi and soared towards Qintang Pass. Not far into their flight, a dazzling light and the sound of clashing weapons caught their attention, indicating a fierce battle ahead. Nezha, startled, quickly reined in Xiongqi, exclaiming, "That enchanting figure has come to assassinate. It must be Huang Feihu or Li Jing sent by them. Though we outsmarted them, those engaged in battle ahead may still have ulterior motives. We cannot fly boldly into their midst, lest we fall into a trap." The sisters Ling Zhu and Ling Mei nodded in agreement. As such, Nezha tucked them and Xiongqi back into the Qinkuan circle and stealthily proceeded alone through the forest to investigate. Approaching cautiously, he discovered a vast clearing within the woods where 2 men and a woman wielded their weapons against one another, embroiled in a fierce conflict, a true spectacle of combat. It was clear that the 3 were divided into 2 factions. One of the individuals was a Taoist, possessing a fierce and imposing appearance, exuding an aura of authority. His demeanor suggested he was not of the Central Plains, but rather akin to a barbarian. He wielded a magical artifact, roaring with rage and emanating a palpable killing intent. Accompanying him were a young boy and a female general. The boy appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, with an air of youthful vigor. He brandished a long sword, demonstrating considerable martial prowess. Yet it was evident that he lacked knowledge of magical arts, rendering him ineffective amidst the tumultuous clash. The female general, appearing to be around 18 or 19, had a tall and athletic build, adorned in silver armor and a white robe. Her countenance, however, was strikingly gentle as she shielded the boy behind her, fiercely engaging the adversary in battle. The Daoist, evidently more powerful in his abilities, relentlessly pressed the attack, leaving the female general struggling to defend herself with little room for counteraction. In the midst of combat, he bellowed, "You, wretched woman, obediently surrender the child. If you comply, I may allow your soul to depart, granting you a flicker of survival. Otherwise, once I slay you, your corpse shall serve as a puppet, and your spirit shall endure torment daily. At that point, you will find neither solace in life nor death." The female general spat, refusing to respond, and instead intensified her assault. Nezha observed carefully and noted that the Daoist's magical artifact was formidable. 3 gleaming golden rings, their edges faintly radiating a blue light, appearing exceedingly sharp. These rings possessed an inherent intelligence, independently maneuvering around the female general, seeking openings to strike without the Daoist's explicit commands. The Daoist wielded a steel fork, executing grandiose maneuvers that exuded the might to shatter gold and split stones, conjuring fierce winds that stirred up dust for several yards around him, causing trees at a distance to be severed. In contrast, the female general employed a different combat style. A lotus flower floated before her, releasing 12 petals that whirled around her and the boy, providing a protective barrier. Though the Daoist's golden rings were sharp and heavy, they merely clashed against the lotus, producing flashes of golden light without breaking the seemingly delicate petals. The silver-robed general wielded her long sword with graceful fluidity, moving like a butterfly in flight, her technique exquisite. Yet, relying solely on agility in the face of the Daoist's ferocious assaults rendered her efforts insufficient, compelling her to protect the boy while retreating. Nezha observed the scene, contemplating that this conflict was of no concern to him. The two parties were clearly engaged in a life-and-death struggle, not merely performing for his benefit. Moreover, despite the general's elegant beauty, Nezha was not one to risk himself for a mere damsel in distress. The notion of a hero rescuing a maiden was a folly for the unremarkable. If they sought to draw him out, mere beauty would not suffice. They ought to offer some celestial treasures as well. Unbeknownst to the three, as their battle intensified, the Daoist, growing impatient due to the female general's resilience despite her disadvantage, suddenly disregarded his previous caution for the boy's safety. With a fierce roar, he exclaimed, "You, obstinate woman, why are you so difficult to subdue? I can no longer hold back." With that, the Daoist bit his tongue, unleashing 3 sprays of blood, which cascaded onto the 3 golden rings. As the golden ring absorbed his blood, it suddenly expanded several times, each segment as thick as a water barrel, whipping up fierce winds that rained down upon the female general. In the 3rd watch of the night, there was still more to come. Let us first offer some encouragement. Chapter 37. A precious commodity. Seeing the ferocity of the enemy's assault, the silver-robed female general let out a sharp cry. The petals of the lotus bloomed with brilliant light, resisting the onslaught of the golden ring. However, the Taoist's furious shouts echoed as 3 golden rings merged into one, their power magnified, each strike more forceful than the last, causing the lotus petals to shimmer with golden sparks. Unable to withstand such relentless and fierce attacks, the silver-robed general gathered all 12 petals before her, barely managing to fend off the violent blows of the golden ring. At that moment, the Taoist let out a sinister laugh and bellowed, "Die!" The golden ring darted through the air with unparalleled swiftness, yet its target was not the silver-robed general, but rather aimed at the youth behind her. During their fierce battle, the youth, with his fragile abilities, found it difficult to withstand the violent gale created by the collision of the golden ring and the lotus, inevitably retreating from the protective circle of the general. The seasoned Taoist, having caught a glimpse of this opportunity, wasted no time in charging toward the youth. Upon witnessing this, the silver-robed general was filled with alarm. She swiftly turned, pointing her delicate hand, and the 12 petals flew forth, shielding the youth. Just then, the Taoist released his spear with all his might. The general, focused solely on saving the youth, could not evade in time and was immediately pierced through, firmly pinned to the ground. The armor adorning the general was evidently of no ordinary make. The spear had initially been aimed at her heart, but as it struck, it was deflected by the armor, hitting her in the left shoulder instead. Even so, blood gushed forth like a fountain, and she sustained grave injuries. Yet, she persisted in her struggle, brandishing her sword towards the Taoist, seizing the opportunity as he dodged, and shouted, "Your Highness, take the earthroot lotus and flee." In the Taoist's eyes, the female general was the true adversary, and even in her wounded state, she could not be underestimated. He produced a soul-devouring vessel, grinning maliciously as he declared, "Now I shall slaughter you, capturing your soul to torment for a century." As for that boy, how could he possibly escape? The earthroot lotus is merely a defensive treasure. Even if you were to wield it, it would not fly swiftly, let alone if given to that boy. Though the youth lacked knowledge of sorcery, he was no coward. Seeing the peril the general faced, he did not flee but stood valiantly before her, sword in hand, and boldly declared to the Taoist, "You shall not kill her. I will go with you." The Taoist, momentarily taken aback by the youth's boldness, soon erupted into laughter. Well, such a passionate little one at such a tender age. Had you said this sooner, we could have avoided much bloodshed. Rest assured, if you come with me, you shall not lack for wealth and glory. With that, he lunged to seize the youth. Desire often blinds the seeker, and the Taoist, eager to capture the boy, momentarily let down his guard. Just as his hand grasped the youth, he felt a sudden pain in his lower abdomen, still caught in his ecstatic reverie. He looked down to see the tip of a sword silently emerging from his belly. The Taoist suddenly realized he had fallen into a cunning trap. He let out a furious shout, abandoning the youth, and prepared to retaliate. Just as he turned around, a flash of golden light struck him, and with a resounding crash, his skull shattered, leaving him lifeless. The assailant was none other than Nezha. After dispatching the Taoist, he extracted his flying sword and severed the Taoist's head, seizing the soul-absorbing vial from his grasp to consume his essence. He then discarded the corpse into the Qinquan circle, dusted off his hands, and approached. The young man and the female general were taken aback by Nezha's swift and decisive actions, particularly his thoroughness in not sparing even the soul. They were left in a state of bewilderment regarding his identity. Nezha, however, smiled slightly, thinking to himself, "I initially believed this youth to be an inconsequential bystander, intending to play the role of an uninformed observer, but to my surprise, he is the Crown Prince." Who is the Crown Prince? That would be Yin Jiao, a renowned character from the investiture of the gods. How could I not come to his aid? During the Warring States period, the great merchant El Bouet, upon encountering an extraordinary figure from the Qin state, exclaimed in admiration, a sentiment that has echoed through the ages and is known by all. While Nezha may not possess El Bouet's cunning, he is certainly no stranger to seizing advantageous opportunities. How could he let the chance to assist the legitimate crown prince slip away? After all, this extraordinary figure was merely a fallen prince, while Lin Jiao was unequivocally the rightful heir. Rescuing him would be an immensely profitable venture. Thus, seizing the moment when the Taoist was unguarded, Nezha launched a surprise attack, utilizing the formidable power of his flying sword to achieve success in one strike. Though his mind raced with calculations, Nezha maintained a serious facade as he approached, feigning curiosity. "Who are you to engage in conflict within the territory of Qintang Pass?" Yin Jiao, straightforward by nature and lacking any guile, responded candidly despite having just escaped a perilous situation. "I am Yin Jiao, the Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace." "And who might you be?" Nezha longed to feign a look of astonished delight, but alas, as a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, he excelled at many portrayals except that of a humble servant. Thus, he adopted an air of superiority, indifferent as he replied, "Ah, it is indeed His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I am honored. I am Nezha, the son of the general of Qintang Pass, born of the Yin family." Though Yin Jiao found Nezha's demeanor rude, he did not take offense. Being of royal blood, he was accustomed to the haughty airs of talented individuals. Recognizing Nezha as a friend rather than a foe, he eagerly grasped his hand and said, "Elder brother Nezha, General Xiao Rong was injured by that demon Taoist while protecting me. Please, you must save her." Nezha found it amusing that he was addressed as elder brother, considering he was not yet a year old, while Yin Jiao appeared to be 12 or 13. Who, then, was truly the elder? This crown prince was rather amusing. In such a dire moment, he still showed genuine concern for his subordinate, which explained the female general's unwavering loyalty. With this in mind, Nezha stepped forward and examined the silver-clad female general. He saw that her shoulder was impaled by 3 steel tridents, each with barbed tips. If pulled out forcefully, it would undoubtedly tear the wound further. Therefore, Nezha drew his flying sword and resolutely severed the prongs. Then, he flipped the general over, stepped on her back, and carefully extracted the tridents. Nezha, naturally indifferent, reserved any warmth solely for those he considered his own. Even the most beautiful, ordinary woman, in his eyes, is merely categorized into 2 types, useful or useless, devoid of any sentimentality. This tumultuous ordeal was indeed straightforward and brutal, leaving the female general gritting her silver teeth. On the verge of fainting, Yin Zhao, standing nearby, was anxious to intervene but restrained himself, realizing that Nezha was attempting to save her. Nezha withdrew his forked weapon and, retrieving a vial of healing elixir from the cosmic circle, tossed it to the female general, saying, "Given your foundational cultivation at the golden core stage, this minor flesh wound is inconsequential. Apply this medicine, and you shall be well in no time." The female general nodded, turning away to remove her armor and apply the medicine herself. Nezha couldn't help but notice her delicate shoulders and fair back, secretly approving, while Yin Zhao blushed deeply, turning his head but stealing a glance nonetheless. A dear reader remarked that it felt as if all the beauty of the world had been obliterated. Such mastery of prose should belong only to a grandmaster. I, Mata, humbly acknowledge I have not reached such heights, and I feel quite ashamed. In truth, I wish to express, this is the 4th update. Are there any tickets left? Chapter 38. Crown Prince Yin Zhao. Nezha found it amusing. This little brat knows how to appreciate women? Is youthful curiosity developing earlier in ancient times? If so, I have gained an additional bargaining chip. After Yin Zhao becomes a disciple of Guangchengzi, I could capture this woman and exchange her for the heaven-subduing seal. I wonder if he would agree? As he pondered these thoughts, the female general, Xiao Rong, approached after bandaging her wound and performed a deep bow, saying, "Thank you, young sir, for your gallant assistance. The Crown Prince's incognito visit was meant to be discreet, and I brought only myself as an attendant, believing that with my golden core cultivation and being on the territory of the Great Shang, there would be no peril. Yet somehow, news leaked, and we were ambushed by that demon sorcerer. The sorcerer possesses mid-golden core cultivation and wields a formidable artifact, far superior to me. Had it not been for your intervention, I would have met my demise, and if the Crown Prince were captured, I would bear the blame 100-fold. Yin Zhao hurriedly replied, "Sister Xiao Rong, you have protected me since childhood. You are like family. How can you say your death would be insignificant? Do not speak like that again." Upon hearing this, Nezha felt a shiver down his spine, covered in goosebumps, silently mocking. Where did Yin Zhao learn such flattery? Could it be that the illustrious Qiong Yao has traversed through time? He quickly changed the subject. "General Xiao, since you have sustained a minor injury, Crown Prince, let us rest at Chentang Pass. There are ample soldiers there, and we need not fear any further disturbances." Both Yin Zhao and Xiao Rong nodded in agreement. Not wishing to reveal his true nature, Nezha refrained from summoning Qiongqi as a mount. The trio proceeded slowly toward Chentang Pass. Throughout their journey, they conversed. And though Yin Zhao was the Crown Prince, it was evident he was not raised in the confines of the palace. He shared that since childhood. He had traveled extensively to experience diverse cultures, preparing himself to be a wise ruler in the future. Nezha nodded in approval, finding his impression of the youth improving. Xiao Rong, a fierce warrior of the capital's garrison, was tasked with ensuring the Crown Prince's safety. Upon hearing this, Nezha inquired, "Then who is this Taoist? What manner of being seeks to ambush the Crown Prince? Surely, he must be dispatched by some covert force." He posed this question, as he could not summon the Yin demon banner to interrogate the soul before the two present. Xiao Rong gritted her teeth and replied, "I do not recognize this Taoist. However, judging by his treasures and martial arts techniques, he does not resemble a practitioner from the Central Plains. It is highly likely he intends to abduct the Crown Prince. The mastermind must be from the Eastern Yi." Nezha, recalling the accounts in historical records, noted that during the time of King Zhou of Shang, the Eastern Yi were a formidable adversary, which allowed the Western Zhou to gain the upper hand. He remarked, "If the Eastern Yi dares to abduct the Crown Prince, their power must indeed be considerable. We ought to exercise caution." Yin Zhao interjected, "The Eastern Yi do possess significant strength, yet they are not a monolithic entity. They are not entirely our enemies. Some are amicable, while others are hostile. My father has advised us to manage them with a strategy of divide and conquer." Nezha nodded subtly, acknowledging Yin Zhao's insight, and was pleasantly surprised that Yin Zhao remembered so much. Just then, a cloud of dust rose ahead, revealing a large group of men approaching. "Who are they?" Xiao Rong exclaimed in alarm, momentarily disregarding her injuries as she drew her sword and positioned herself in front of Yin Zhao. Nezha, however, discerned clearly that among the approaching figures was his trusted confidant, Amu. Turning to Xiao Rong, he reassured her, "Do not be alarmed. These are my soldiers." Yet, he could not help but wonder why Amu had ventured outside the city. In the midst of his puzzlement, Amu spotted Nezha and, momentarily taken aback, was filled with joy, rushing over to pay his respects while exclaiming, "Young master, you have finally returned. You must take charge for us." Nezha, sensing something amiss, replied sternly. What has transpired? I instructed you to remain in the city. How did you end up here? Amu straightened up, his voice filled with indignation. It is all due to that General Li Jing. After you departed, he suddenly emerged from nowhere and swiftly gathered his trusted men, forming a large contingent. With you absent, Lady Huang has been relinquishing her authority, and without a leader, we were easily stripped of our military power. That would have been bearable, as he is a general and your father, yet he audaciously expelled us from the premises. He replaced us with his own confidants to guard the roads, and has even placed your mother under house arrest, outmatched and fearing for the safety of the matriarch. I had no choice but to retreat. He was unreasonable, driving our 500 men out of the gate, claiming we were to guard outside. But this open expanse leaves us vulnerable. He provides no provisions, clearly intending to disperse us. Upon hearing this, Nezha scoffed. Ah, that Li Jing. Old grievances remain unsettled, and new ones are added. Let us return to the city. I shall see if he dares to contest me. Xiaorong, upon learning of the conflict over military authority between father and son, was left speechless and hesitant to interject. Yin Jiao, however, remarked, what Nezha has said is quite right. Who does Li Jing think he is? The court appointed him as the general to guard the city and prevent enemy incursions. Yet he dares to act in defiance, dismissing the court soldiers for his own private interests? Is this not treasonous? Yin Jiao, with his straightforward temperament, regarded Nezha as his own since the latter had saved his life. Despite his youth, he was astute regarding the political landscape. Recognizing that Li Jing was merely a pawn balancing various factions, effectively a puppet whose autonomy was untenable. His purpose in visiting Chintang Pass was partly to suppress Huang Feihu's influence, and since Nezha was the son of Yin Jiao's beloved sister, naturally, he aligned himself with him, indifferent to any possible tribulations Li Jing might face. Upon hearing Yin Jiao's bold proclamation, Amu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Nezha. Hoping for clarification, Nezha smiled and introduced. This is none other than His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Amu was astounded. Coming from humble origins, he already felt the weight of a general, let alone a prince. He promptly knelt in respect, followed suit by the soldiers behind him, creating a sea of kneeling figures. Yin Jiao waved his hand, laughing. Rise, rise. You are all followers of Brother Nezha. There is no need for such excessive courtesy. He then turned to Nezha, saying, let us proceed to Chintang Pass. I intend to give Li Jing a stern reprimand on your behalf. Seeing Yin Jiao willing to take the lead was an opportunity Nezha could not refuse. Though he was not intimidated by Li Jing, directly confronting him could appear ineffectual and might not inspire respect among the ranks. However, if the Crown Prince were to assert that Li Jing was in the wrong, the soldiers would have little choice but to comply. Gratefully, Nezha thanked Yin Jiao. Amu, leading 500 troops, positioned Yin Jiao and the others in the center, marching proudly toward Chintang Pass. As they neared the edge of the forest, the looming Chintang Pass came into view when suddenly, Nezha heard distant sounds of battle. Startling him, he inquired, what is happening? A scout galloped forth, reporting, young master, a large army is approaching, and judging by the banners, they appear to be from the eastern Yi. What? Both Yin Jiao and Xiaorong were taken aback. Xiaorong's face hardened, and she coldly remarked, what, again? The eastern Yi? Do they seek to abduct the Crown Prince? How many are there? The scout replied, it appears there are at least over 1,000. With only 500 men, Nezha was at a significant disadvantage, yet he showed no fear. After a thorough discussion with Xiaorong, he appointed her to lead the defense. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xiaorong did not hesitate, immediately commanding the troops to form a coiling serpent formation, with a moose stationed at the heart of it. 500 soldiers arranged themselves into a formation 20 men wide, with the most elite 40 soldiers at the forefront, wielding the sharp weapons crafted by Nezha. Another 40 elite warriors flanked them, while Amu, holding a formidable spear, stood ready for battle. According to Xiaorong's strategy, Nezha and Yin Jiao were to remain behind the lines, allowing for a retreat if the situation turned dire. However, Yin Jiao was unwilling to abide by this plan, declaring, the Yi have invaded our great Shang territory. As the Crown Prince, how could I flee from battle? I shall fight alongside you. Even if it leads to my demise, I shall not retreat a single step. The soldiers listened to his resolute speech, filled with admiration, their morale soaring. Xiaorong, not wishing to dampen this spirit, positioned Yin Jiao within the formation while she and Nezha flanked the sides for protection. The phalanx emerged from the thicket, advancing slowly across the plain, soon detected by the enemy's scouts, who immediately dispatched a contingent of rear guards to confront them, weapons drawn, exuding an air of lethal intent. The commanding officer bellowed, listen up, "My comrades, slay this entire troop, and it shall be a great achievement." The 1,000 soldiers, upon hearing this, erupted in wild cheers, their eyes gleaming with avarice and malice, as if the phalanx before them were mere prey upon their butcher's block. Xiaorong, undeterred by the formidable enemy, coldly commanded, "Prepare the troops, form the formation." At her command, Amu unleashed a mighty roar. Visible strands of vital energy poured forth from his body, gradually weaving into a net that enveloped the entire battalion. The soldiers, upon contact with this energy, emanated waves of blood vitality in response. The intertwining of vital and blood energy thickened, coalescing above the formation into a colossal serpent with wings. Nezha nodded approvingly, reflecting, "When I battled with Tian Yufeng, he could only muster 100-man formation, failing to manifest the soaring serpent S form. Amu, with his innate vigor and my elixirs enhancing his vitality, has indeed grown in strength, commanding a 500-man formation and revealing the true visage of the soaring serpent. Even facing a golden pill master, we can still contend." The warriors from the Eastern selected fierce fighters from their tribe, did not flinch at the sight of the serpent's ferocity. The leading general waved his hand, and the 1,000 warriors immediately arranged themselves into a phalanx, weapons raised, resembling a monstrous creature covered in spikes, slowly advancing. The atmosphere was thick with murderous intent, the soldiers standing firm like mountains. Observing this, Nezha thought, "Even if I summoned the Hunyuan silk, it would be futile to disrupt their unified formation." "Humph, a mere trick." Xiaorong scoffed. "They have merely consolidated the strength of 1,000 men. A porcupine, no matter how many quills it bears, remains just a porcupine. Here, however, we have concentrated our murderous intent into the fangs of a serpent." With a cold snort, Xiaorong remarked, "Surely, the Eastern Yi's commander has yet to witness the might of this formation. He naively believes that sheer numbers can win a straightforward clash? Very well. Let him experience the grandeur of the Dashang warriors. Serpent binding formation, attack." With Xiaorong's commanding shout, 500 warriors roared in unison. The flow of vital and blood energy surged dramatically, an overwhelming torrent flooding into Amu's core. Gasping for breath, his muscles bulged, veins bulging, his already formidable physique seemingly doubling in size. With a thunderous roar that shook the heavens, Amu retracted his spear momentarily, then lunged forward with a fierce thrust. Boom! A visible shockwave surged forth, crashing into the Eastern Yi's phalanx, instantly showering the battlefield with blood and flesh. Severed limbs and broken bodies flew chaotically through the air, and their formation was thrown into disarray. Nezha, witnessing such might, was momentarily taken aback, thinking, "Goodness, this is akin to cannon fire upon their ranks." The serpent-binding formation is indeed formidable, worthy of being the treasured secret of the Huang Feihu clan. He was still lamenting when Xiaorong suddenly exclaimed, "Charge again." Amu let out a furious roar as he thrust his great gun forward with tremendous force. The gust of gunfire swept through, leaving the Dongi people in disarray, suffering heavy casualties. Sensing the dire situation, the Dongi commander swiftly unfurled a yellow flag, and the remaining 800 to 900 Dongi warriors immediately reformed into two flanks, retreating hastily. What is peculiar about this group? Xiaorong pondered, when suddenly a thunderous sound erupted, and dust began to rise in the distance, as if 1,000 troops were charging forth. Astonishingly, it was a herd of bulls. A soldier shouted in alarm. As the crowd focused intently, they beheld nearly 100 robust bulls, their horns adorned with deadly blades, charging fiercely toward them. How can there be bulls as well? Amu was equally astonished, exclaiming, "They are truly investing heavily in this attempt to abduct the prince." Xiaorong bit her lip tightly, her grip on the sword turning white-knuckled. She understood that unlike humans, her Tungsha binding formation could easily slay dozens of soldiers with a single shot, yet it could only fell 1 or 2 bulls at most. These bulls moved with such speed that before they could be slain, they would inevitably breach the formation, leading to a catastrophic defeat for their side. Nezha, witnessing the unfolding chaos, felt a tightening in his chest. Without hesitation, he revealed his true strength, summoning Qiongqi from the Qiankuan circle. Qiongqi, an ancient ferocious beast, commanded an innate aura of dread that could terrify even the fiercest of creatures. Nezha initially believed that Qiongqi would halt the charge of the bulls, but inexplicably, the herd seemed emboldened, as if infused with the courage of dragons and phoenixes. They charged on, undeterred by Qiongqi's roar. This is dire. This is the art of puppetry, a secret technique of the Dongi people that has turned these beasts into puppets. Xiaorong realized with horror that the bulls had lost their wits, transformed into mindless, undead soldiers. Even the ferocious beast could not intimidate them. Initially delighted to see Nezha summon Xiongqi, she now felt a surge of panic. Chapter 40. The Art of Spring Plowing. Nezha, astonished that Xiongqi could not subdue the herd, mused whether Xiongqi had previously engaged too many cows, causing these bulls to view it as a bitter enemy. Upon hearing Xiao Rong's explanation about the bulls being puppets, he finally grasped the situation. Xiao Rong, recognizing the urgency, commanded the formation to attack with all their might while advising Yin Jiao, "Your Highness, this cannot continue. As long as the mountains endure, we need not worry about firewood. You must retreat." Despite his youth, Yin Jiao was a resolute warrior, replying sternly, "I am the prince of this dynasty. How could I abandon my men and flee? Xiaojia, you must leave first. I will stand with everyone until the end." Xiao Rong was distressed, urgently imploring, "Your Highness, how can I abandon you and escape?" All right. Nezha interjected, eager to prevent any further sentimental exchanges. "They are merely mindless puppets. Do not let them frighten you. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess." As he spoke, Nezha surged forward, his left hand forming a 5-element seal, while his right hand twisted the Haoyin seal. He bellowed, "Bing water, woo earth, heed my command. As the heavens and earth revolve, let the waters and soil intertwine." Swiftly, as per the decree, Zhu Mang's art, the technique of spring plowing. With Nezha's commanding shout, the land within several tens of feet began to convulse, resembling a pot of boiling porridge as bubbles erupted forth. In mere moments, the once solid ground transformed into a waterlogged field, akin to that which had been plowed multiple times, now a quagmire of soft mud. The formidable technique of the enemy's puppet cattle, renowned for its devastating efficacy on the battlefield, had once shattered the enemy's fortifications during the Warring States period, resulting in countless slaughters. What chance did they have in open combat? Moreover, these puppet cattle, stripped of their reason, would charge forth unimpeded, undeterred by any peril, even as they bore the wounds of blades and spears. Yet now, the cattle faced not a solid barrier, but rather the quagmire beneath them. Regardless of their indomitable spirit and sturdy frames, as soon as they stepped into the mire, they became ensnared up to their knees. The cacophony of their moos echoed as they rolled in the mud, each struggle only deepening their plight. The technique of spring plowing utilized by Nezha was originally conceived by the Taoist Zhu Meng for agricultural purposes rather than warfare. It was an ingenious method devised by adept practitioners who sought sustenance, as the life of a Taoist could be arduous, with few supernatural beings to capture and thus limited means to fill their coffers. Hence, a wise individual innovated this spring plowing technique, a simple yet effective method that could turn the soil a few times and channel underground springs to ease the farmer's toil, while also providing a modest income. Little did they know that today, this technique would be employed by Nezha to great effect. "All troops, heed my command, advance slowly." Xiao Rong, seasoned in battle, recognized the opportunity and swiftly directed the formation forward, approaching the cattle. The frontline soldiers raised their weapons and struck down fiercely, while the cattle were formidable in their charge. Lying in the mud, they became mere domestic beasts. Most of these soldiers hailed from farming backgrounds, accustomed to slaughtering cattle and pigs. Although they lacked the finesse of a master butcher, they executed their task with efficiency. The sounds of slaughter filled the air, and in a short while, the formation had traversed the quagmire, leaving behind a pile of beef. The enemy commander had originally relied on the cattle to disrupt the opposing formation, trusting that their numerical advantage would lead to victory. However, Nezha ensnared the herd in the mire, and within moments, they had been completely dispatched. Frantically, he shouted, "Break and encircle." 800 or 900 soldiers hurriedly divided their ranks into 2 columns, flanking the enemy. Xiao Rong bellowed, rising serpent-weaving silk formation, "Attack!" 500 soldiers roared in unison, channeling their fervor into a Mu, who thrust his spear forward, unleashing a gust of fierce wind that crashed into the enemy ranks, scattering blood and flesh in its wake. As Nezha observed, the opposing forces had dispersed, no longer resembling their previous steadfast formation. He let out a cold laugh and waved his hand to summon the magical red silk, the Hengtianling. In an instant, a dazzling crimson light enveloped the enemy's general, casting him to the ground. Xiao Rong, taken aback yet thrilled to witness Nezha wield such a treasure, unsheathed her sword with a clink and placed it against the general's neck, commanding, "Compel your men to surrender." The general, however, remained defiant, snorting dismissively, "You have employed sorcery to capture me. You are no heroes. If I am to be slain, then so be it. To expect my surrender is sheer folly." Despite the general's obstinacy, the soldiers on the opposite side were thrown into disarray, unsure whether to advance or retreat, rendered helpless and bewildered. Xiao Rong scoffed at this juncture. What facade of heroism do you still maintain? Sneaking into our territory with the intent to abduct the crown prince. Does that reflect a hero's valor? It is nothing but a cowardly ruse, utterly shameless. Abduct the prince? You wretched woman, what nonsense are you spouting? The general bellowed. If you wish to execute me, do so, but spare me your baseless accusations. Very well, then I shall end your life. Xiao Rong, anticipating the general's refusal to yield, deemed him useless alive and swung her sword down. Yet, with a resounding clang, her wrist jolted, nearly causing her sword to slip from her grasp. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Nezha wielding the Qianquan circle, having intercepted her strike. General Xiao, do not act in haste. There may be more to this than meets the eye. Nezha cautioned, furrowing his brow as he addressed the general. Were you not here to abduct the prince? What is your true purpose? The general, with a defiant tilt of his neck, replied, this matter is no longer a secret, so I shall divulge it. We have come to assault Shintang Pass, to raise the fortifications and slaughter the city. What? Nezha and Xiao Rong gasped in unison. Xiao Rong pressed further. Was not that earlier Taoist sent by your easterny people? The general, taken aback, retorted, what Taoist? You women are speaking in riddles. Have you lost your wits from lack of male companionship, or have you burned your brain with madness? Ha ha ha. Xiao Rong, infuriated, was about to respond when the general continued to mock. Killing me will avail you nothing. We are but a rear guard, tasked solely with the extermination of these 500 soldiers to secure our retreat. Our main forces are currently launching a fierce assault on Shintang Pass. Once the gates are breached, we shall have 3 days of unrestrained plunder. Provisions, weapons, jewels, and beauties. All shall be ours. Ha ha ha. Disinterested in further discourse, Nezha lifted the Qianquan circle and, with a resounding crash, obliterated the general's head. He then turned to Xiao Rong and Yin Jiao, stating, my mother remains within the pass. She may be in peril. I must eliminate these soldiers to prevent them from aiding the siege. With that, he procured the 99 Yin bone bell from the Qianquan circle, mounted his steed Qiongqi, and prepared to charge into battle. Wait. Xiao Rong urgently grasped his arm, imploring, Nezha, do not act rashly. These soldiers number around 800 or 900. They are merely adversaries from another nation, not your sworn enemies. As a cultivator, if you slay them all, you will be burdened with karmic retribution, complicating your path to enlightenment. Let the soldiers handle the fight. Nezha exclaimed, why are you all so overly cautious? What is the source of these endless reservations? What grievances? These beasts seek to breach the gates and slaughter the city, threatening my mother. I shall slay them without hesitation, disregarding any notions of grievance. Even if there exists a grievance, I accept it. My path of cultivation demands that once a thought arises, it must be fulfilled. With the intent to kill awakened, I must eradicate them completely, leaving no future troubles. Why all this hesitance? With a wave of his hand, he cast aside Xiao Rong and, with a powerful flap of Qiongqi's wings, soared into the sky. Xiao Rong, unable to stop him, stamped her feet in frustration, gritting her teeth and declaring, this young man truly lacks appreciation for the goodwill of others. She immediately commanded Amu, let us charge forth. For every enemy we slay, your young master's burden of sin diminishes. Amu responded loudly, and the soldiers quickly rallied to form the coiling serpent formation, charging towards the enemy. Nezha hovered above the enemy ranks, resolute, as he summoned the 99 Yin bone bell into the air, transforming it into 9 large bells which he shook vigorously. Although he did not share the deep connection with his magical artifact like Ling Zhu, his cultivation was significantly superior. With a single shake, 9 streams of thick green poisonous smoke surged towards the enemy forces. If the enemy had formed a cohesive formation, the collective killing intent might have offered some resistance against the poison. However, now scattered, they were utterly defenseless. As Nezha circled the Yin bone bell in the air, the 800 or 900 enemy soldiers below immediately grasped their throats, rolling on the ground in agony. In a short while, their bodies decayed, meeting a gruesome end. Nezha then produced the soul-restraining gourd left by the Taoist. Slurping it up, he absorbed every last one of their souls. Over 800 lives. And he did not even spare their souls. What manner of heart does this youth possess, to be so unafraid of the sins of killing? Xiao Rong gazed skyward, murmuring to herself. Nezha waved the Hunyuan silk, dissipating the poisonous mist, and his 500 warriors surged forward, trampling over the fallen corpses as they charged towards Shintang Pass. Riding Qiongqi, Nezha flew at a much swifter pace than ordinary soldiers, and soon arrived above the city gates, only to be struck with horror. The gates stood wide open, as enemy troops surged in like a tide. His own soldiers fought in groups of 3 or 5 throughout the town, clashing with the enemy. Yet many more foes rampaged unchecked, committing murder and arson. The formidable Qintang Pass had been breached. Ling Zhu witnessed several enemy soldiers break into a house, killing men and children on the spot, while women were pinned down, stripped of their clothing in humiliation. Ling Zhu's face turned pale, trembling with rage. She cried out, "Young master, those vile soldiers are exceedingly cruel. I must slay them all and save the lives of the common people." Nezha, focused solely on rescuing his mother, had no time to concern himself with others' fates. He cast a glance and said, "Since you have taken this to heart, you must see it through. Go now and slay the enemy, but take care." Ling Zhu acquiesced, raising the bone bell and soaring downwards, releasing bone spirits that danced in the air, unleashing over 100 weapons, swiftly engaging the enemy in fierce combat. "Master, I too wish to assist my sister in the fight." Ling Mei, incensed by the enemy's brutality, allowed her persona, Xiao Li, to take the forefront. Xiao Li is but a fragment of the bloodthirsty deity Kali. Although Kali is a righteous goddess, she is notorious for her insatiable lust for slaughter. It is said that Vishnu, in an effort to quell her frenzied delight in bloodshed, permitted her to tread upon his form. One can only imagine the chaos she embodies on the battlefield, though Xiao Li has only been slightly influenced by Kali. Upon witnessing the carnage of war, she could not restrain herself. Without awaiting Nezha's consent, she unleashed a fierce battle cry, revealing the form of a four-armed goddess, and leapt into the fray, laughing maniacally as she carved a path through the slaughter, leaving a trail of blood and carnage in her wake. Nezha summoned the mighty Qiongqi and soared toward the General's headquarters. Along the way, flames erupted in every direction, and the cries of the fallen reverberated through the air. The enemy forces that had breached the gates numbered in the thousands, and wherever they passed, they brought death and destruction, creating a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. As Nezha approached the General's residence, he beheld the gates smashed open, where several foes clashed with his family's soldiers. Meanwhile, a greater number of adversaries rummaged through the house, searching for valuables. Witnessing the breach of his home and fearing for his mother's safety, Nezha's heart raced with urgency. With a fierce roar, he brandished the Qinkuan circle, dispatching enemies with ease as he pressed forward. Upon reaching the threshold of his mother's chamber, he heard the cries of a woman mingled with lewd laughter. Anger surged within him, and he flung open the door, only to find several enemies pinning his mother's maid, Lanner, to the ground, tearing her garments as they jeered and mocked. Nezha stepped forward, offering no words but swiftly dispatching the foes with a series of strikes, and then seized Lanner, demanding to know his mother's whereabouts. Initially resigned to her fate, Lanner was filled with joy upon seeing Nezha. Ignoring her own state of undress, she embraced him and exclaimed, "Young master, you have finally arrived. Just moments ago, the marauders breached our door, and Lady Huang's loyal guards fought valiantly to protect her and the mistress, making their escape from the general's residence." Relieved to hear that his mother had not yet met her demise, Nezha instructed, "There is a hidden chamber beneath the bed in Li Jing's room. You must seek refuge there." With that, he mounted Qiongqi and soared into the sky. Lanner, feeling abandoned, lamented the young master's apparent callousness, but with no choice left, she retreated to the hidden chamber. Nezha navigated through the chaos of the city, desperately searching for any sign of his mother. Just then, he spotted Amu and his men engaged in fierce combat. He quickly descended on Qiongqi, calling out, "Amu, do not engage recklessly. It is imperative to locate our matron." With that, he took to the skies once more. Amu, responding with a loud affirmation, contemplated, "The enemy forces are overwhelming. What can my 500 men achieve? Yet, the young master has shown me great favor. With the city breached and all hope lost, I shall repay his kindness with my life." Thus, he raised his spear and led his men into battle, determined to uncover the whereabouts of the lady. After cutting through 2 streets, Amu suddenly noticed an unusual commotion ahead. Peering closer, he saw a towering figure, a Taoist priest wielding 2 golden symbols, engaged in combat with his soldiers. The priest's martial prowess was formidable. With a single strike of his symbols, he cleaved a soldier in twain, leaving a gruesome scene of carnage. Enraged, Amu shouted, "Serpent of the heavens, entangle the threads. Demon, behold my spear." He swiftly retracted his spear, pausing momentarily before lunging forward with fierce intent. With a thunderous clash, a gust of wind from a spear surged towards the back of the Taoist priest. Amidst the chaos, there was no time to react. The Taoist, upon hearing the fierce sound of the wind, did not turn his head, but instead raised his symbols to strike backward. The sound of clashing metal echoed as the spear's force was dispersed, followed by a sharp crack as Amu's spear shattered into 2 pieces, causing him to spurt blood and be propelled backward. It turned out that after a series of fierce battles, Amu was already at his limit. And in the close-quarter combat within the town, it was difficult to arrange his troops effectively. His 500 soldiers had scattered into groups, leaving only a handful of them gathered here, significantly diminishing their formation's power. Struck fiercely by the Taoist, they immediately fell apart, leading to injuries among the ranks. The Taoist paid no heed to Amu and his men, swiftly dispatching the remaining soldiers before grinning wickedly. "Ah, my dear lady, it is rare for us to meet. How about you accompany me?" Before him, two women were seated on the ground, Yin Haonu and Huang Yan. Yin Haonu spat and shouted, "Demon, it may be easy for you to kill me, but to humiliate me, you shall not succeed." With that, she drew a short sword from her waist and lunged it towards her own heart. The Taoist was taken aback, swiftly pointing a finger, and a beam of white light shot forth, striking her wrist and causing the sword to fall. With a sinister chuckle, the Taoist remarked, "My lady, you are rather hot-tempered. I never claimed I would humiliate you. I merely noticed you possess the rare body of a Xian celestial maiden, a precious asset indeed, and I wish to make use of your esteemed physique." As he spoke, he pointed again, and Yin Haonu felt a violent tremor throughout her body, paralyzing her to the extent that even her little finger could not move. Huang Yan, seated nearby, remained silent, observing as the Taoist bound Yin Haonu without making any attempt to intervene. The Taoist, reveling in his triumph after securing Yin Haonu, grinned and said, "I initially planned to use this woman to spawn a multitude of external demon spirits, but to my surprise, I have encountered a Xian celestial maiden. By utilizing you as a maternal figure, I could produce not just demon spirits, but an external incarnation. Such a divine power is typically reserved for those of the nascent soul realm, yet here I am, in the golden elixir stage, able to possess it. How splendid that I can save years of effort." With that, the Taoist opened his mouth and spewed forth a grotesque creature. The being resembled neither spider nor bat. Its body reminiscent of a mouse, yet adorned with 8 long legs and a pair of membranous wings, truly an abomination. The creature leapt twice upon the ground and, to everyone's astonishment, spoke in a voice identical to that of the Taoist. Once I burrow into your belly and coil tightly, not even the Grand Luo Golden Immortal could rescue you. You shall obediently become my maternal figure. Ha ha ha." It began to crawl towards Yin Haonu. Just as it was about to reach her, suddenly, a flash of golden light erupted. The creature, caught completely off guard, was instantly cleaved in two by the radiant beam. It was Huang Yan who had drawn the hairpin from her head, slaying the monster, and with a fierce cry, she transformed the hairpin into a small golden dragon that lunged fiercely at the Taoist. The Taoist exclaimed in surprise, raising his symbols to clash them together with great force. With a resounding crash, Huang Yan felt as though her very insides were being turned over. Unable to contain herself, she let out a cry and spat a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. The little golden dragon, struck by the Taoist's twin symbols, was flattened like a fly and fell to the earth, still resembling a hairpin. The Taoist sneered, "I never anticipated that you, a mere woman, possessed such a cunning artifact. Had I not been wary, I might have fallen victim to your scheme. Alas, your attempt to slay my spirit was a miscalculation. Had you struck first, you might have had a chance to harm me." Huang Yan was acutely aware of the underlying dynamics. Initially, she remained composed, biding her time for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. However, when the Taoist unleashed his spirit to threaten Yin Haon, she, though not a self-sacrificing saint, felt a wave of revulsion as the spirit drew nearer, poised to invade Yin Haon's body. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she acted decisively to sever the spirit, losing her chance for a stealthy strike. The Taoist chuckled, "Your artifact is weak. Even if you had succeeded in your ambush, it would only have caused me minor injuries. Do not lament, I reciprocate in kind. You present me with an artifact, and I shall gift you a spirit in return." With a gesture, he immobilized Huang Yan entirely and unleashed 2 spirits that crawled menacingly toward Yin Haon and her. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted. A shaft of golden light descended, crashing down and obliterating the 2 spirits into a gruesome paste. The golden light then soared back into the hands of a young boy, none other than Nezha. Both Yin Haon and Huang Yan, rendered immobile and voiceless, beheld Nezha's arrival with gleaming eyes of joy. The Taoist, upon seeing Nezha, scrutinized him from head to toe. Noticing his commanding demeanor and the resplendent artifact in his grasp, he let out a cold snort and said, "Young man, who are you to meddle in my affairs? Begone at once, or I shall grind your bones to dust, ensuring your soul finds no respite." Nezha raised his eyebrows defiantly and declared, "You vile demon, seeking to harm my mother? You shall meet your end." With that, he lifted the universe ring and hurled it at the Taoist's head with a thunderous crash. The Taoist, sensing Nezha's fierce onslaught, remained unperturbed, raising his symbols to parry the blow with a resounding clang. He then sneered, "This ring is indeed heavy. It must be the universe ring of the Golden Light Cave. So, you are a disciple of the Grand Master Tai. No wonder you are so fierce. Others may fear your master, but I do not. The Golden Light Cave has long been at odds with my sect. An additional grievance is of no concern. Today, I shall slay you, bringing sorrow to Grand Master Tai and securing my own merit." With a wave of his hand, the two symbols buzzed ominously, spinning rapidly as they aimed for Nezha's neck. Nezha urged his mount, Xiongqi, to leap into the air, soaring several meters high to evade the symbol's assault. Hovering in midair, he summoned back the universe ring and, from his elevated position, struck down fiercely toward the Taoist. The Taoist sidestepped with a remarkable agility, evading the ring, and scoffed. "Do you think that because you possess a flying steed, I am at your mercy?" As he spoke, his joints creaked and cracked, and suddenly, a pair of ebony wings unfurled behind him. With a few powerful flaps, he soared into the sky, engaging in fierce combat with Nezha. In an instant, the clash of metal reverberated, creating a dazzling display of golden light that left onlookers mesmerized. Below, Yin Heian and Huang Yan, both noble women of great repute, observed intently. They noted Nezha's defensive stance, realizing he was on the verge of being overpowered by the Taoist. Their hearts raced with anxiety. Had it not been for the binding spell, they would have cried out in alarm. Chapter 43. The Possession of the Demon Soul After Several Rounds of Combat. The Taoist detected a flaw in Nezha's defense and bellowed, "Now!" A sharp sound pierced the air as the golden symbols grazed Nezha's shoulder, inflicting a deep wound that gushed blood, staining half of his white robe crimson. Yin Heian and Huang Yan gasped in horror as the Taoist laughed menacingly. "Ha! With one arm crippled, let us see how you struggle." Yet Nezha merely scoffed, retorting, "You, who resemble a human only in 3 parts and a pig in 7, are indeed a fool. A mere scratch won't hinder me. Your triumph is utterly laughable." Despite the taunts, he continued to engage in battle. Wielding his magical artifacts, the Rui Jingu Bang and the Hunyuan Silk, with unwavering resolve, undeterred by his injury. The Taoist, enraged by Nezha's mockery, shouted, "You little thief! How dare a mere lowly cultivator of the spirit tranquility period act so arrogantly? If I, Master Zhu Fu, allow you a swift end, I shall not be human." Intensifying his assault, he unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Nezha. As the Taoist's onslaught intensified, Nezha found himself struggling to defend against the barrage, yet he continued to taunt. "What a hollow oath you utter! You are no man, yet you dare to swear. It is utterly absurd. Why call yourself Master Zhu Fu? You should rather be dubbed Zhu Fu, the true nonentity." The Taoist, who was indeed a demon in human guise, loathed having his shortcomings exposed. Seething with rage, he whirled the golden symbols into a dazzling sphere of light, enveloping Nezha entirely. With his cultivation at the late stage of the golden elixir, he possessed far greater power than Nezha. His symbols, extraordinary in their might, matched the strength of Nezha's own artifacts. As he unleashed his fury, Nezha's defenses faltered once more, and with a swift motion, the symbols carved a deep gash into Nezha's thigh, causing blood to pour forth profusely. Yin Heian, witnessing her beloved son's injury, felt her heart wrench in agony. Immobilized and unable to assist, she fervently prayed, "Heaven above, earth below, if Nezha can escape this day, I would willingly accept 1,000 cuts." Huang Yan, though not as emotionally entwined as Yin Heian, felt a pang of sorrow upon seeing Nezha wounded. She thought to herself, "You little rascal, weren't you so formidable in the past? How could you be bested by such a filthy Taoist? Unleash your usual ferocity." As Nezha found himself in a precarious situation, suffering multiple wounds, he was on the brink of demise when, suddenly, a beam of silver light shot up from the ground, striking fiercely towards Zhu Fu's back. Zhu Fu raised his golden gong to block, resulting in a resounding clash. The silver light spun several times before landing on the ground, revealing a long sword. A silver-clad female general leaped into the fray, seizing the sword, and with a fierce cry, soared into the air, charging at Zhu Fu. This silver-clad warrior was none other than Xiao Rong. She had rushed into the city, witnessing flames erupting everywhere, as the enemy army pillaged and slaughtered, resembling a scene from hell. Enraged, she gritted her teeth and, spotting Nezha battling Zhu Fu in the sky, hastened to join the fray. At this moment, Yin Jiao also arrived. Xiao Rong had left her protective lotus flower beside him for defense. Despite his youth, Yin Jiao was trained by a master, possessing formidable strength and unwavering courage. He immediately engaged with the surrounding enemy forces, wielding his sword to dispatch several foes. The enemies, recognizing his ferocity, cried out, and a group of skilled fighters converged to encircle Yin Jiao, battling fiercely. Xiao Rong soared through the air, flanking Nezha, effectively trapping Zhu Fu in between them. With her sword flashing like lightning, she relentlessly thrust towards Zhu Fu. After parrying several of her strikes, Zhu Fu suddenly wore a cold smile, feigning an opening. He leaped out of the fray, twirling his golden gong in front of him, and sneered, "Ha! You, little girl, I initially regarded you with some caution, thinking you possessed a golden elixir cultivation. Yet your attacks are sluggish and clumsy. I suspect you have already sustained injuries. Your sword is no magical artifact. How can it contend with me? Very well, I shall send you a companion to play with." As he spoke, Zhu Fu spat out another demon spirit. This spirit was vastly different from the previous one. Although it still had 8 legs and wings, its body was significantly larger, nearly the size of a bull. Clad in thick armor, with sharp teeth and barbed legs glistening ominously, Zhu Fu proclaimed, "This is my life-bound demon spirit. Since you two dare to assault me, I shall demonstrate my true prowess. Its powers rival my own. Little girl, entertain it." No sooner had he finished speaking than the demon spirit lunged ferociously at Xiao Rong. Seeing the spirit's daunting approach, she thrust her sword forward. A piercing sound echoed, reminiscent of claws scraping, a noise that grated on the ears. Although she managed to slice through its armor, it did not penetrate deeply. The demon spirit let out a fearsome roar, its long legs flashing with cold light as it mindlessly struck downwards. Xiao Rong hurriedly wielded her sword to fend it off, leaving her no time to assist Nezha. Zhu Fu, witnessing the demon spirit engaging Xiao Rong, could not help but laugh maniacally. Just as he prepared to attack Nezha, a thunderous clamor erupted below, signaling the arrival of another army. Alarmed, Zhu Fu focused his gaze and saw that it was the forces of the Eastern Yi, swiftly encircling Yin Jiao and the remaining troops of the Shang army, wreaking havoc. He burst into hearty laughter, addressing Nezha, "Look, reinforcements have arrived. You need not resist any longer. You shall perish alongside this rabble below." As Nezha beheld the formidable might of the enemy forces, a fleeting glance towards his mother revealed a gaze imbued with affection, reluctance, tenderness, and despair, stirring a profound ache within his heart. In an instant, his mind was engulfed in a dizzying haze, as if a vital string had been severed, unleashing a torrent of violent, merciless, and sanguinary thoughts that flooded his consciousness. With a heart-rending cry, he lifted his gaze once more, only to find his eyes transformed into a crimson hue. It was revealed that Nezha possessed the essence of a celestial demon, having established his foundation while still in the womb. His body and spirit were inextricably linked, inevitably inheriting the tendencies of the celestial demon. This celestial demon was a progeny of the Shura lineage and humanity. While the Shura clan was a superior race of the upper realms, they were known for their brutality and incessant warfare, inherently harboring seeds of boundless ferocity. Though celestial demons appeared no different from humans in their daily lives, at critical moments, they often mirrored the demeanor of their Shura ancestors. Now, witnessing his mother in imminent peril, Nezha, consumed by rage and urgency, lost control of his spirit, unleashing the dormant seeds of violence within him. Fixated solely on one thought, to kill, to kill, to kill.